up by catching up with Puppy Paw versus Cat, a series I just absolutely had to catch. I couldn't go without it. Not after the craziness that was Cat in his series up against Crackety. That boy delivered. So we're going to look to deliver by him and do justice, making sure that it's all shown. Puppy Paw versus Cat is how we're going to be opening up today. I think I accidentally put Puppy Paw versus Dragavan on the Discord. Apologies for that. And then we should hopefully have Dimu versus B. We're confirming, looking to etch it in now. I think it's a good likelihood that it's going to happen around like 16 or 17 CET today. We're just waiting for confirmation from one of the players on that. So hopefully we'll be able to get Dimu and B done, because as you can see, the brackets need to do some catching up. Wham versus Killjadi is going to be a challenge. But they're going to have to pull finger out of arse and work it out between them, because, of course, as we know, Killjadi is an old man waiting for a retirement home. He likes to nap early. And Wham is in NA, and they refuse to wake up before they get their 8 hours of sleep. So we'll figure out the details around that. Hopefully we'll be able to get that lined up for today. My truest and greatest hopes here is that we have Puppy Paw versus Cat, which we are going to be casting for the VODs, into Dimu versus B, and then fingers crossed Wham versus Killjadi, or hopefully Puppy Paw or Cat can actually match up against Anatand. We'll see. I'm confident that we should at least be able to get 2 series in today from the midweek muster. We might even actually delve into the earlier rounds, because I think there was apparently 1 or 2 interesting matches we missed in the round of 32 or round of 16. Obviously, some spoilers kind of slapped onto that by default. Backup plan, if it really comes to it, I guess I'm just going to burn more cash and ask 2 players if they want to play a show match, because you guys can't be about your content. But we'll figure it out nonetheless. Let me update this so that we can see the map selection for this series. So we have got Frizzy Marshes, Coastal Cliffs, and of course the starting map is always going to be Pigeon's View. Yeah, so pretty interesting draft. We don't have Gorge. I'm kind of happy about that. Dude, Gorge has been coming up too much. We might have a little bit of a twist there for players who really like Gorge in the upcoming week. So we'll see how they fare. We'll see how they adapt. Because, of course, the beautiful thing of this, folks, is every single week we are culling 2 maps. We do try to lean in the direction of most banned, most picked. But we will have an air of adjustment based on our own instincts. Just because the problem with saying that's how you are going to do a pick ban, like pick bans are going to be the way that you do the selection system for new maps, is technically, and I'm not saying players would do this, they would do this. They can manipulate that, right? Is like if players really don't like a certain map and they want it gone from the pool, they can force it out with bans. And you can say that, well, that's what the players want. But like, I think the danger of doing that, as we highlighted before, that players will just default to doing that with maps that they've never played. So it's not even the case of they don't like the map, it's just they haven't taken the time to scrim. So always a balance, always a challenge. I just remembered I haven't made my protein works yet, so just doing that right now. We're going with the Banana Smooth Sundae. Dude, it's like my favorite one. I actually think I'm in love with the Banana Smooth Sundae. I need to bump my guy about getting a new care pack out, because I'm almost out of them. I've been chugging through them so quickly. If you guys want, you can head across to the Protein Works and keep an eye on that, actually, because they have got weekly deals coming in. I think these meal extremes are actually currently on a bigger discount. So you want to take advantage of that right now while you can, while the deal is live. Go, 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 go. Use the code KillerPigeon so they know who sent you. Use the links, they know who sent you. So let me just get the games open. So Puppy Paw versus Cat. If you guys remember, we watched Cat yesterday. Epic games. Epic series, actually, up against Crackety. That game 2 especially, absolute jaw dropper. So excited to see what he can do here up against one of the current legends of Age of Empires 4. Opening game is going to be Roos versus Marlians. So the Canadians... Wait. We literally saw this yesterday in the Wham Myriad series. Are we going to see the Farimba again? Are we just cooking the same meal on repeat because it's our speciality? Mamma mia, I don't know. We're going to find out, though. Loan it up now, and then we'll hop in. Oh, dude. I'm unbiased, but I do kind of want to see the Farimba work. All right? Is there anything wrong with that? Right? Right? As you know, guys, I am a completely unbiased caster, but I really, really want to see the Farimba work. It's happening again. We just cast Wham playing Roos up against Marlians in his midweek muster week 2 series. Now we hop into the other bro, Puppy Paw in the red on the Roos, going up against 3D Clan's Cat on the Malians. Yeah, and this is a different breed of kiddie, okay? So far, we've been just watching your bog standard moggies, the ones you just get in every household to teach kids that death is a reality with cats. Don't know why people do that, by the way. Cats can live for 20 years. You might want to rethink that. But this guy, I mean, this is like buying a leopard cat. Because we watched 3D Cat go up against Crackety the other day, and what he done was an absolute jaw-dropper. Dark Age Rush, Malian Pressure. Don't expect to see that Dark Age here, but what I'm doing by highlighting this is just reminding people that this is a very different breed that Cat comes from. The way he plays Malians isn't quite like what we see out of the majority of players. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw is in love with the hunting cabins. They both are, him and Wham. We've seen them utilize this on Socotra. In fact, they've done it in the first week, if you guys recall correctly. There was that Clown Fiesta game between Louis and I believe it was Wham, or it was Louis and Puppy Paw, actually, on Socotra, where I believe it was Malians versus Roos, and Roos just tried to spam hunting cabins, and Malians ruined their day. This is a really good map for doing this, and a really good spawn, right? You could drop a hunting cabin here, and it's not perfect on the berries, but even if you just drop it here on the berries, you hit that big tree line, you can hit round the back here later. The hunting cabins is pretty cool, because it just gets you to a stage where you don't have to rush out to your gold. Even though it's so close together, it just means you're more efficient, right? Because things like Wheelbarrow aren't in that early. So, other side of this, of course, Cat can get his own passive gold. It really is a race between the two. Now, the last time we saw this matchup, if you guys remember, it was 2TC versus Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts could be pretty value here. The difficulty is getting the second deer stack, right? So, like, the primary target over here should be easy. This is not going to be secure, but Puppy Paw could easily secure this area. I mean, this is a jackpot, right? Double berries, deer, and gold all in one location. Meanwhile, Cat didn't really get the RNG that his teammate B was getting earlier in this week. If you guys remember, when we watched B versus Gully Deco, he got that glorious double gold spawn next to each other that he was able to camp on. Cat's got a bit more of a split spawn here. A little bit frustrating there. And we do have a double gold vein spawn. The weighing is still a little bit off. By the way, we do have Caillou, creator of this map, on standby. He's ready with a patch that's going to adjust some of the concerns, such as certain ink blots on the map. We're not going to talk about those any further, though. As well as the gold vein spawns. I don't know if we get rid of the one vein spawn, but maybe just retweak it. Because, like, for example, this balance on this map, this is Roost leaning, right? Both boars and both golds are towards red space here. So a little bit frustrating for Cat there. The other interesting thing is, like, when you get the only one gold spawn, it's very tricky to get your maximum gold pits as the game goes on for Malians. This at least gives you a bit more agency, so that's a positive for Cat if the game does go deep enough. Golden Gate is going to be the plays, yeah, so we're going to be getting that 2TC build, I think. Curious to see what Cat's response is going to be to it, though. How many sheep did he get in the end as well? 9 versus 13 reasonable, and then now he's going to go for the deer shove in, but Cat is already waiting, so he's going to block that play, and because the other deer is so far away, he can easily move around, and we already do have the stone gathering, so I wonder, you know, is Puppy Paw, do you pivot? Do you try for a TC here? In theory, you could, but the difficulty of doing this, guys, is if you build a TC here, secondary TCs have no vision into Stealth Forest. So his vision will be blind, right? He will not see immediately right next to him, which is tricky because if it is Pro Scouts, Malians can easily snatch and grab. If it's a rush with Rams, you're not necessarily going to see it coming. Do love the fact we got 3 Scouts versus 2 here, though. It's a little bit tricky what Cat has done. I'm not sure if I'm on board with it because he did sacrifice his villager to do so, right? Like, he's behind. The cool thing about Malians doing this, and this was why Malians always felt good against Roos, is compared to other civs with the old bounty game, you had to sacrifice a full villager. Malians didn't sacrifice a full villager, right? The scouts take 15 instead of 20 seconds to produce. And then, of course, you have things like the Manticore, the Pit Mine, that give you passive income to make up for the loss. At the end of the day, though, it is still a loss here, right? You are still behind on villages before your opponent even has that second TC. Yeah, he has to now wait until he's got the upgrades before he can try to contest this. Once that upgrade is in, though, it should be a bit tricky for Puppy Paw to try and attack him in this area. More houses are coming up, so Cat, a little bit ambitious, but I mean, at the same time, it's not Warrior Scouts, right? So you can actually get away with that house build. He's just trying to bait him to buy more time. The Scouts are now coming home. Puppy Paw is going to try to focus fire down, but now he needs to run. And remember, when you run like this, you lose. These Warrior Scouts are quicker, so they can whittle you down. So you have to be quick to react and get out. Puppy Paw potentially loses 1 Scout from this, right? But nothing more than that. Meanwhile, Cat, it's clear. We're getting Pro Scouts. right? Right? If we are, it's very late. Mill's coming down now. He's already up to 4 scouts. This could just actually be a blocker to a secondary TC. So he's going to try to force Poppy Paw to build the TC here instead of here, right? Because this is the best spot. You get the deer, you get the berries, you get the gold. And the Winter Fortress bridges you on the other side. But if the Malian scouts are in position, it's not going to be possible. Okay, and whoa, yeah, that is way too far out. I'm not sure if Poppy Paw realizes there's this many scouts coming. He has got spears on the way, but they haven't arrived yet. This feels dangerous. Poppy Paw. 4 scouts in. His own scouts are actually blocking the villager in here. Spearmen have arrived, though. Looks like one villager is going to go down, so shifts aren't even out. Poppy Paw just says, ignore it, continue on. Well, that is continuable, though. You've got a long way to go here. The Warrior Scouts have baited away the spear. The second one isn't out yet. You do outnumber the Warrior Scouts here. But yours are getting low, so secondary waves should be coming in. It looks like Cat instead has stopped producing, so no additional scouts coming in. Poppy Paw, well played, man. Like, 1 scout there, sure, it cost him a villager, but remember, we said he's almost a villager ahead, right? Well, the TC is going to return the value quick enough, so sacrificing 1 villager to get 2 TC play when your opponent's gone scouts like this, not too bad. The bad part is what happens next. He's only got 3 deer secured here, and Cat is indeed going pro scouts. So Poppy Paw is going to struggle because even if you stick the spearman here, we've seen how clowny this can get. No matter how hard you try, these scouts always make off with the goods. Delicious, nutritious venison on the way home. Poppy Paw, I like what he's doing. Just go on the counter-offensive. You're not necessarily going to be able to stop the scouts from coming home with the deer. What you can do, though, is kill the buildings that can't move, right? Just a little bit of idle time here or there, a little bit of damage done, forcing repairs. It definitely adds up, especially considering you want to keep Cat in this age longer so that your TC play gets stronger and stronger. Cat. Guys, I reckon we're going to get the classic Cat play here, right? Build a feudal army, go mass rams, endgame. Or hope to endgame. The way that he hoped to end the game, and actually was quite successful in that cliffside game against Krakody. All right, 1's if you think Poppy Paw's going to win this, 2's if you think Cat's going to clutch it. I say clutch it because like it is a kind of awkward matchup right now. Torch damage is going to be coming in. The spears arriving here makes it a little bit difficult. The archer is at least here now. I like this kind of min-maxing. Cat, only 1 villager repairing. The rest still gathering actively. Warrior Scouts, 1 does get snatched here. Looks like he's trying to return the deer, so gets a little bit punished there. That's actually really good value for Poppy Paw. Remember, the cost of these scouts, you actually expend more on them than you would on a spear. So spears are able to get a kill, a piece, before losing their life. It's worth it. The archer mass, too big now. Poppy Paw is going to have to back away. Yeah, and he hasn't added in too much of his own, right? Archers are on the way, but because Poppy Paw delayed that play, it's very difficult to now contest. As time goes on, he will be capable, though. The thing you have to keep in mind is Cat has built archers, guys. Not javelins, archers. So you've pretty much given Poppy Paw a license to kill here. He's playing 2 TC on a faction that gets 20% more wood gathering. That is huge. Poppy Paw could play the Age extensively, but funnily enough, he doesn't care for it. No appetite. Makes sense as well. Like, your opponent's going archers like this, you can just lean into horse archers, right? Like, in theory, archers should counter, but the issue becomes the breadth of the map. And more important than that, if your opponent's going to hunker down with pro scouts and play mass archers, even though you do have that better economy over time, like, you are still having to come across the map to contest, right? In a situation where you're ego channeling the same unit type. So, I don't mind what Poppy Paw's doing. He's building enough units to kind of keep his opponent contested in his base. He's investing when he comes out, but otherwise, the win condition for Poppy Paw is clear. It's age-free. Age-free on Highview with High Trade House. Would you like to guess what he'll do? We've already got a hunting cabin down here for 28. No secondary hunting cabin there. This one's 23. I mean, this map is just so good for them. It's a classic. We even have another hunting cabin coming in, so he has moved out onto the board. I think he's already killed it. Yeah, it's pinched between the 2. And Cat, I mean, if he's going for his classic blacksmith play, he's missing a key building here. Instead, he's racing for the 3rd age. All right. Wait, did we just delete a bunch of stealth for us pointless? What? You realize it's better down here. High trade house coming in. Get your numbers in. And make them big. Make them ballsy, because this is going to be a big one. And it'll get even bigger courtesy of the gathering already on the board. Remember, this is how you get your bounty system up now. Just gather from food sources. Cat, meanwhile, Fulani's progressing well, but I mean, to go pro scouts and then start to do the Fulani, it's not this terrible, but it does feel like you've lost the peak edge here, right? I think in an ideal world, Cat wanted to scale military and feudal, force Puppypaw to do the same, and then you could have potentially sent a Farimba play. Like, imagine if you force Puppypaw to commit into 70 archers. It's crazy, but let's say you even get half of that. You can actually play Freeborn. You can essentially do what Myriad done yesterday up against Puppypaw's bro. But this way, you're just going to be stuck going Sofas. Sofas versus what's probably just going to be mass spears into gradual horse archers. Small groups of horse archers, mind you, not huge ones here. Looks like walls are going up very early here from Puppypaw, but very responsible. Most of the time at this point in the game, people commit to this type of wall with one villager. He brings the two. Very important difference on Season 9. And it looks like we're going to get 208 gold coming in from that high trade house. Yeah, reminder that this was the OG Civ for Highview, and now you know why. Even better on Pigeon's View, the improved version. And why is it better? Because on standard Highview, although the high trade house, although the hunting cameras are great for gold generation, what was even better were neutral trade posts. The neutral trade post placement on this map does make Rus more formidable than they are on vanilla Highview, because trading isn't just a given of this map. This new improved version makes you work for it. Oh, sorry, 209. So yeah, we were decimal pointed. Even more hunting cabins coming on the backside as well. So yeah, he's just looking to maximize gold, because when you look at the map, there really isn't that much safe for him. Coming out of this corner even feels a little bit dangerous, especially against Malians that you know are going to be going Sofa. They could be going for the ambush with things like Musafadi. With javelins, he could have afforded to stay feudal longer. But the problem is, like, you only make that work if your opponent is staying feudal as well. If your opponent's rushing castle, like, he could just switch into knights, he could switch into bulk. So I think either way, like, if you want to make that whole play with Farimba work to go Javelineers, you have to force your opponent to be present in Age 2. This is the thing that I've been really emphasizing about Farimba. I don't like Farimba as a castle rush tool. There is the niche build around Freeborn, but that can be very predictable. It's obvious if you're doing it, because you're rushing Age 3. To go the other contract options, you essentially have to bulk your army first, and then upgrade the majority. Because remember, if you have 40 Javelineers, you got castle, you can upgrade them by making them better, making them poison damage and faster moving. So small walls going up. Puppypaw knows he can't really go for those long walls at this point in the game. Doesn't really have the map security right now. But content with the state of things, right? He's got plenty of back resources here between the berries, the tree lines. He can just camp here. We even have farms being added in because, of course, with that 20% discount, this is always the funny thing about Rus. A 20% extra wood, say discount, but it does function that way when you look at it in reverse. By getting 20% more wood, you are essentially getting a 20% discount the cost of things that are wood-based, right? So nice and healthy 60 wood costs in a way. Yes, they still have to pay the 75, but like compared to a vanilla Civ, you feel like you're paying 60 wood. Now marching out with the army. It looks like Puppypaw, he went pretty heavily in the crossbows, not respecting the archer issue. In fact, Puppypaw, he needs to get into the horseman. The problem is going to be a lack of food here, though. Sure, he's getting farms, but he's not there yet, and there's still a cost, even if they are essentially discounted for you. So archers, up the spears. Nice dive in here. Targets down the crossbows. Is sacrificing a lot of those archers, though. And the Sofa mass is not there. Cat misreading the state of this dive. Ultimately getting punished for it. Even the villagers booting him off their territory. Yeah, I think Cat, he has this urgency. It's a requirement to go, and I do get it. But what was this for? What was this early pressure point for? There's no relic grabbing happening behind this. This map control. He did at least shove his opponent off the ball temporarily for about 2 seconds before he kept gathering. I think Cat needed to focus on that. He misread the state of their armies. So he's going to come back now and look to deal with that wooden fortress. I think this time Puppy Paw will concede it. His army is kind of just too far away to get here in time. Although I say that. He doesn't have many spears here, folks. And the fortress almost dead, but nice timing there. Puppy Paw scares him away. Does get repairs in here. Archers need to be targeting down those crossbows fast. I think the problem here is the Springwood, actually. Cat would have been confident to take this fight, but that Springwood placement is adding a lot of DPS into the fight. Yeah, Cat missed opportunity there. Just unfortunate. He was so close, yet so far. And, you know, it goes back to that earlier fight where he dove in and it started to go against him. If he just committed onto the ball location, that would have been pre-Springwood, where he had more torch damage. I think he would have been capable of bringing it down, but his hesitation was because at that stage, a lot of his army was still into archers. And now, because you keep delaying on the same location, Puppy Paw is starting to get through the uncomfortable phase of the game. We have farms being dropped everywhere that you can. And we also have mangonels on the way. And Cat, yeah, I think Cat did get raided. You're right. Where'd the worker kills come from? Did he get pinched on the Ford Gold? Health bar hit, I think so. So a small group able to ripple in. And that means now Puppy Paw is 36 villages ahead. That's before we talk about his passive income, right? Because we brag about Fulani, but you've got High Trade House, you've got all these hunting cabins. In terms of passive gold, if I had to put like a rough estimate on it, I think it's got about 350 gold a minute coming in passively. That's pretty nutty. Like, I love this as well. Although he deleted a lot of the trees, he didn't delete them before building the hunting cabin. This is really cool, guys. If you build the hunting cabin in the stealth forest and then add in the farms, you've already snapshotted the amount of gold there. So you get maximum value out of this. Really cool little detail for Roost players looking to level up their game if they get into stealth forest maps. Cat needs to level up in this series because he is in trouble right now. 40 villager lead now for Puppy Paw. Relics coming home for him, not for Cat. Cat needs hits and he needs them now. Will Lord to stop him just running in the other direction. Wolves are coming up on the back skirts here. Will not able to bait him in range, so crossbows do at least buy enough time to react. The Sofas are going to be diving into his back farm, so we'll look to just harass this a bit. But the tricky part here, folks, is Cat is about to walk into a trap. A kitty trap. There's a wall up. And I don't think he realizes because he's manually clicking ahead of him. He's not clicking all the way home. Yeah, he would have shift-clicked. So by the time he realizes, he's already trapped. And this is going to be expensive, folks. This many Surfer going down could lose you the dynamic, the flow in your favor. And not just that, there was a counterattack here. Puppy Paw dove in again with the Knights. He got another 10 worker kills. Wraparound coming in here. Remember, that wall is already up. So he's going to have to shovel out the same way through the TC location. Just hope Cat does realize. Yeah, so Scout does see it. He dodges the death. Wait, is Puppy Paw going to body block with a village? Okay, that's kind of vile. That's actually vile if he does it. No, he just lets it go. That would have been sick, actually. He would have lost maybe like 4 or 5 villagers, but to get rid of all these is worth it. And actually, that one crossbowman! Knights get enough time to catch that. One crossbow traps the entire army. Are you actually kidding me there? Cat, he didn't see it. He was trying to click by it. So Cat, now losing the Sofa mass, he's switching over to Archer mass, but we have 4 mangonels now. Okay, this is a problem. Cat, he's trying to get into Musafadi. Great if your opponent's playing onto the map, but realistically, your opponent's playing static. You're playing into wooden fortresses. You can't ambush. So this Musafadi as a counter to mangonels isn't going to play out the way that Cat is intending. Oh my god. One crossbow challenges an entire cavalry battalion. And now look at the state of things. Cat, before, at least had this quality arc about his army. Now it's just trash. Trash waiting to get thrashed, right? You've got mass crossbows and mangoes on the other side. A military lead for Puppy Paw. Or an overwhelming economy lead for Puppy Paw. And enough gold to get him all the way towards Imperial if he chooses. And what is up? Is that my boy Kickoff, #1 on the leaderboards in Age of Mythology, coming through the raid? What a legend. Thank you very much, my friend. Hopefully you had a good stream. Hope you're having a good day. You just all hopped in for some Age of Empires 4 esports action. That's right. We are in the second week of our 30-week esports circuit hosted by yours truly. And we've got an epic series here. Cat looking to slay some favorites, but Poppy Paw, one of the top players, the Wololo finalist this year, looking strong in this opening game. 5 Mangonels now. Wait, we've got a raid through. Musafadi have broken in here, and Poppy Paw's reaction is a little bit slow. He's going to shuffle away in time. The problem here is Musafadi aren't good killers, not quick killers, right? Not like Sofas would be. The crossbow... Poppy Paw just runs it in. I mean, I'm going to sound weird for saying this, but you could just genuinely attack click with your villagers to fight back against the Musafadi here. Allow the crossbows to just win out. So Cat is going to try to disperse everywhere. Yeah, he's zerging. For those from the Age of Myth community, think of Marlians like you would an Egyptian player. Bulking up all these trash tier units, spears, slingers, hoping to overwhelm. That is the Marlian to a capital M. It's what they do, the bread and butter. This is the most zergy civ you'll find in Age of Empires 4. In this game, you aren't seeing it, though. There is an element of quality you can get via mass heavy cav. He's not going for it, though. He's going light infantry, light archers, light cavalry. Meanwhile, Poppy Paw has anchored down. What would be the equivalent here? I mean, I don't know if I'd say Atlanteans. You want to choose your more campy civ, which ironically can be Egypt sometimes as well. Kind of almost like you've got new gen Age of Mythology Egypt versus old gen. But Poppy Paw understands the late game is really good for him here, right? Like Age 4 brings in the power of the Streltsy, discounted compared to other civs hand cannoneer units. 3D Cat is so far behind in economy, he can't realistically think about Age 4. He needs damage, he needs it soon. Poppy Paw, by some miracle, has creeped out into the big gold veins here. This is actually a really big deal. He doesn't need it now, but down the line, it's going to allow him to camp there for longer. And yes, the reason you go crossbows over archers here is in case your opponent goes back to Sofa. And also because, like, if you try to archer chow the Marlians, the archers are better, right? They have poison arrows. So you just have a higher base damage unit. The trade-off is it's more expensive, but when you are as rich as Poppy Paw is, I mean, you tend to get pretty rich when you just get given 10k to turn up to a LAN. You can afford to go for these crossbows without much threat. And he's looking to go for an age up. Stockpiling now. Mass mangoes, man. It makes this fight impossible. The other thing about going mass crossbows is even the Musafadi going to struggle to get on the mangoes against crossbows. The only thing that can really threaten this is like a giant blob of Sofa diving in. So by going for the crossbows, he has almost immunity to an attack on these mangoes. The stealth is there, Cat. Oh, he's not going to fall for it, though. The problem is the backline. The Musafadi weren't fully stealthed there. Half of them stealthed, half of them not. Means Poppy Paw gets tipped off about the raid. Mango's now standing their ground. Crossbows, spears, spreading out here. The Mangonels just need to reach that back line of archers to bulk them down. It looks like Poppy Paw may have slightly overextended, though. Has to back behind the walls. Okay, I think we got our answer about whether crossbows can frontline for you there. The Mangoes will still be the MVPs in this fight, right? Cat has been neutered a little bit. But at the end of the day, he has stopped Poppy Paw's timing, right? There's no rush towards Imperial immediately. Poppy Paw now has to rebuild the army first. Spears are coming in. You know, I got baited. I'm going to be real, you guys. I saw 5 mangoes, and I wanted to believe. Why is this always the case with Mangonels? Yeah, Mangonels are a bit weird, guys. The reason why archers feel really buffed in Season 9 isn't just because mangoes got nerfed. It's because Mangonels now, because they're more focused on the targeted damage, these are now better counters to things like crossbows and gunners. Things that cost more resources, because the logic is, if your unit has a smaller AoE, the area you're able to hit, that you're hitting slightly harder compared to the old mangoes, you need to have more value in that area, right? Archers are trash tier units, right? Musafadi are trash tier units. If by comparison you had a small group of gunners here and you hit that splodge, you're going to find that you've stripped your opponent of more resources from their army than if you hit the archers, right? It's just basic logic of sizing, right? But these mangoes will become a real threat if this goes up. Spaskaya is on the way. And it's not in his base. Wait, hold on a sec, guys. I thought that this was just ready to be over. I thought Cat was running out of steam here. He's come all the way around the back. Mangoes and choke points can be problematic. You end up diving, you end up clumping. However, the problem right now for Puppy Paw is this Spaskaya does not protect his economy. His future economy, yes, the gold, but not his base. Cat has spread wide. He's unsheathed all his claws. He's laying on his back. He's ready to attack with all 4. In fact, he's got 4 different angles of approach coming in here. Can he make it work, though? He's round the back onto the farms. Puppy Paw. Mangoes are trying to dent the secondary wave here. Just a few trips in the choke points. Archer's now diving in. The Mangoes looking the wrong way. The backstab comes in. But he just has to ignore it. Mango Splosh comes through. Goes for the trade. Dive continues on. The Musafadi on top of him here. The villagers coming in the repairs. You really need these scouts. Remember, the scouts are the ones that get the bonus damage against the siege. But they're struggling to reach it quick enough here. More Mango shots through. Siege soon to be brought down. But look at the military pop. Cat. He's lost momentum here. The big blue blob has been smushed. 50 military to now 60. Puppy Paw. He has staved off the aggression. He has survived the zombie apocalypse here. And behind this, Cat, he's not prepped for what comes next, right? He's about to be an age behind. Elite techs now coming in on the spears. And after that, Streltsy. Chemistry. These things are going to add up. Well, not chemistry, the new one, which is incredible actually against the melee infantry comp. Man, it was an ambitious attempt. I mean, Cat, it felt like he was so close. I don't know if I'd say he over-focused the Mangoes. At some point, you have to address that threat, but I think the bigger issue in this game is Cat. That early attempt to an aggressive play, right, onto the goal, he got baited going into the dive, and then Puppy Paw just got way too much time to wall up. I really want to highlight how difficult what Puppy Paw done is here. Walling up is not as easy as it used to be in Age of Empires 4. The timings to build these walls are much more difficult. Roos admittedly have better walls to build anyway, so they get helped a bit. But it's still a challenge to get those initial walls up, especially against a Civ that tends to be very aggressive, like the Malians. Malians have to go all-out aggression now. Trebuchets are going to have to be the bread and butter of the siege solution to the Spaskaya here. But that means time. Time that can be spent by Puppy Paw to upgrade his army. Time that can be spent to access resources elsewhere, like the gold on the north side, like the gold on the true north. I mean, this man still hasn't touched the 4K behind his base. He still hasn't fully exhausted the 4K he started with. Because of all this passive gold. 234 gold here, 31 here, right? 3 relics, a sacred site. He's not burning through it quickly. Now the dive comes through, but Cat, I mean, it's a cannon emplacement keep. And you're low HP units. He'll at least be able to mop up the crossbows, so a good start by Cat, but how do you go deeper now? You can't. I think Cat rushed this. He didn't want to give time to his opponent, but he may have just given him the game. By not waiting and slow seasons down with the trebuchets, you just threw away way too much army on the dive. Streltsies are now massing. The Knights, in the meantime, are forcing away the Trebs. The follow-up wave should be a killer here. Cat, there's no winning in game number 1. We have answered the question. What happens when you put a puppy and a cat in the arena? The puppy goes ham. Or rather, eats you like your ham. Game 1 goes to the Canadian. Whew. 8k in his base. I mean, there's 8k in his base because he built his keep literally there. So yes, kind of there's an 8k in the base. So, only game 1 though. There's still an opportunity for the kitty cat to strike back. And looking at his draft, looking at the map pool, I mean, there's options here, right? You've got Delhi for Coastal Cliffs. Puppy Paw has English. That doesn't feel good. You could do China there. I haven't seen much of Chinese versus Delhi and Coastal recently. Mongols is definitely going to be coming out on Frisian. Although then again, actually, no, it's Puppy Paw. Like, this is tricky. I almost feel like Cat... You have to go Coastal to try and peel your opponent's Frisian picks. Because he has Chinese and Mongols. And depending on what he picks, your answer there needs to be very different between French and Juji. So let me just update the score. And then we'll get ready for game number 2. So that was Rus versus Moldians. A win for the left. Then we'll pop into the replay. Because I'm curious where we're going to head here. Do we have an update from the players for today yet? No. Hopefully soon. Would be nice. By the way, I have an announcement about week number 3 that we can talk about afterwards. If it's Coastal, I think China is the best pick anyway. I mean, you have to because your opponent has Delhi, right? So you can't like risk English there. You just lose the game. It is going to be Coastal next, though. Ooh. So he got... That's going to be a one-sided one. It's the Delhi-English matchup. That's actually really bad for Puppy Paw. It's like one of the hardest matchups for English. On a map like this in particular, it's pretty rough. Isn't too bad on Coastal versus Delhi? I'm not sure about that. I mean, I get where you're coming from. The map is thinner, right? But I think you would need a really good spawn to stand a chance as English. I think that game was uploadable. What was it going to be? Oh, yeah. On crossbow. I know exactly what the YouTube for that one is going to be. 1 second. Dude, why is the game so laggy in this season? So just let me type that out. One second. I need to restart my game because it's genuinely lagging hard. All right, we'll quickly restart game, and then we'll hop into game 2, which can be Coastal. And then I can type this out. So yeah, that one, like that meant, I mean, the highlight for that was like one crossbowman holds back an entire army. There we go. All right, so restart game, and then we should be able to get in. What do you guys reckon? You reckon Puppy Paw is going to be able to pull it off 2-0? It's a really hard matchup, and like I don't know. I think some people sometimes underrate Cat's capabilities. He's a very talented player. Like it's not a name I'd suggest you sleep on, right? Like we saw what he done to Crackety. He just unraveled him in that series yesterday. And in fairness, Cat, I think he's had some runs to like I want to say top 16 occasionally in tournaments, definitely top 32. So he's always been high on the rankings on ladder as well, consistently posting in the top like 100, if not 50. And that would mean, by the way, like I think Puppy Paw kind of done this intentionally. He gambled because he won the first map. This is like why I'm maybe of two minds about BO3s versus BO5s. You kind of want to have BO3s there so people can practice, but the elegance of drafting is like, you know, if you get a win in game 1, you have essentially the ability to hold your opponent hostage for the rest of the draft. Because game 2 really just matters at that point, right? Like you can, I don't want to say throw away a game, but you don't have to throw away like your good civ. What Puppy Paw has done here is he's strategized around game 3 and not game 2. Game 2 on Coastal Cliffs, he's punted. He's been like, it's probably a 50% at least chance you pick Delhi here. Probably higher, right? Because like Cat, what's he going to do otherwise? Juji doesn't feel good. French, you want that for Frisian. So like Puppy Paw is just aware that he can go into map 3 now, and I think he's likely going to pick China there because I feel like, you know, Juji or French, you can have a good time. Cat then only has like one option, which is Juji, and then you do like, what, Mass, Juginu, Rush, which I'm not sure if that works on Frisian anyway. All right, so starting up now. Are you really going to make me limp for a tie? Maddens, you should have to subscribe for that, mate. Ugh. You know I broke my foot. I don't know how many people wear it. Like, I literally have broken my ankle. Dick move, man. Dick move. The things I do for you guys. That was brave. Hopping backwards is brave. All right. No, you have to wait around probably for about another hour or 2 before we can do some gambas. Little gambaholic. But that's why you want to be here every single day for when we are live. Foot, yeah, I haven't done anything for Foot yet. I was thinking about, like, we talked about it on the other week. I might actually upload a YouTube video explaining everything that happened, how it happened. Ugh, this is why I need a YouTube editor. Phone me if you want. Is that a Windsor? No, this is a half Windsor. Half Windsor is how you do this. I would have looped again for a full Windsor. All right. Let's get into it. And let me flip that around, because that is definitely not Cat in the lead. All right, fantastic. Love the Sparrow one. That takes too much time. All right, 30 seconds ads. Sorry, guys, you need to subscribe. Whoop. This is how you win a series. By losing game 2. One and all, welcome back to the channel, to the Age of Empires for Action, to the midweek muster, week number 2. We've got an interesting one here. Puppy Paw on the English in the pink, going up against Freely Clan's Cat in the blue on the Delhi. A hard counter at that. Delhi have a fun time. Majority of maps against English. Now, Coastal Cliffs is a bit thinner, so the whole idea of like Delhi dominating Ghazi is a tiny bit harder, but it's still, I'd say, like a 70-30 matchup at least. It's really good for Delhi. The challenge here, though, is intentional out of Puppy Paw. It's not that he's throwing this game. I just said there's a percentile chance to win. What he's done, though, is he's loaded the draft in favor of him for later on. Final map in this series is Frisian Marshes. Puppy Paw has also drafted remainder picks, Chinese and Mongols. Chinese would have made a lot of sense here against Delhi, right? The problem is Cat picked French, Juji, and Delhi. You couldn't guarantee the Delhi pick. So what he done instead is he gambled to see if Cat was doing something weird because he was paranoid Delhi was getting counted in map 2, knowing that by keeping Mongols and Chinese for Frisian Marshes, Puppy Paw essentially has 2 of the top, I'd say 4 civs for that map to choose from. So pretty creative. And now he's going to try to see how much pressure he can do. Council's coming in. There's a decent likelihood that Cat is going to be going into the Dome of Faith here. Yep, it's on the way. So Dome of Faith, Masgazi, it's fine, right? Like, Cat wants to play into this. The tough part I find with Dome of Faith versus Tower Victory is against English, you don't want to build spears. You want to build archers, right? Because like there is not a worse civ in the game to have to build spears against than English. Because they always have longbows, and longbows just count you before you even get in range. So the thing with Dome of Faith is, usually with Dome of Faith, you're more likely to lean into spears and Ghazi, because it's just a healthier comp, right? Like, spearmen still solve their function, being able to disable cavalry. The attack speed doesn't hurt them as much as archers missing out. So yeah, I do think like this is a little bit better for Puppy Paw, but the grand scheme of things, still bad. Twitch never shows you ads? I think you should still subscribe though. I mean, you know, it supports the content creators. I remember I had people on YouTube before like, yeah, KP, I just watched 5 minutes of ads, brother, yeah. And I'm like, what? And they're like, and I get it. It's actually kind of cool. You know, it kind of reminds me of like, you know, years ago, like, did anyone do this as a kid where you would fill out surveys and crap to get like $5 or Maple Story coupon or something, right? Like, that was a thing. I guess like people farming ads, watching ads for the content creators they support is also a weird way of doing that. Stone Faith plus Council Hall. And notice Puppy Paw, by the way, only used 1 villager. Is that weird? Am I the only one done that? What is up, Friedlich? You absolute legend. Look at that, guys. Friedlich, he taught a budgie to go to the ATM and pull out $10. What's your excuse? No, much love, man. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Glad to see a lot of people rallying behind the midweek muster. Hopefully we can continue to grow. My goals, my aspirations, my hopes is, I think I said by like week 5 or 6, I wanted to be cracking 500 average viewers. Maybe that's a bit ballsy. And then by week 15, reliably being towards like 700-800 viewers. Yeah, I don't set easy goals. I don't want to set easy goals. I want to set goals that allow us to succeed and allow us to help grow this scene into something bigger and better. So, Dome of Faith spam is already on the way with the Scholars. We have got the Blacksmith coming down early. This is smart by Cat. He's going to go into Ghazi, but he's not rushing into Ghazi. It's important to get the Undermesh at a pristine time, because even though you're building Ghazi, against Lombos, Lombos can actually just melt you. Remember, Lombos have 1 more damage base than standard archers. It's a tricky issue. So that's why you're seeing him drop this first. Undermesh already now being queued up. And Stables now to follow. And he's already got the Scholar ready to boogaloo inside and make this double production. That's the elegance of the Delhi this way, right? By going for the Dome of Faith build, you can afford more easily to go Blacksmiths first than with Tower Victory. The reason is that you have the additional Scholars to just pump immediately into Stables without sacrificing your Blacksmith timing, right? Whereas normally you'll see like Tower Victory builds, they start by building a production building and sticking a guy inside it. Why is the Dome of Faith so prevalent lately? It got buffed. So I think it used to be 80 gold you pay for the Scholars instead of 130. They buffed it so it's a true 50% discount. It's only 65 now. So that really adds up in the early stage of the game. 15 gold doesn't sound like a lot, but when your economy is so small, it's huge. On top of that, the elephant buffs. Delhi really got spruced up in the mid and late game. right? It's no longer just about feudal. They played as a feudal civ because they kind of wholly relied on it. But now, with elephants being so strong, you can just dive deeper and deeper into the game. And also, if we're being totally real, for Delhi, they have always, now for a long time, secretly been a cavalry civ. Ghazi, but also elephants. We kind of got baited into thinking they're an infantry civ, but at their heart, their identity has actually always been cavalry-driven. Use Dome of Faith even in matchups where we want to use TOV. It's just so good. Well, the only issue is, like, you have to be careful, right? So if you go TOV, it gives you a blocker to fully aggressive players. If you go Dome of Faith, like, you can actually get killed very easily by certain matchups. So, for example, China slash Zhuge so Zhuji slash China, they will annihilate you for not going Tower Victory. Because without Tower Victory, you don't have enough attack speed on your archers to clear their spears, right? And then Zhu just, like... sorry, you always get cleared too, right? So your Ghazi literally don't get in. So you basically need to have Tower Victory Archer plus Ghazi to beat China. Otherwise, they just keep too many spears and your Ghazi never got to attack. So yeah, it is very much still a thing to do Tower Victory in specific matchups. So, archers and spears are moving out for the blocker against Cat's play here. But he's always got the other Sacred Site. Hasn't played for it yet. The scout is keeping an eye on this. The Ghazi are massing up. This is very difficult on coastal cliffs to cut the reinforcements because it's not as long of a map to the Sacred Sites. It's like, once again, compared to, say, Dry Arabia, English can perform better on coastal cliffs. Still a difficult matchup, though. This game have Musk Falk. What's a Musk Falk? Is that a falcon with Elon Musk's face on it? I'm confused. Blacksmith's now on the way to deconfuse me. Steeled Arrow also being queued up, so Cat is going to get his upgraded. A little bit slower here, but remember it's free. Tower Victory is only viable for fuel all-ins. I disagree. Tower Victory actually does have late game scalability as well. It's like in a game where you're meant to win in feudal but can't, but you have to go later, it can provide recovery arcs at different points. So for example, if you've been able to scale enough Scholars still, you can go into House of Learning, go Home Blades, and then you have +3 damage with an extra 20% attack speed. That's nuts on Men-at-Arms. Then there's also the play even deeper in the game on the Hand Cannoneers. Now that play, in particular, did get nerfed with Season 9, because Hand Cannoneers are no longer a Jack-of-all-trades unit. Oh, Musketeer Falconet, like AoE free. I can't remember what that unit is. I played a little bit of AoE free. We don't have Dragoons, which is kind of sad. Probably for good reason. Dragoons would be broken. Dragoons, those don't know, like the guys who ride around in cavalry shooting people. Basically cowboys. And yeah, Puppy Paw has definitely been idling TC. 2 villagers missing, and that's quite surprising here. Cat didn't go textiles, right? So it's not free at least, but something definitely went wrong here for Puppy Paw. I don't know what. Maybe just a little bit too distracted, right? Like when you play longbows, you have to focus on them a lot. Whereas Ghazi, yes, it is micro-intensive, but you can more easily get out of a bad situation. It's like we did just have pro scouts come through, so Cat can start to yoink the deer home. And Puppy Paw, I don't know, man. This army looks a bit too discombobulated. He's going to wedge down the center. Spears out of position here. Cat goes straight for them. Ghazi are about to follow this up, by the way, so this could be a nightmare for Puppy Paw. Oh my god, he doesn't even have the undermesh yet. Steeled Arrow is about to come through. Ghazi have now arrived, and the Lombos are ripe for the picking here. Cat doesn't go for it, though. He cuts more reinforcements. I mean, that's actually crazy. He could have beaten this army right there, right then. That would have been GG. Instead, Cat milks it. He heads away from the army, knowing he now has an advantage, forcing him to come home so he can eventually turn on them. Oy, oy, oy. I mean, at this stage, you've got, what, 4 spears out here? Even if the Ghazi headbutt that, they'll still win the fight. I do think Cat's being a little bit too reluctant here. He had Steeled Arrow coming in. He should have continued the fight here. But I think for Cat, he doesn't really care about ending the game too quickly. He knows he's got an eco lead based on the 1 kill. He knows he has a Sacred Site for the bigger eco lead. His goal needs to be Sacred Sites. This is the interesting thing, is like you always get a bit paranoid against English because Longbow's OP, Network of Castles OP. But yeah, I would say Cat was unnecessarily hesitant after that opening dive. Like, he done such a good job actually getting between Puppy Paw's army. That should have been GG. Dangerous thing to do. These Canadians, I tell you, in tournaments these days, they're like cockroaches. They just refuse to die. There's a boy who can figure a way out of this bind in our midweek muster number 2. It has to be Puppy Paw. But he's trying to find a way out in a dangerous way. He's trying to go H3. You know, I'm not your lawyer, but if I was, I would advise against self-incrimination, and erecting a giant tower in your honor may be self-incrimination in this game. He's going for it, though. Last of the food is about to be dropped off. He's got one more stack of deer to just bring home. Lombos are up in the face of Cats. Now, this is interesting. What he's doing is very, very dangerous. When you want to tech, you shouldn't be headbutting your enemy like this. But the trade-off, like, this is the thing. If you do everything that someone tells you to do, you'll never learn for yourself, right? And there are some things that are obvious, like don't touch a hot eye. You probably do it once to discover. Just don't. But then there's things you have to explore. You have to suffer from to understand why you don't do it. But sometimes, instead of suffering, you're rewarded for what some people might call stupidity. Because by Puppy Paw being up here, Cat's belief is that Puppy Paw is still playing H2. The issue with what Puppy Paw has done, though, is he may have done it too long. Because Cat just saw the size of the army, and the maths doesn't add up here. If your opponent was still playing feudal all-in, where's the rest of it? And Puppy, are you kidding me? It's a King's Palace. He doesn't even have the White Tower. So if Cat knows this is happening, and he will on such a small map, he can just kill him. In fact, he's going to look to do it now. He reveals it. He sees the tech up. This is it. Cat can just head in. Puppy Paw, a little bit of a panic there with the villagers. Dive comes through. Spearman trying to retreat, but he only has 7 Spearmen against 22 Ghazi. And the archers are getting rid of the few that are there. Dive reaches in the tree line. Short bows are out, but I think Puppy Paw is out of this game too. Cat able to take a game off of one of the tournament favorites here. A good matchup, sure, but do not discredit him. This man fought hard for this victory. He's got a true block into the King's Palace. A temporary reset here, but this is deceptive, guys. Like, yes, Puppy Paw does have about the same size army, but that's because it's constricted all of the villages temporarily here. Right? The short bow attacks made that look really deceptive. And he's going to force the cancel. Puppy Paw also lost resources from that. Doesn't have the resources to now rush a White Tower. Behind this, I imagine Cat's going to be going for that second Sacred Site. I mean, he could play for an age up himself, but what's the point? Your opponent's going to build a White Tower. He's going to camp, not come out. You might as well target the game now. I mean, in fairness, if this game did go castle, Puppy Paw's not out of the woods because look at his gold spawns. Right, he hasn't got one behind his base, just crept in the corner. He hasn't got, like, for example, what Cat has here. So there's always a risk, even if you get out of H2. That is a lot of palings. But I don't trust palings, not after yesterday. Has to back up anyway. Dav's going to come in once more. Now remember, with the Tower of Victory, you'd have this balance against the network castles, but that isn't here. But the raw mass is. Ghazi are in, Sacred Sites have been locked in, and Puppy Paw has been locked in his own base. The key has been thrown away. There's no getting out of this now. Villagers to die, and a game free to come between Puppy Paw and Cat. Woo! Look at that. I warned you, the key Cat got claws, guys. So, good strike back. We are going to get a game free between these two. So let me mark it up on the UI. So we had English versus Delhi. And that is going to be a right side win. So we are 1-1. Next up, we have got... What do you reckon, guys? China? It has to be China. It's like, what? Do you French here and trade? Yeah. It's Chinese versus French. So... Oh, sorry. I just realized I put the civs on the wrong game. So I'm going to say something potentially controversial, and people can put their monocles in and judge me. But I think this matchup Sorry, I'm just typing the things behind the scenes. In this matchup, if you think your opponent's going Chinese, you go Zhuji. But here's why he didn't. Because of the Mongol pick. Because if it had been Mongols, then the issue you run into is that the Mongols with Deerstone and the extra range on their archers can kite your Zhug. So you just die, right? You can't go mass horseman because your opponent will go trade and go Keshiks. But like this is, yeah, well, boys saying it. Sushi versus China, Sushi wins. On this map, they do, because what you can do is you can go for the Jiangnan build or just get a good meditation garden depending on your spawn. But we saw before, I think it's Dragavan done a really cool Jiangnan build, or Voldemar, one of the two. I think it's actually Voldemar versus Dragavan. Dragavan done it to him, and he massed up these horsemen, but he never committed them as an issue. So like in that situation, that mirrored situation, like Zhuji can bulk Zhug and Nu very quickly. They get about 8 more Zhug than China can get, right? When you both start scaling them, because you get access straight away. And then you can play into the Horseman with the Meditation Guard, with the Jiangnan as well, which just allows you to pump out free units. So, yeah, I do think, like, the issue there, though, is if it had been Zhuji, Puppy Paw wins with Mongols. So, like, you're kind of coin flipping here if you're Cat. So your way up is, like, it's a deciding game. Which pick can potentially handle both, right? And Cat's thought process is Zhuji can handle Chinese, but not Mongols. French can potentially handle both. Right? We've actually seen French can beat Mongols, and we've seen that French can beat Chinese. It's definitely harder in this map, I think, to beat the Chinese, though. Who's ready to nerd out about drafts? One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We have got Puppy Paw on his signature Chinese. The kitty cat looking to strat on the French. And we already have a spicy one here. It's a Rax opening from the French. Wait, what? Okay, Crackety just turned up in chats. He's getting PTSD flashbacks to Cliffside versus Cat's Malians. Because just like that game, you look at this and go, why is he building a Dark Age Rax against Chinese? This is wild. So guys, we had a really elegant draft coming out from the two, because the options in this final game, this deciding game, was Frizzy Marshes. It was going to either be Chinese or Mongols for Puppy Paw, and Cat had French or Zhuji. Had he picked Zhuji, I think he would have looked a little bit better against Chinese, but if it had been Mongols, Zhuji would have struggled. So the reason he goes to French is because he kind of just has to fall back on that choice. And we kind of knew that Puppy Paw was going to want to go Chinese, right? Like, they can go Mongols. I'm pretty sure if you broke down the statistics, on average, Puppy Paw goes Chinese a lot more on this map, and Wham goes Mongols a lot more, funnily enough. Like, at least from what I can remember on record. But China just going to be really good for this opening play, by the way. Like, the Sheep Haul should be much higher for him. But Cat, the other problem is, like, you're trying to do a Spearman play against a Civ that has better vision. How do you get away with this? Like, what is the intent? I mean, I'm looking at the spawn, I am seeing the gold locked, but the problem with Chinese, and this is where I work really hard to get Imperial Academy nerfed, is they have Imperial Academy. Once he has enough gold to build that landmark, he's not going to care about an outpost rush. And it is going to be an outpost rush. Cat, the villager's on the way. This is actually crazy. Cat can outpost the mill? I mean, do you outpost it or outpost the gold, right? Like, you're right. It actually would be a better outpost here, considering the berries as well, and he's clubbed all the sheep. Like a classic Chinese player would, but I don't think Cat's going to see it. No, and not just that, Spearman down. Wait, what? Well, upside is the villager isn't seen. Downside is Puppy Paw might suspect it now. Yeah, you're gambling at this stage. Like, if Puppy Paw had been coming home with his scout, it's over. I can't believe that. I mean, even with that detail not in mind, right? Because of that delay, Puppy Paw gets extra gold, backs away. I think if Cat commits to an outpost here, it's just GG. And not for him. Yeah. Alright, guys, this is this is gonna be hard. No exaggeration, actually. This is pretty brutal now. So the way to a Chinese player's heart is straight through their chest with your bare hand. The way to a Chinese player's heart, or rather to make them cry, is their food, not their gold. China doesn't care about their gold vein because they tax, right? Like, China is, if they were a Disney movie, they would be Robin Hood and they would be the Sheriff of Nottingham. Even when people have no gold, he finds a way of getting gold out of them, right? And that's China. Food, however, is a problem for them. They like to be efficient, they like to stack it all in one location, and they like to club sheep as if they are Canadians dealing with seals. The problem with that is when you go loose like this, Crackety was right to highlight it, this is outpostable. This would have been blockable, and not just the sheep, it would have been the berries and also the fish. At which point, your only play is to play onto the deer towards your opponent, who's going to build knights. Right? So, Cat's idea wasn't terrible. The placement of the outpost, though, feels like it is. Yeah, and he's already walking home. And yeah, Hosen. So Hosen got tricked by this as well. Mate, I can tell you're a French guy who hasn't played enough Chinese recently. Yes. Normally, an IO would have cost him 50 gold. He had, what, 38? Sorry, it was 43, right? Guess what? I think it was 38, and then he taxed a bit. Imperial officials in Imperial academies, discounted. 35 gold instead of 50. 15 gold made the difference here with his no IO build. And now behind this, Chamber of Commerce is on the way, but Cat's timing in this is so delayed. 6 villagers rushing it up. Did he at least get wheelbarrow? Nope. No mill. So that was a long walk to shuffle over there. On top of that, Puppy Paw's just kind of unleashed like a beast, right? He's got 20 sheep to work with. In fairness, Cat did get 19, so respectful from both. But the spearmen are already being stockpiled. Archery range as well. Puppy Paw, oh my god, he's going to just rinse, repeat what Wham done. So here's the issue with going for this Chamber of Commerce play, especially after the racks opening. Your initial knights are so delayed, your opponent can bulk spears and go for a Barbican rush. Because you won't be into archers quick enough, right? You're only going to be into knights. We watched yesterday as Wham versus Myriad turned into the biggest meme fiesta you could imagine. I think this is going to be the same thing. You open archers. That allows you to stockpile additional gold from taxation to get towards a Barbican cost. And then you dive onto it. And think about the spawn here, guys. A Barbican drop here blocks the gold, the berries, and I think you might be able to range the sheep. Probably not. So maybe you could like Barbican here. You could get right up in his face on this, because if he goes knights opening, like every French player would, he isn't going to have an answer. This is wild. So what's Cat's out? Well, he has to read this and build archers straight away. It can't be anything else. He also doesn't even have any eco-techs yet, right? Like, this is the other weird thing about his build. Because he went for the Rax Rush, he didn't have the mill into Wheelbarrow or Forestry in time for the tech up. So he doesn't actually have any traders on the map. Like, this Chamber of Commerce currently is worthless. Archers are at least on the way. Puppy Paw. He hasn't pulled the villagers yet. I think he's just going to blob. I mean, he could have gotten away with the villager pull here, but he was... I think the reason why Puppy Paw was paranoid is because if it is knights opening, you need to build more spears. And if your opponent actually went archers, then you just get counted, right? So, like, he has to do this awkward balance until he confirms the composition. And, oh my god, Cat might as well have picked Juji. We have got a no cavalry French. Oh, sorry, that's not true. Technically... Actually, technically they're not cavalry. They don't have the tag. But they do look like cavalry. Behold! The true French cavalry. That are currently trying to make like us World War II and run away. Okay. New trade trick. I don't know if you can call not using them a trick. Have we got the villager pool? No, yeah, he's just gone for the Barbican at home. So Puppy Paw doesn't really feel a necessity to follow this up with a cheesy play. He can just anchor down at home now. He's got map control. His opponent can't trade. The one thing, though, is by Puppy Paw making this Barbican choice, he's not actually blocking Cat from getting out. I'm curious Yeah, here we go. It is just for the Zhuge So I wondered if he was going to get greedy. I don't think you go 2TC. I don't think you even go fast castle. He just wants to continue to constrict. You've got the spearmen spreading out here, so they're going to look to block the trades as they come out. Oh my god. Can we just talk about the irony of you outpost rushing your opponent's gold and then not being able to gold yourself? Like, hey, ain't got no gold, no problem, we got traders. It's just a shame you can't get Merchants Guild until age 3. Oy, oy, oy. That's the strat, guys. That's the buff French need. Give them Merchants Guild in age 2. That's the one that gives them gold trickle every 6 seconds while walking. Like, in theory, you can actually... So, a little tip for people playing French in, like, free-for-all when your trade gets cut off. Just take all your traders into a corner and patrol them. Just march them around in a circle, because they will generate gold, right? Or did they change it? Oh, sorry, no, it's active traders. They changed it. Yeah. I think it used to be you could just walk, but now you do technically have to be trading. All right, GG. I can't solve it. French need buffs. No, you can't patrol them, but you could, like, rally them like this. But my point is, it literally... You can't see it because it's hidden behind the UI, but it says active traders generate gold. So it's set up now so that you will not get gold unless they are going towards a trade post. You could technically walk them to a trade post and then bring them back and walk them again. But then you'd be getting, like, you'd be averaging half the gold income because you'd have to manual them back, right? Well, a game of no gold is about to be accessible for Puppy Pawn. To be honest, a game of no gold, with both of these Siths being stripped of it, is always going to favor the Chinese. Walls also looking to go up. I mean, makes sense, right? Cat might eventually go into Knights, which is now happening, but we're 10 minutes into the game. 10 minutes in before we're going to see a single Knight. Actually, it might end up being 11 minutes because it's going to take him 35 seconds. Ah, yes, the good old classic 11-minute French Knight build. I remember it fondly from the Bronze League Legends. He does at least have trade happening now, right? Archers are going to try to protect the spears. Protect against the spears, rather. He's going to give him a big trickle of gold. So he could try to inflate Knights. Problem is, look at the Jute mass. He has at least read this correctly. Undermesh is on the way. He doesn't have Steeled Arrow, though. I feel so bad for Cat on this one, man. I mean, he's a very creative player. And you know, there is a world in which that play could have just won him the game, right? I think the detail is either go for a second outpost or just go straight into the food. Second outpost is a bit too risky, though. Wait, guys, this is... So I've been saying for a while that Imperial Academy did not need to be buffed. This is the perfect game to explain that. Show it to the devs. 15 gold makes the difference between a win and a loss. I mean, in fairness, Puppy Paw could have, worst case scenario, still dropped a marketplace here, right? But it would have screwed with his timing. He went marketplace, that's an extra 100 wood, and then he has to trade. So, like, you're, what, about 250 resources worse off, almost? So, yeah, like, it actually does matter substantially that he had that discount on the Imperial Academy. So, was Cat's out? I guess he just had to buy enough time to get enough Knights. But this is kind of the stupidity of repeater crossbows, guys. Once you reach scale, you don't care what you run into. Small group of Zhuge, it's like driving a nice little kind of family sedan down the highway. 50 plus Zhuge is like bringing a monster truck to that highway. No more traffic. You just go where you want. We're going to speed up a bit because this is going to take a while to get here. Knight count should be about, what, 6, 7 by the time he attacks. He has shuttered some of the trade. And he's looking to cut at the fish. Cat can't retreat from here, folks. He's out of sheep. He needs to fight. Jig move in. The Knights are basically being turned into giant hedgehogs. culled so easily. He doesn't even care the archers are getting a good trade because now it's going to get ugly. Not just that, Puppy Paw already halfway towards castle. He doesn't really need more Zhug to end this game. He could just tech up with this play. Villagers have to shuffle back. He can't even access the berries. This entire area is going to doom him. The man who tried to outpost rush is ironically being held hostage in a similar fashion. This one location could break his game. Zhug to at least get baited away by a second group of archers, but even with this split troops, it's not an easy exchange. Cat has at least reached close to the number of Zhug. But, I mean, I wouldn't even call it a 1-to-1 exchange, right? It's almost like a 1.2, 1.3 to 1 exchange. Actually, no, that's not even fair. It's even better than that for Zhuganu, right? Because they do, without armor, 15 damage. You do 6. There's just no beating this. Not from this position. Cat, he's trying to prep more knights while he can. He's gathering a little bit of food he can, but look how many archers just got deleted there. He killed, what, 5 Zhuganu and lost 15 archers. A reasonable and very well-balanced unit. Oh, man. Commiserations to Cat. It looks like he's going to be going out. But, guys, remember, he got deep enough. We're going to be seeing him again in week 3 if he signed up. And honestly, I think we can say that Cat is a player with a lot of talent that is probably going to benefit going deeper into these weeklies, because I think maybe looking at his draft, that's where Puppy Paw kind of got a very interesting edge. Or at least the way he played the draft gave him that edge. Cat, definitely a creative player. We've seen that time and time again. I'm sure we'll see it again in week number 3, which kicks off in just a few days. And yes, I am saying it like this because he's already dead. Clock Tower is on the way. He can at least get one good fight, right? Right. I mean, he's got the same number of archers as Zhug. These units cost the same, so ergo, balanced fight? No. Knights are actually the only thing that makes it look okay for him, but he's extending out the base. The backstab is already coming. Puppy Paw could easily queue up the veterancy now. And that means that Puppy Paw, the Canadians are going to be diving deeper. It's going to be Puppy Paw versus Anatan for one of our 2 semifinals. That series is going to be absolute fireworks. Keep an eye out for it on the channel. You do not want to miss it. I'll see you on the next chapter. Whew. Well played, Mr. Puppy Paw. So that'll be a win for the left side. Knights only was necessary with trade. Yeah, but he just didn't have access to gold. Yes, Philisberto, tell me how you want him to use the Chamber of Commerce to trade. It's true power. He needed gold. Oh. What do I call that one? I think it's to do with the gold difference, right? 15 gold difference. Completely decides game. Okay, 15 gold difference is the difference between winning and losing. This buff was too good. There we go. All right. Don't think my rank will allow me, though, if it's just 8 players. I mean, my advice in that situation, Mika, is keep on the grind. It's not guaranteed everyone is going to sign up, right? So there's a chance. But, like, the whole concept that was painted here was the whole idea that I wanted to reward people who grind ladder, but reward people who perform well in tournaments. So that's the fair balancing point, right? And yeah, Hosen made it in the first week. Hosen only just missed out on making it to week number 2. He might make it in week 3. I don't know if we've got the brackets yet. What we do have, which is really cool, which we can talk about. Give me a second. One sec. There we go. We cast the Fields of Blood team tournament matches. I mean, mate, I don't even know when they're going on. I think there's like a series going on right now, but they're already at least one game deep. So one thing, I mean, I don't know if we'll have enough time. I'm checking to see if our boys have actually scheduled their bloody game. It would be nice, but I think we're still waiting. So having a look at the bracket here, guys. I do need to update it now with Puppy Cat's result. We have got a little bit of lag behind on the other side due to the presence of too many old guys. So Wham, Kiljardi, different time zones, Dimu, B. I think B's was a little bit late, and then earlier in the bracket, I think we had some trickiness getting Miriam and Sassy's set up, so that delayed the bracket there. But we've got Dimu versus B. Wait, Crackety, is it confirmed it's in 30 minutes? Did they say? Okay, that's fantastic then. So we can do Dimu versus B in half an hour. Wham versus Kiljardi, I'm hoping, finger out of their asses, and they'll be playing it in about 2.5 hours-ish, as I think that's when Wham gets home. But Kiljardi, I mean, like, Kiljardi, whether he likes or lump it, is someone's going to have to give away here, because realistically, Kiljardi, I know he's an old man, he likes to go to sleep early, but he might have to stay up a little bit longer. So hopefully we'll have Dimi B and Kiljardi as Wham live today. And then that leaves, I mean, Poppy Paw Anatan could also happen today. So I'm waiting on confirmation for that. We might end up having a long stream here on the Tuesday. If one of the semifinals gets played on Wednesday, no problem. We can watch it from replays on Friday, or Thursday rather, in the lead up to the grand finals. I mean, technically, we could, even if the players are up for it, have them play their semi-finals before the grand finals on the day. So I'll give them a little bit of flex there. But yes, we should have that sorted. 1 second. Okay, there we go. So, with that in mind, let me have a look here and see what we've got at our disposal. There might be a game or two from earlier on in the bracket we could have a look in on. Because we've got half an hour to burn. And Crackety, did they confirm, like, what? Did Dimu said so on stream? Okay. Good. Reminder to players, by the way, I know you like to talk to each other in your DMs and tell each other how much you love each other and want to hug each other. But it does also really, really help me ad infinitesimally when you let us know via the Discord channel that was specifically created for you to let us know. So I know this one is like a little bit last second. I know Dimu's live, but B or someone else, like whoever it is, I'll put it this way, like there's 2 players in a series, like don't just expect your opponent to do it. Finger out a boot, do it please. Because we need your drafts for the Liquipedia, for all the details around it. And we also need to know when you're playing. And can we please, because I'm going to start naming and shaming if it keeps happening, not schedule our games from 5 minutes from when we tell the admins they're happening. Okay, I get it when it's last second, but it's happened a few too many times this week. Plot your games out in advance. I know it's awkward with sometimes with open scheduling because someone might be lagging the bracket behind, and I appreciate that, but I've told players already. That's why I believe the thing that, and Jim can confirm this for me, I'm pretty sure the thing he gave you, you can fill out your availability on all the days. So then if you do it for all the days, speculative of you making it all the way through, that means you can more quickly come to a common booking point with your opponent. Very important. Like, cannot emphasize enough how important that is. Okay, so yeah, let me double check. Got it. Yeah, so I think Dimu, then if that's confirmed, he said on stream, we'll have that in 35 minutes. That gives us half an hour. What do we do with that half an hour? We could probably catch a game. I don't know about a series from earlier on. Do you guys want to see something that we maybe didn't catch in the round 32/16? I think we done everything in the round of 16. Oh, you're right. We do have the week 3 announcement, Cuppers. That'll buy us a few minutes. Guys, can you guess what I'm going to say? I'm cancelling the entire... No, I'm kidding. We do have the map pull up for week number 3. That's right. Midweek muster number 3. Public details equal now available. So if you go across to the Start GG, you want to go on here anyway, and you want to make sure that you are signing up for these. I believe Tune will confirm for me, but we have week 4, 5, and 6, I think, also available for sign up. Midweek Muster free, rather. Its map pool is live. We've turfed some maps out. We got rid of Gorge. I was sick and tired of it. You guys played too much. So we got rid of Gorge, and we got rid of Atoll. Atoll is out, Gorge is out, and we've replaced them with Haywire and Scarguard. I do not know why Scarguard is slightly smaller than the other ones. But yes, Scarguard is getting another appearance in our tournament formats. This is, of course, the most recent creation of Avali. It is going to be our default map for this week. A really interesting map. Not going to be this whole idea of like we went water, now we go on land, now we're going water again, because Scarguard doesn't really play like a traditional water map. The water is off to the side, and it's designed in a way that it actually has relevance later in the game. This is a very unique and almost polarizing feeling in Age of Empires 4, because for anyone who's played a bunch of water games, it matters straight away. You build a dock, you build fish, and you go. There are no fish. This water area, all it has on these islands is gold veins, relics, and a sacred site. So there isn't as much value out of immediately going for the water. On top of that, there is no sheep, bar 5. I think it's 5 you start with in your base. You get your 5 starting sheep, and then there's none. Deer is spread out all across the map. So you start with some deer in your base as well, but the balance of this map is very intriguing. There's a lot of hopping to resources as you go, and as I said, with the water being there but not matching till later, it creates a very, very different dynamic to what we've seen historically in Age of Empires 4 maps. So definitely get a bit of practice in, folks, is my advice for that if you're playing in the midweek muster number 3. Pigeon's View will definitely stay in for another week. We'll see how it does now that it's not the default. I think, to me, Pigeon's View has been an astounding success. That map is incredible. And then we switched out Gorge for Haywire. So players said they wanted maps that are available on the ladder. Firm handshakes, I gave you one. Haywire is going to be an intriguing one. It'll either be a hit or a miss. But that's fine to have a hit or a miss type map there. We've still got Cliffside, we've got Coastal, we've got Frisian. I'd love to see Calaga getting picked a bit more because it's quite an intriguing map. But we did see one or two cool games of Calaga anyway. But remember, when you go on it, you can sign up for more than just the first ones. Like, look. Tuma's been working hard. So if you're trying to compete or you're hoping to compete, go sign up to them all now. We've got all of them available up to number 6. You want to be signing up ahead of time because... Wait, did I ever go live? Yeah, we did. Basically, you want to be signing up ahead of time because we close registrations on Wednesdays. Right? Certain players came in on the first day finals and were like, why can I not sign up for the next one? You need to sign up ahead of time because it takes a lot of organizing to get everything prepped for the Friday. We can't just have it go live on Friday with the bracket closing on Friday. Anyway, that is that explained. If you guys are looking to sign up, remember !KPMM will get you there. And so, let me get ready. We might do a pub game while we wait for the next series. I think that's okay. Oh, wait, no. Wait. We can hop in to... Yeah, that works quite nicely. We can hop into the team tournament, now that I think about it. That sound good to you guys? Because the team tournament that B and Anatan are playing in, like, we're waiting for them to finish that game so they can get on with their 1v1 series. So that can make a lot of sense, is hopping in on Clearman's Fields of Blood tournament, because people are just asking about that. It's the lower bracket finals. I don't know when he's planning to do finals, probably tomorrow, but I already have plans, so I'm not going to be live tomorrow. But, yeah, we can do this. So give me a second. Because we're loading into the team game now. God, I don't remember the last time I loaded a team game on Season 9. We have loaded a few, right? But it is rough on the PC. So we'll see how it goes. Does anyone know if this is game 1, 2, or 3? That's what I'm not sure of. Don't know if anyone's been tracking it. Let me have a look. So we have 1 Civ draft, 2 Civ draft. I think this is game 2. In fact, one sec. I'm quickly going to I can check. There's a way I can check. I can just check their match history. So 4v4 tournament. Sorry, just typing out. 4v4 tournament. Up next. Boing. There we go. Okay, start. Let me just double check. They have played one game so far. And I can confirm the Chinese team won. So 3D Clan lost the first game, and I believe, is it BO5s? It's BO5s now, right? Jesus Christ. Talk about not figuring your schedule out. So yeah, it's a BO5 lower bracket. All right, so we'll hop into this, guys. We're going to do some team games, and then we'll be back for the 1v1 as soon as B finishes this series. All right, sorry about that. I'm not the only one trying to invade the midweek tournament scene. So what did I need to do? I need to... Ah, yes, I need to go use my thingy casting scene. Wow, I've already set it up. I'm so good. What we'll do is we'll add in his logo, because that's fine. Was it in the right place? It is. But I do need to toggle my overlay off. There we go. Is this live? Yes, this is literally live right now. So, just to remind people what's going to happen, we're going to watch this. And then as soon as this series is done, that will lead us very nicely, very snugly into... actually, I can toggle score on, can't I? Because the way we set it up. It's going to be annoying, though. Maybe not. So, after we do this one, it's going to lead us very nicely into... our next series, our live series of the Midweek Muster, because B is going to be playing up against Dumu after these. Start a Gamba? Oh, you Gambaholics. What are you even saving it all for? Freedy Clan or China. That should be easy enough for people to follow, I think. In fact, we'll speed this up a bit so we can get close to live as well. We're a few minutes out. Oh. I need to quickly hop as well to turn my heater on. Oh no, guys, dude, it's going to be like an hour-long game. B has intentionally done this that Jimmy wants to go for a nap by the time they're playing. So like Rocky River, Rocky River has this toxic element about it in team games. And what I mean by that is of the map pool for this event. If I was to pull up the statistics, I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever, this would be the longest average game length map. Even more so than Hill and Dale. Long games are the best? Jesus Christ, no. Because long games need to be earned, and going for trade behind your base with each other is not earned, in my opinion. This map would be good if you couldn't trade with teammates in the corners. I will die on this hill. I will keep to it in this until the devs listen. So end me. Or I will end it. Anyway. Well, we are mixing up the day nicely here. One and all, welcome back to AB4 Action. The team action at that. Field to Blood has been underway. And we are hopping in live because we actually are meant to be doing our midweek muster, week number 2 right now. But B right here is due to play in a 1v1. He needs to win or lose this first. And they are already trailing. Game number 1, went to the full Chinese stack on the east side of this map. 3D Clan aren't fully back up against the wall, though, because we're into best of 5 territory. But it would be an ugly look to end up with your opponents on match point so early. It puts a lot of pressure on you on the map draft to get everything right. And as we know, when you're in team games, that type of pressure, the opportunity for mistakes, can kill you entirely. And well. We have got a drastic difference in ideas here. T Rico playing HRE on one side in the orange. We've got Anatan in green on the other. But he's gone for the all pikes. Because these are all-encompassing. I hate myself for that. It's that good, guys. He's going Mass Horseman. Okay, this is cool. We're going to get a very aggressive strategy from 3D Clan. They've got Mongols, which is going to provide the Magadai. They've then got Abbasis, which will provide the Camels. And Camel Archers scale pretty damn well on these comps. And then finally, you will have one really greedy player in B, which is really greedy temporarily. Rush Castle, get Mounted Samurai. You could actually go Onimusha. That's kind of intriguing to think about now. Wait, that's actually wild to think about. So HRE provides Horsemen. You do Onimusha, Magadai, and Camel Archers. 2 players counter Spears. The other 2 counter everything else. Is that what they're doing here? Is this a subtle but incredible quadruple cavalry strat? And what do you have on the other side? I mean, you do at least have Ibid's going to be really solid against the HRE and the Mongols. And Japanese, it will help out a bit as well. You've got your own Japanese. HRE aren't going to be mirroring the same, though, right? They're not going to play Mass Horseman. Actually, he is. What? All right, this is kind of wild. I'm a little bit shocked by this. Rico has decided to go Arkan Mass Horseman. I like the idea of the Horseman, but I've got to back the idea from Anatan here. These first few fights are going to be really important, and all pikes will give you the ability to win them, as will the early Bloomery. That's the tricky part. Like, if you can actually neutralize, or rather stalemate these fights long enough, Rico will be better because Arkan will buff your entire economy. And over time, the effect of adding in more prelates is going to hurt Anatan. But in the early game, not too much, right? Like, 9 villages to 1 prelate. Yes, you're losing some economy, but to maintain the Arkan effect, it's not a drastic amount of difference. Especially if you know you can just outright win the fights with all pikes. Yeah, so 3D Clan's strategy really is about aggression then. It's weird as well because you're going to have to aggress into like what, Zhone, Iabids, which you know are going to be pumping Desert Raiders. Zhone is kind of interesting here though. Like you are up against a lot of ranged units potentially. Like potentially free ranged comp elements from 3D Clan. So yeah, there's a high likelihood that Zhone is never going to leave the base. Just trying, but we'll see how that works out. And yeah, be on the way up. It is going to be the Onimusha. Kind of makes sense. I mean, you're up against French. I say kind of because, like, outside that, does it make sense? You're not expecting Mounted Samurai from Eric, right? I guess Eric... Wait, actually, no. The more you think about it, he kind of has to go Mounted Samurai. Because what's the point in building Onimusha here? You've got Onimusha, Camel Archers, Magadai, and Horsemen. So Onimusha are terrible. For the time being, though, it's going to be My Little Pony. Eric actually not rushing age 3. So in a weird way, by staying age 2, he actually counters B's play because B is going and he switches. I don't know if this was after being scouted, but this is really important. That was originally going to be an archery range, guys, which would have lost B the game. This switch means everything. It's going to be Mounted Samurai. In the meantime, the Zerg is coming for Anatan. I feel like China's practiced this. Not to say that the 3D Clan haven't, but this almost feels specifically targeted at what Anatan's trying to achieve. Like I said, the all pikes are good quality, right? But so often in AoE4 we get a quantity beats quality situation. I think we might be seeing that here. Because remember the Desert Raiders. The Desert Raiders are the difference. Cat built too many TCs. He has no camels, which means there's no unease, which means that all pikes is completely mitigated. Oh my god. So good initial dent in there. Anatan, he's able to hold his base, just naturally going to be able to. The Divine Restoration does come out to pump some health back into these units. Divine Restoration does not work on allies, as you just noticed there. But now that it's in position, you could farm up a Storm here. It's still a double up in military. B has at least started to get the Mountain Samurai out, but you are up against French Knights. Now, French Knights in equal numbers, French will lose. Higher numbers, some of them will get their charge off attack, right? Which means they'll buff their damage. We have a raid now into the base of the Japanese. Okay, so they haven't picked Mongols, but they're basically role-playing Mongols right now. Mass cavalry running through the open fields, massacring everyone. Oh my god, and he's hitting both sides of this. Yellow comes in onto the gold. B taking a lofty hit up there, just done a small one to Anasan. Well, I say small, he's down to 26 economy right now. Outpost now being targeted, more villagers to die. I can't believe this, man. They are rolling them. Joan being targeted. They can't get her. They can't even get the kill on the thing that theoretically you should always be able to kill here. So this is going to be a quick series. Oh my god. Camel Archers are at least finally here for Cat. This is a classic Abbasid experience recently, right? We've been watching them TC boom like crazy. Everyone else in the team gets punished except them. And then the big question mark is, can they do enough? That's what we're going to find out. Spearmen are now coming from Anatan. That's really cool, actually, because all pikes doesn't just buff the horsemen, it buffs spears as well. Everything you use to buff a horseman with this build order buffs spears as well. Joan is going to hang around, just farming a little bit XP as she goes. How's he looking on XP, actually? Because this could be pretty quick level 3. Yeah, 300 XP already. Getting very difficult to actually snipe her out, considering you only have a handful of Magadai. Camel Archer count at least scaling, so that'll at least be good eventually. But you are still up against all these horsemen. 2 players spamming them. We have a Keshik switch from Scatterbrained. I mean, in theory, makes sense, but against Desert Raiders? I'm not convinced. Magadai would at least done better against Desert Raiders. He's trying to deal with the fact that horsemen are going to run him down, right? Keshik should at least be able to run away from Desert Raiders. I wonder, is it time to start diving the Abbasid play? Do you even care to a certain degree, right? Because, like, this is the thing, guys. This is kind of the silly thing about Abbasids. You do get 140 economy, but that means you only get 60 military. If we kill everyone else's economy, we don't care about yours. But apparently they do care enough to dive. It's going to march into the base. Cat having to shuffle out the other side. Oh my god, 37 villagers running for their life. He's not going to be able to reach them, though. He's just going to dive instead now into the Mongol base. Military count has shrinked up, though. What? They've slipped a little. Is there a tech play? Yeah, Flown Gate's coming. So we already have Atri up in Castle as well. And I believe that was a Regnant. So this is why it's not a feudal all-in. It looks like a feudal in. It smells like a feudal in. It dances like a feudal in. But when you check its bank statements and see its real name, it actually says Mr. Green. Rico is trying to get all the relics. How many prelates we got? 3 already marching out. And considering Anantan is not rushing age 3, he can't. You should be able to get them. He's gone spears as well. It's not going to be moving fast. So this is pretty crafty. The problem now is the exhaustion of it, right? When you lose this many troops, it kind of becomes obvious to a certain degree what you're doing. Especially when you hear that as well. Eric up to age, what? Age 3 with a floating gate in the middle of nowhere. To run a Yorishiro all the way back to his DC to be greed. What? This game's hurting my head. I'm going to speed up a little. As I said, we are like 2 or 3 minutes out from live. Alright, 1's if you think 3D Clan's going to win. 2's if you think China's just too formulated here. Man Samurai are moving in, so a good hit coming through. And that is on Rico. Wait, why is the HRE player up here? I have so many questions right now. Like, instead of just arcaning and building farms, he went aggressive with his economy and got punished. Okay, I'm starting to wonder if the tech was the original play or if they got baited here. Oh, looks like the Mount Samurai. This is going to be reset, but the Spearman mass is building for Anno. This is giving me flashbacks to, I believe it was Anatan versus B, actually, in our pre-Season 9 showdown, where he just went all pikes and built an amassment of spears, not caring that he was stuck in feudal age. You guys might remember that game. It was a meme for the century. It kind of works here too. fact, next player to go up might be Scatterbrained. Makes sense. His Magadai actually suffer more from an age difference than Spears do, right? Like, you can keep playing Spear from an age behind. You can't really play Magadai from an age behind. So, I do agree with what they're doing here. Where Anatan, I don't want to see he's being sacked because, like, he's going to do a lot of damage, right? But he's essentially there to buy time for his teammates to find their way forward. So, we've got Royce still on the way. Does have 12 knights. I'm quite impressed, actually, that Yellow kept that many knights alive. What's the way out of the hole, though? Because they are kind of digging a hole for themselves now. Because they're still spamming Cav into Mass Spear. And Mass Camel Archer. Right, so, like, it doesn't get better just by doing this. I mean, in theory, Spears can be beat by Mountain Samurai if you have enough of them. That's just not the case right now. Only 7 in total. This is at least a really good fight, as it looks like Anatan split up a bit too much. So we'll be able to mop him up there. And we have very early attempts at trade here. Yellow's already setting up, and the problem with that is the Magadai have snuck through for Scatterbrained. Scatterbrained, who needs to scatter his economy a bit more. We don't have enough gold coming in yet for the tech play. This is going to find 1 or 2 villages. We'll have to shuffle back. Now, the timing actually was perfect there, because he raided too early. He didn't see the traders. It's crazy, actually. If you look in this area, look at where Yellow is. Exposed economy, exposed economy, exposed economy. All of it without an outpost. Funnily enough, Scatterbrained attacked the one location where he couldn't find many kills. That might be about to change. This knight reaction has to have Scatterbrained thinking something's not right about this. We are going to see an attempt at walling starting to come through soon. And that is Cat going for that. Makes a lot of sense. It's 125 eco. He can afford to send villagers across map like this. No other player in the game can right now. Remember, these walls are going to take a really, really long time. Desert Raiders are so obnoxious. Is he at least teching now? Yeah, it's on the way. He actually didn't save it for the Imperial. We've got military wing reinforcement in age 3. It's going to be a lot of Desert Raiders, though. It's already backed up at 20. A lot to be upgraded here. He's going to look to trade out with the Camel Archers. Onimusha, decent solution to what Red is pumping. These Mountain Samurai are going to struggle with that, but the Desert Raiders now going to just munch on everything. Especially when you don't move back. Cat, not microing away efficiently there. Might be a little bit of eco damage coming their way. They should be able to hold, though, right? Like, it is basically double age 3 versus, what, age 2 plus age 3. So they will better buff this away. We are starting to get Rico adding in knights as well. So they are raid-focused, raid-oriented. They kind of need to be, actually. When you look at the economy, things are looking pretty glorious, but it is deceptive. Remember that one player on this team is equating for half of his team's economy. And, of course, I can't wave over the UI. That would just ruin the whole UI. I love that. B's actually trying to help Anatan out because he wants to get him back to the Regnants. Like, does Anatan actually have any relics at all, right? Like, obviously he only just checked up, but I don't know if he's actually been out on the map gathering them. Oh, he hasn't had to. Sorry, it was just the one. Shout out to B for this. What a bro. He's just been dropping them all back off at green space. B is that teammate you wish you had when you play HRE in random pub stats. But you'll never get them, truly. Tip damage is starting to add up a bit here. Xion level 3 is in, and very effective against Magadai. You need to be very careful with this comp. Remember, expensive unit, so a very easy thing for Xion de Cleave to farm up. Alright, ones if you think we're going to see level 4 Xion before this is over. She has got some way to go, right? She needs 1300 XP. This is getting messy though. Scatterbrained. What's that? That's over half his economy, right? Almost half. Running from 3 knights. So big idle time here for the guy that's still in age 2 and almost 20 minutes in the game when everyone else is castle. Onimusha are at least wrapping around the back. So some pressure coming in there. And Red in need of a transition. But this is the tricky part we talked about. Like, why are you building Onimusha? You can't build Onimusha. Your opponents have Camel Archers, Spears, Magadai. There's no point in building Onimusha. But by not doing it, it gives B a favorable one-on-one. Let's speed this game up again a bit. Camel Archer Mass is just getting so fat. We do have Veteran Horsemen coming through, which is a smart call. You could go for Jean's Riders. The problem with Jean's Riders, though, more expensive, and although it has more ranged armor, it doesn't get bonus damage against Camel Archers, so a bit tricky. Yeah, I think I prefer Jean's Riders when you're up against a mixed comp, where it's not just a range unit that you need to counter. Then Horsemen do feel better because they're DPS exchange, right? Like, yes, Jean's Riders will have more health, great. But they'll have notably less damage. Keep occasionally speeding this up just so we can get to the big fights instead of the fragmented ones. Scatterbrained has started to go into the trade, but infancy, right? I think about actually 15 in total. Yeah, it's all belonging to them. It's a long way to go. And you may be noticing that this gap is closing quickly, right? The Chinese teams are catching up in economy. That's the weirdness of Abbasids in team games. The eco chart looks like a GG win for the Abbasid team until you realize that half their economy is on one player. So they're suffering everywhere else. And why does that trim keep coming back? Good lord. Speaking of the Abbasid player, Cat is going to look for a transition. We actually have trade. Why? No military wing's a little bit surprising here. I guess because you're playing camels, it has slightly less value. Right? Because you don't have the inventory to layer in there. And that's what military wing typically leans towards buffing. Scatterbrained again, just getting harassed on his back. And we do have a lot of Desert Raiders. Look at that. Broken unit moves so far. Now, slows down again. We actually do have the Kurotai arriving. So Scatterbrained able to provide that support to his team. Look at the damage on these vet spears. Base damage 16. Great if you can use it, but the difficulty is when you're up against Mass Cav, sure you do counter them, but you don't necessarily get to have the Kurotai in the fight. Camels are trying to buy some time here as there was an attempt to dive. Desert Raiders are in the way, but notice the way Cat's playing this. Away from the Desert Raiders, he's trying to just peel off the Night Comp so that Desert Raiders are going to be in an unfavorable exchange. Because spears don't take bonus damage against them, right? Like, you can snipe them in small numbers, but in a Zerg, spears, especially marching drill spears, should be able to gap close with that superior movement speed. I feel like we've been here before, this idea of a timing attack. The Chinese are doing it again. Is this one going to be good enough, though? That is the question that truly needs to be answered. Desert Raiders moving in. They're not in melee form, though. Finally switches over. Love that micro. Front wave goes in. Back line stays in range form. Trying to disintegrate this, but they're just so chunky. 175 HP. And he can't win the trade here. Ranged units just too good. And Cat about to be too strong. Imperial Age about to come through. The Desert Raiders strategy has fallen flat there. So many losses and so little gained. Ay. Well, this puts a spoke in the wheel for my tournament series, considering this is a best of 5. And it looks like we're going to have a 1-1 scoreline, so at least 2 more games ahead of us. I can only hope Dimu's going to stay online, awake long enough, or we're going to have some very big scheduling issues, only a second week into the midweek muster. Let's speed this up a bit. I think it's becoming unattainable now for China. They did go age 4 of HRE, but everything else is kind of lacking. Military count, eco count. And the spears, man, it is legitimately just a 1-unit strategy like we often see in team games, but we don't often see it this way from the HRE. Forward Rax is also on the way, and understanding that if you want to win a game quickly from this position, you need to make sure you've got the forward production to give you momentum. Rico, I mean, in theory, if he can get his own spears, win. He has to upgrade them all the way from Dark. That's going to be a problem. The scale alone is already an uphill battle, right? 65 spears versus 2. And remember, also, because it's all pikes, you kind of offset part of the difference between elite and veterancy. Looking for more elites in this game. Scatterbrain, now on his way up with the Karna. With the full can-do attitude, because I think we have reached a point of no return here. The walls aren't up. The control isn't in. The Camel Archers just so strong at this stage. They even have the Khan Hunter Aura. Please tell me that still... It still works? I was told this would be fixed. The Khan Hunter still works with Camel Archers. 5.25 tower range on a 1.87 movement speed unit. AKA outranges the Desert Raiders, outranges the Magadai, if they were on the other team. This is vile. Yeah, I just don't think there's any beating mass Camel Archers with Khan Hunters here. Not at this stage. He even has the Kurotai buff. Look at the damage! 24. Not the TV show. Something more deadly. Camel Archers. An entire army of them to hold back 4 armies. Baltimore at least now arriving. Hard is spinning somewhat for Cat. But that is because he is essentially in, what, a 2v1, sometimes a 3v1 here. And that is buying space elsewhere for the rest of his team to push up. Got Rico trying to march out with the Lance and the Knights. The Kurotai is pretty far forward here. But the Spears have now arrived. They did go Yuumi, so in fairness, they can deal with the Spears. The problem with Yuumi, though, is like Yuumi's all about timing and mass. And you're in a game where everyone's going to reach 200 pop, right? Once that happens, what does Yuumi do? Not a lot. Especially when you don't have not a lot of them. He only has 13. And while all this is happening, B is just having a field day. Oh my god, Eric! Gets culled off of the gold. Dude did go multiple TCs, so he still has more to work with. He has gone up for Imperial Age. But please, yeah, okay, he did at least go cast the Crow, so he has that defensive landmark. Someone to maybe hold this back. Maybe. He hopes. But I'm not convinced. It's Elite Magadai, Elite Camel Archers, Khan Hunter, Kurotai. Is there any way to make this stronger? Apparently not. They have been pounded into dust. GG gets called. Game 2 will go to the 3D clan. And my hopes of getting my series on time today just went out the window. God's sake. Guys, boys, come on. Boys, please. All right. Alright, we're just getting some details on what's happening with the scheduling. Because at this rate, we've got to find out whether Dimu is willing to stay up late enough to play against B. I will say, apparently, the Fields of Blood crap... Oh, sorry, not crap, you know, like, the crap of it that's annoyed me is apparently it got delayed on its timing. It was meant to be 14 CET, then it became 15 CET, and then I think it became... Did it become 16 CET? No, I think they then did begin with 15. But yeah, the scheduling has been a little bit out of whack. People do need to get better at comms-ing. Because I didn't even know it was happening today because, like, the thing is in the past, Clearman just let me know when it's happening. Had no clue. Wasn't commed at all. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate on that. So, with that in mind, I mean, the problem is, like, legit. Oh, this is so annoying because Wednesday is legit my only freaking day off to go, real day off, to go and spend some time with my family. And we're probably going to have quarterfinals and semifinals that are going to be played there, which I'm not entirely happy about. I mean, like, in fairness, open scheduling players have the flex. But my mentality is, like, usually I'd expect one of them to have played out semifinals on Wednesdays. Most of the time, at least one gets played on Tuesdays, which is more ideal. Obviously, open scheduling, so they can do what they want, within reason. But it's annoying that the reason it's happening this way, and also is like, meaning we have less of the midweek muster content than we're meant to have on a Tuesday, is because of the cluster duck of another tournament scheduling. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate on that, but it does mean we'll at least have action of some kind. So they're in lobby now. They're getting ready for game number 3. Potential comeback. Potential long-ass series. And then I'm hoping Puppy Paw and Anno are available to play maybe today. Because although it can be played tomorrow and they can if they want, it's just obviously it's less panic for me and the admin team in the build-up to the last second. So, because Anasan does tend to stay on later than Dumu and B, right? Or most notably Dumu, because Dumu is earlier, B and Anasan usually later on the days. By the way, none of this is on Dumu. Like, it's just unfortunately some people earlier in the bracket I think took the mick a bit. Really took the mick, actually. And then on top of that, like, Dumu doesn't do Mondays, which is fair. Like, Dumu, like, shout out to Dumu, he makes himself available, like, 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. So, like, he definitely wasn't the problem. I just really want to emphasize that to people. But we'll do the payout. Wow, a lot of people did actually go 3D clan. And then we'll get ready for the next game. Just update this. Is it possible to contribute to the prize pool this tourney, coffee or Patreon? I think we talked about this before, Elderif, right? Like, you can, if you use the coffee, those funds go into making tournaments happen. In terms of this one, I'm hesitant to just inflate certain weeks beyond others. We'll already have that at certain points. For example, because we'll have, like, the week of Christmas will probably be a week off. The next week will be worth double the prize pool. So what I prefer the idea of is that money can go into organizing show matches and organizing other tournaments that can happen. So the coffee is for people who want to commit resources to tournaments. Patreon is so that I can make a living. So if you're looking to like throw some money in there, it won't necessarily go into this week or this tournament, aka midweek muster, but it will go into tournaments. For example, we literally, like what, in September, we ran a series of show matches on new maps to test them out. We ran the pre-season 9 showdown as well. So, like, we do run other tournaments on top of these type of ones. And also, I might, like, at this rate, have to have situations where if players are a little bit slow on the day on doing their games and there's nothing else happening, we might, like, basically have to organize impromptu show matches. So it helps to have a little bit of budget in the reserve there. Checking my messages. I'm still waiting for them to start the game. Yeah, apologies, guys. The day has been a bit messier than I would have liked. But like I said, like I mean, I didn't even know this was going on. Because if those don't know, Fields of Blood basically had an original timeline and it got delayed because of the patch. Players wanted an extra week or whatever. And then I almost thought it was over because based on like standard like direction, it should have theoretically been over. But yeah, it's still rolling. So there's the lower bracket finals, and then there's the grand finals. I don't know when those are going to be. Maybe tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Arcleave. Very thoughtful of you. Thank you, thank you. Too bad I was going to find them anyway. Just 2v2 goals? 2v2 goals just sounds like you're going to build 200 traders to me. And you can't even tell me I'm wrong. Alright, 4 minutes until we are live and in-game, folks. If you quickly need to grab a drink, now is most definitely time to do it. In fact, 4 minutes is enough time to go check out our sponsor, Protein Works. That's right. Back with us. I'm looking to line them up to come back for Christmas as well, so that, you know, in those long evenings of present wrapping, I have enough protein to beef up my arms and enough food in my belly that I don't go hungry. So if you want to help out, you want to get yourself something across Christmas, !Protein Works, go check out the link. I've been told they've got sales changing daily all the way through until Black Friday. So if there was someone that you had your eyeballs on, you're waiting for it to go on sale, go check them. You should be checking them daily with my link, and make sure you use the code KillerPigeon to grab yourself something special this month. Oh. Where are we at? Sorry, I'm just getting bumped in the background. Yeah, so 3 minutes out. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Just had some influence-related things in the background. There's always that fun thing of people want you to confirm all the details with the talent, but it's also like sometimes it's frustrating. So a little bit of insight into like influence relations and stuff, right? Someone comes to you with a deal and you give them the rates, and then they say, "We're going to take this back to them. Can you confirm that all right to do these things?" And you're like, it's that annoying nature of like now you've got to go through all the talent and you want to confirm at some point, but you want to confirm with them when there's an offer. But now you don't have an offer, that the people want you to confirm the rates to potentially give an offer, right? So like, and the concern is they don't want to lock in a potential offer and then get declined. And my brain is like, yeah, but that works both ways. Now on my end, my talent could agree and then not have anything. It's always a weird one. I'm just like, dude, just make the parts move. And we'll figure out, like, you have a budget, we'll figure out influences to activate. I think I just use the term scout's promise. And I'm not even a scout, but... that might have been a ramble where people are like, I don't get what KP's on about. Influencer marketing rambling. Pushing papers? I mean, it's not... Pushing papers is like the wrong term for it. I mean, pushing papers as in money towards my influencers, whoop whoop. Yeah. I don't know if it's a cultural difference in the way that they do things in like China or something, but yeah, I don't know. My brain is like, just dude, just move the deal. If you have budget now, allocate. I work with lots of influencers. I'll find you someone else. Jesus. All right. Do I switch my overlay UI? I guess I can. If I must. Which one is it? Is it King of the Rockies land? It might have been. Now if I toggle score on. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and we need predictions, don't we? Prediction? Oui, oui. Yeah. Small insights into the life of KP. Having like 4 different jobs. Being a parent is another job on top of all. God, now oh God, I've become the person that says that type of thing. It's true though. My parenting life isn't easy. Because, you know, I have to work very hard to hide from my children. McDonald's as well? You look down upon that as if it's not an honorable career, Philosberto. Sound like a man that must be making a lot of money. Why have you only got a tier 1 sub? Got him. Oh. Alright. Oh, jeez, I need some water. What do you reckon, guys? How many hours am I going to be live today? I'm sensing it could be 4 to 5, or it could end up being 10. Is he doing it again? Oh my god, it's going to happen again. One and all, welcome back to the AoE4 action. Welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to B's filthy HRE shenanigans. That's right, game number 3 between the 3D Clan and Team China, GSQ here. We've seen this before. In fact, you guys might have found the video on my channel where an HRE player takes on 3 players at once. And it was because of this. B has done this strategy before, and it looks dirty. And what a start as well. What a player to target. He found the Japanese player. Out of all the people on the west side, this is the easiest and most valuable one for you to punish. And you want to know how Team Russia won? Because the Chinese stacks are actually stacked. Like, are you kidding me, Philosbo? Like, dude. He brags, Philly always brags about how smart he is and all these things. And he's like, and how good he is at reading things, like literally and figuratively. Open the Liquipedia, mate. It is not a wake-up call. The Chinese, the Asians in general have been dominating this 4v4 tournament. The majority of the top-performing teams have been from Asia. China and Vietnam specifically. I'm telling you, team environment, completely different beast when you look at the East. So, B, independently when you look on the ladder, 1v1s, there's no denying these names. All of them familiar at this point. Scatterbrain has been on the rise. Every single other member of this team is well known within Age of Empires 4. But these guys less so. But I've been impressed with the performance I've seen. I think they have some really solid strategies. Game number 2 could have easily turned it into a 2-0 snowball for them. The only issue is they just didn't have the follow-through, man. It was a great recovery from the 3D Clan. But there's no denying that, funnily enough, these Chinese guys, they understand their aggressive timings very well. Only right now, they're the ones on the back foot, and they might remain that way, considering it is going to be a mine work build from B. And yeah, this is a best of 5, by the way. That's true. Like, being a parent is a full-time job, right? Like, you know, you kind of get an insight into how it is being someone's personal assistant. The only difference is, like, you actually pay for the boss in the child relationship, right? It's not the other way around. They don't earn for you unless you happen to live near a Chinese sweatshop. Maybe these guys know someone who can make me some moolah. Because it looks like they're not making much gold themselves. We have another rush here. An outpost drop coming in on the gold of Zhone. So you've got what? French enabled, English enabled. What's English going to do here, though? Like, in reality, this is double spear spam against English, which is bad. But here's an even bigger reality check. You're on an 8-player map. I feel like this would be an appropriate point to inject a sponsorship about walking sticks, because you're going to need one. Your heels are going to hurt from all the walking. So Waddle's over, but Outpost is, of course, already up. We do have Yumi coming into Age 2 from red. Ishi ai caramba. Okay, here's the problem of what he's just done. He has countered B's opening. It comes at a cost, though. By scaling Yumi, you can now get annihilated by Horsemen. Remember, the value, the power in this play is that all pikes affect both Horsemen and Spears. So, although you go mine work with the intent to be able to lean Spears hard, you have a backup plan called Horsemen, and it's a strong one. So yeah, kind of a scary situation, but an even funkier one here is B is just rushing Castle Age. He's like, well, you can't get Yumi together quick enough to do any damage. So why would I stay Age 2? Well, Outpost going up from Manatan as he's at least feeling a little bit of pressure, but that was greedy! Double Outpost and way too late here. Wow, Anatan, I'm a bit shocked by this. He went for the Umabanam build that he's renowned for, but he neglected to protect himself against the opening knight. So now we have both Japanese players suffering in this game. What's interesting, though, is B is still getting his greed, right? Like, that's very important because when you look at the ways it's being played, because you've also got Cat going for the TC boom again, you've got double greed from the Freedy clan and no real greed from China. China right now is in a reactionary phase. They're reacting to the outpost rush on the south. They're reacting to the outpost rush on the north. And then the players that weren't hindered are a little bit slower, right? You've got French, which are in a retracted position, not able to easily dive a spearman spammer. And then you've got English that move with the speed of a turtle. Something that isn't as slow, though, is the Yumi. Love this. He's actually coming in for the strike now. So B, he chose the greedy route, and he might get punished for it here. On the side of Umabanam, not really achieving much. And guys, I'm getting deja vu. This is very reminiscent of game number 2. The difference, the question mark that you have to ask yourself, though, is have Team China adapted? Have they adjusted from the mistakes of game 2? Because I think, although Freedy clan done really well to hold on, there was an element of like mistakes there from China. I think they focused too much on diving Abbasids, and it cost them their mass, right? When they should have been just annihilating 3 players while letting 1 exist. You know, like what they tried to do in game 2. There's an interesting way of like describing this in like Dota 2, right? I love you in Dota 2 for the analogies because I've just talked to so many geniuses in that game over the years. You should never win all 3 lanes. Because 3 lanes in Dota, right? You have 3 lanes you play down. Never should win all 3 lanes. You can aim to, but you should never end up with it. You should aim to win 2 lanes. Because if you win 2 lanes, you have won the majority. That gives you a bigger advantage, right? And that is easy to win off of. Playing for 3 lanes is an overextension, or your opponents have made a mistake. So, like, the problem that happened in that last game is that Team China won the 3 out of 4 lanes, right? Or 2 out of 4, you could say at least. They were going to win 3 out of 4 if they went for the Mongols. Instead, they went for the Abbasids, the hardest to kill player, the one that had won his lane. And that caused the conundrum. So what we want to see here from China is do enough damage to 1 player, move on. Do not target the player you cannot kill, which would be Cat here. Target all the others. And that's what they're doing. Longbows assisted by Zhone. This is a pretty cool comp, actually. Very hard to counter when you get French plus English together like this. Even more so when you risk giving all that XP over. Meanwhile, Southside, they are going to look to just starve out gold. So B, he never snuck out of the base here, folks, which would have been the play. With Prelates, you could have afforded to do that. Instead, he now has to, on a delay, still play the Feudal Age. It's going to cost him dearly. Looks like Teal's at least okay. So Scatterbrain is not being pressured, but he is going into Magadite against Yumi. In theory, not the worst of trades, but not great either. We do have Rams coming in from Rico now. Love the way he just kind of protects himself. The Palings follows this up. Because remember, Anatan has been forced into Horseman. Right now, he's trying to cut reinforcements, but good mirroring there. Yellow, despite the blockers on his gold, was quick to recover. He has his access on the east. He's got the outpost coming up to protect. He's going to have enough knights to fight back against Anatan's Horseman. Now, Anatan is not getting any assistance, folks. Cat has just been greeting. He's finally getting the Camel Archers out, but it's going to take a while to arrive. And the bigger problem is that Camel Archers into Lombos is going to be a struggle unless you can reach critical mass. Even more players arriving in the B party. So we actually have Cat coming down to assist here. Really smart. He's mirroring the Knights. Wants to reduce their damage. Yumi trying to get into more Rams, but the Horsemen are going to be there to address that. And for Purple, he's on a coffee break right now. Yumi are going to be able to mirror in time against the Camel Archers, but I think that was unnecessary damage done. Purple just caught looking away. I'm not really sure what he was looking at. I guess he was shifting his economy out towards the deer. Kind of inexcusable. He also has extra units just not operating on the field right now. North side, they might be able to find some more success, though. Anatan's Horseman. Hold on a second. Big deal here. He found the gold. Yellow's going to try to react, but great micro away. Peels 3 Knights off of just 2 Horsemen. Doesn't lose them anyway. Comes in now for the villagers. The attempt to repair. A little bit lackluster there. Still ends up losing 2. At least it's not a full 5. But does reset his timing. And now the Horseman can come home because, guys, that was all Knights peeled. There's nothing guarding this. Anatan can reclaim his own base in a 2v1. That is actually vile. The fact that he may be able to get away with that. I mean, he might not realize it though, right? Yeah, the vision's coming in now. He should be diving onto those longbows. Realizes it's way too late here. It's like renewed aggression coming in the south sides, China. Going to be able to do some more damage to B. Now, all the Camel Archers are coming down here. None being used in the northern defense. Keshik's here as well. This is a 3v2. Cat took a while to arrive, but it's finally here. But they have left Anatand on an island on his own. Is he able to hold is the big question. Yellow has a reasonable amount of knights, nothing too crazy. Spears aren't going to be there for Anatand. It's just raw horsemen, but that is very good at clearing up the rams. And Rico, he now has the spears to address this. South side looking grim though. A dive in, a lot of those orange horsemen going down. And was this a bit of a miss micro? They fixated upon the Yuumi. The knight count did get reduced, but Keshik's lost, horseman lost, Camel Archer count looking okay. They need to counterattack right now. Behind this, Eric is now going for age 3 after losing an entire army. They need to read it for what it is. But there's a risk now that purple will keep them defending instead. Meanwhile, the other Japanese player in this game is looking dead. Anatand is no longer able to participate. The aura is here, the spears in the mix, the knights and choke points. It's an ugly affair here. It's about to get a lot worse. The Daimyo mana already down to just 2.5k HP. Horsemen are going to have to dive in. Lombo standing their ground a bit ambitiously. And the Knights win out. The Rams might actually be the big winners here. TC needs to be repaired right now by Anatand. Pulls out to do it now. The shunting does continue though. It's triple Ram. One of them's been dealt with, and it looks like Anatand is going to be able to mop it up. Horsemen, they get through the Rams. The TC is still alive. And with it, the hopes for Anatand. Wait a second. Wait, what was that pathing? Pulls the villages. Ram will be going down. Town center stays alive. It's not as pretty as it should have been. But Anno is still in this game. He's buying time. Time that Cat can utilize, that he needs to utilize in this game. Keshiks are going to arrive, so that's going to be the mop-up. They come in to save the day, but now Eric is a bigger problem. Japan, in the red, has reached into Castle. And is he actually going to play Master? No. Really? I mean, kind of makes sense against Camel Archers. Your other options aren't great. You don't want to play Mounted Samurai. You're not really in a position to spam Horseman. Kind of wild, actually. And yes, the animation cancelling is still a problem with Camel Archers. The reason it's being allowed in tournaments is it's way too hard to place. Like, how would you decide what was accidental and what was intentional? Like, obviously, there are situations which are definitely intentional, but once you start enforcing the clearly intentionals, then you get this trickle down of policing accidents as well, right? So, like, yeah. Unfortunately, the Camel Archer animation skip is what it is for now. Cat now on the way to relieve the pressure. Scatterbrain came in to mop up a bunch of the Lombos. Cat is getting ready to do so again. And we do have Keshik plus Camel Archers, so this is going to be really strong. Rico, even with the aura, it's not a desirable fight, right? Remember, spears do get countered by Camel Archers. And that's not true. I refute that. Anatan has one horseman coming. That's infinitely more than you thought he had. Oh my god, but they're not going to have much of an army in response, though. Check this. Camel Archer count. Feeling a little bit high. We have got double Knight spam coming into him here. Remember, it's very high base damage. Very healthy units. 150 HP compared to 190. When you consider the Camelanese as well, feels like you're on par. Military Wing now coming in. He switches it over. Cat decides he's going to stick to Camel Archers here, so he's going to be going into the Culture Wing. Let's get those upgrades. Too sweet. King's Palace on the other side. Rico reaching for that age 3. There is an eco lead, but it's mainly just Cat, remember. This is the deceptive element always. So this is the power going Abbasis, that you will pop Cap quicker than practically any other Civ and team games. But once you're there, what do you do next? That's always been the awkward issue. And Scatterbrained is going to be trading. You can't rush these things, Philosberto. If Scatterbrained had rushed to go trade, B would have been dead. So with Deerstone, with the pressure opening of like Magadai and then Keshix, he's able to have impact on both ends of the map, saving B at Nana's hand. So actually I'm fine with what Scatterbrain done here. And now he can get that trade scaling. So Eric, he has just stuck to the way of the Yuumi. I don't know if it's really doing enough here though. Horsemen, they do get a decent raid on the backside. 3 or 4 villages picked off. I just don't know what the answer right now is to these Camel Archers. I mean, I know what it's meant to be, but yellow going Horseman is going to be difficult here, guys. He has got the Royal Institute, so he'll have the efficiency of all that extra health. The question now is whether he's going to have enough food. And if he doesn't, who's going to give it to him? So Purple will be going Castle soon as well. Rico, is there a world in which he just rushes Imperial here? It's feasible. I could believe it. Like, Berkshire would have to be the choice here, right? You're a flank player, you went TC, so you kind of need a defensive landmark if you want to Ultra Greed. That is an ambitious wall. What? I do not know where to begin with this. Abbasid walls, the only civ that will still do it. Guys, I think they've done it again. Game 2 was 3D Clan looking like they should have been dead and then just resetting the map. They're doing it again. This time they didn't even dive the Abbasid's base. Is this the obligatory Abbasid's OP moment? Or... Well, Cat was in the middle of his Meowth, that's right, dialogue before he realized actually the whole map's a bit too greedy. So he has reset it. It's going to be half the map now, which is still quite frankly absurd. Rico. So he's reinvesting, so I'm not going to get the Ultra Greed. Longbow Spears are coming. Joan is still only level 2, by the way. After all that effort, still didn't reach level 3. I mean, this is the problem, right? Trying to get blood out of a stone. There's only so many times you can hit Anatan before he runs out of value for you to milk XP-wise. That was one of the big problems. And now look at him. I mean, Anatan, credit to him, the TC reboom, back up to 61 villages, has got the farms. The wall's coming up. He's going to be back online by about, what, 22 minutes proper? And Temple of Equality coming through is kind of wild, but it makes sense, right? The longer the game goes, weirdly enough, the worse Floating Gate becomes. So if your tech is delayed, you kind of lose value in this because Euroshiro is all about timings. The production rates give you that timing. In this situation, it's just better to have Temple of Equality and have the potential for Buddhist monks. Pretty decent against the Knights, but also just really good now at returning their investment. It takes them 3 minutes with Zen to pay themselves back. Only 80 gold. Help. How many people's pub games look like this right now? Be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I think Camel Archers or Abbasid Eco need enough. Probably Camel Archers, actually. I don't know why they... I think Camel handling makes sense for melee. It makes no sense for ranged. It's just such a hard hump to get over going against it. I'm sorry, that was terrible. But it truly is. It's such a giant hurdle to try and maneuver. Because that maneuverability, 1.87 movement speed, even a horseman can't keep up with them. Oh, technically they can, right? They've got 0.01 more movement speed. Congrats. That really doesn't allow them to do anything. Now we have a dive back into B's base. So apparently the solution to the camel problem is move to the opposite side of the map to where it is. And then you can just point out that your opponent has got 40 useless military. Or rather 40 useless population. Wouldn't call it useless military. Dive is coming in. So outposts are being blocked out. B. He did go Regnants, right? Yeah, and he got a grand total of 0 relics. He hasn't had a chance to get out and pick them up. And I don't know if he's going to get one here. He needs some assistance. Yeah, this is kind of sick, actually. Like, they know they can't fight the Camel Archers directly, so what's the thought process here? Fight away from it. It's only a problem when you acknowledge it. Trust me, my counselor told me that's a very healthy way for me to live my life. And funnily enough, the Camel Archers can't even contest this veteran longbows. they're struggling against it. Horsemen are also massing against this. In the meantime, B is being crippled. 50 eco, barely any military, and now they're going to shuffle over into the base of Scatterbrained as well. A man who has a standing army that is a 10th of his eco. Oh my god, the villagers, he's not even reacting. Scatterbrained finally tries to move for safety, but there's just not enough room in this inn. So many villagers going down on the sheep. So many more still to fall. Scatterbrained and B now down to 50 economy. And that's rebalanced things, right? Like Cat, he can boost his own eco back up. You go and you kill 40 of Cat's villagers, whoop-de-doo, I've got all these TCs. That's not the case for the Mongols and the HRE in this game. They will feel the sting of this. It will be everlasting. And those camel archers need to basically punt for the glory of all the 3D clan. And it's a high and tall order. Villagers shuffling away here just in time. He's trying, but it's so difficult to find economy in the blind on an 8-player map like this. It's like Teal is still taking damage because now the Mount Samurai just parking here. Horsemen are going to be chasing, so the Camel Archers are eventually going to be dealt with. The Lombos, this is even easier actually with what Blue just done. With the way the Cat just split, it's even easier to mop up. Now, he did at least get a massacre on the French villages. But now Camel Archer's all dead, right? A very expensive fight here for Cat. And he just slung his food and gold away. So at a point where he needs to remass his army like that, he instead has to expend it into his allies. Which can work out, right? Like if you're in a game where Scatterbrained is 50 eco but 150 military, the maths lines up why you do this. You're in a game where Scatterbrained is at 50 economy and practically no military. You've had to do this to bail him out. I think we can agree the Mongol way of living didn't work out because you see, in modern governments, when you need a bailout, the government's got you covered. Mongols don't work like that. They raid, they kill, they keep what they kill. And unfortunately, in this game, Scatterbrained hasn't been able to kill anything. He's not even making it a killing on the free market here. He has, what, 7 traders at this stage in the game? He didn't have the flex to build in extra markets because he had to try and bail B out with that attack, right? Usually at this stage, like I'd say about like 18 minutes in, you want to be setting up free trade posts, and then you go from there. At this point, I would have 40 plus. Philosbo, didn't you lose that unlosable game against Kiljadi? Philosbo, mate, like, we've seen your games. You'd either have 8 TCs, okay, no, 8, 4 TCs, or 6 trade setup. I know. You like your resources. You're the American version of Goldfinger. This is kind of looking done, right? Militaristically, how do you come out of this? You're scaling really slow comps. Like, everyone's building knights, and knights don't come fast. It is a bit deceptive because one player is bulk Yumi, but it's only like 30 in the military, right? It's still a 3x advantage, and the eco's neck and neck. And B going Imperial is not going to change that. Credit to him for the location, at least. He's basically moved his entire base elsewhere, but you're pretty much starting from scratch in the corner. This would normally work if your team wasn't now trying to trade. But now, you've kind of just painted a target on this location. Yeah, Cat has to somehow use Scatterbrained's base to hold it all back. If only Yam worked for camels. 2 movements would be enough. Thank God that isn't a thing. Mount Samurai now golded up, though. These elite Mount Samurai are pretty scary as well. It's like active raiders going into that tech that gives them the better shields. So there's a tech that gives them extra movement speed when they deflect is active right here. A lot of players don't get it. Domaru armor, it sucks if one unit in the formation gets hit because they all move at the normal speed then. But if you micro your knights everywhere, it's just you're moving at horseman speed, so you reveal all the issues your opponents have quicker. And yes, Khan Hunters were meant to be patched, but they do still work for Camel Archers, Desert Raiders, pretty much everything. Cat is working so hard to try and spread. I mean, just having the unease there definitely helps the defenders, but it's just so many different locations to try and protect. And Rico is about to bring the problem straight down to Tan's base. He does have the relics, though. Now, this is a big deal. If he uses them, so they're giving them a B, but the awkward thing is you want to have them for the Buddhist monks here, guys. This Buddhist conversion is really important. The 20% damage buff is huge with Mount Samurai because of the scaling and the way it works, right? So you got Bannerman plus the melee text, you're up at 30 damage. You add in another 20%, you're at 36 damage. You're basically hitting like you're an Imperial Age unit in Castle Age. But by putting these in the monastery, you don't have that now. They've just ultra-enabled B's Greed, but at a price. Yeah, because B needs every little bit of help he can get, right? Like 59 eco. I don't know who's meant to help Mongols and how they're meant to do it, though. Scatbrained is looking abysmal in this game. 55 eco, 10 military. Only upside is he's not being targeted right now, but that's because they're diving into the base of Anatan. Trade wing on the way as Cat is trying to reach the final age. Anatan trying to defend this is going to be difficult. Kurotite is now arriving, but a lot of these Mount Samurai are already dented or close to dead. And the spear count, rather, the spear crossbow count still looking very healthy here for Rico. Bakshi now coming as well. He's got his timing right for the elite techs. We also do have trade being set up now by Yellow. Also, these attempts at walls are going to be a big fat L. I'd love to see Yellow just set up like 2 stables here, build 5 knights, and just roam the trade. There's not much of it now, but if there was, you'd already have the blocker. So what's the way out? I mean, B needs to do something useful. Building knights into Japanese knights doesn't feel it. Building knights into French knights doesn't feel it as HRE. He does at least have the minework tech, right? And I believe he got it. So he got the extra armor on his knights. I just don't think that beats Royal Bloodlines plus Cantled Saddles. Plus, it's French. Not to mention the fact he just doesn't have the economy to flex that. All right, I think you're going to find Team China on the verge of victory here, folks. Too much damage being done. Cat slinging more resources, but slinging ain't what it used to be, folks. Instead, you're going to have to be hoofing it onto map number 4 to make your last stand here. Because in this best of 5, we are on the verge of witnessing Asian dominance with 2 Asian teams in the grand finals. 3D Clan, the last standing from outside of Asia. The last standing from outside of China. And by this game's standards, they ain't looking like a match. They need to dig deep. They need to actually go across the waters to Japan and find their anime arc like they did in game number 2. Because Cat was not able to deliver the kibble in this one. We'll speed up now. The outcome is kind of obvious at this stage. Camel Archers are barely holding back that ripple. In fact, Eric has already ran through. He knows where B is at now. In the meantime, Anatan's base is about to be forfeit. He's down to 50 economy. And the rocket launcher isn't that threatening when the army's this big. I mean, he's got a nice amount of samurai, but it just doesn't matter in the face of this production. Well, let me know what you thought about this game. I think this one's going to be uploadable. It had some really cool dynamics, actually. Pretty much just... I think the number one takeaway from this is Japan. Both teams just sent it into the Japanese's bases and ruined them. It forced Eric to build Yumi in feudal age. It forced Anatan to have the mass horsemen and still have to be bailed out. Ironically from the English. And now will come the GG. Game 3 for the Chinese boys. But a best of 5 means we are still not done yet. There's hope, 3D Clan fans. There is hope all of the rest of the world. The Chinese dominance can still potentially be stopped. Just not in this one. Oh. Right. So. Update that. So we have a 2-to-1. Well, the problem with your like theory there, Philly, is that the Mongol player does go trade. No one is covering them. You have 2 players greeting while B was trying to greet as well. Like, I don't know. Philly, I can tell you'd be really at home in like in MOBA or Apex Legends, flaming your teammates. Because the problem you have to keep in mind in this is it's actually a team dynamic. You have B trying to go Castle Age. You have Cat playing classic Abbasids, Mass. You have Anasand under siege. Right? Like, the Mongol player can't just greed. You have too many players greeting at that point. Silver Tree you can defend and trade. Really? Against double French? You sure about that? I don't think you can just pin that on the Mongol player. Were they checking? Yeah. They're occasionally sending knights back. And also, like, when they dive into the Mongol base, like, you can literally also tell if a Mongol player is trading by the fact of if he's bulking to try and defend, right? Like, I don't know if I entirely agree with your assessment. I don't like the shit talk of blaming it on one guy there, man. That's a team dynamic collapse. And like, if you actually want to blame one Civ, I actually think it comes down to the Abbasid pick. The Abbasid pick keeps doing this to teams. I've seen it consistently through this tournament. Abbasid players get to have their cake and eat it, but it's because everyone else is starving, right? And like, it's very difficult to navigate that stream of execution against a very aggressive team, especially in Dry Arabia. Like, you can get away with it easier on Rocky River like they did, because Rocky River is a wider map. So just inherently, it's like harder to punish the greed, right? But I do think like Abbasids, I say it's OP, but with the way it's being played, you could almost say it's overrated. Because all they do is build TCs, and although they'll eventually get camels, like the question mark you have to have then is what is the damage done, right? Like B got counterattacked, so the Mongol player has to bail him out. The Japanese player is basically borderline dead. By the way, did you forget the part where because instead of building trade, he built Keshiks, he was able to bail out Anatan as well? I don't know. I don't think that's fair to like blame on Scatterbrained. Dude was wiping more asses than a teacher at a nursery. Chinese is very important to see enemies' economy. China has its place, but in that strategy, like, what are you doing? You're putting China instead of Abbasids? That wouldn't work, I don't think, because China has even more greed than Abbasids. Because the Abbasids are at least going to build into camel archers to counter a bunch of units, right? Like, what are you going to do with China? Rush age-free, build lancers? So, you know, there are drafts for China. I think China works once again better on Rocky River. Oh, my head's hurting a bit. What the hell? But yeah. Let's prove a point to there's something funny we can actually look at here after what Philly said. So Philosberto was like, do you know how many games I've played? It's a good question. Jesus, Downfall. What? I just realized Downfall's played 2.5k games. That's wild. No. What we're looking for is very specific here, guys. Look at this guy. Plat 2. He's played this man. The point I'm going for, you know where I'm going with this. I'm tacking on it now. Like, quantity doesn't exactly mean, like, everything. There's players with, like, freaking 1,400 team games. Yeah, dude, this guy's got 1,400 team games. He's Platinum 2. Come on, bro. Oh, Neri with the push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Wait, was there someone with 26,000? Are you sure about that? Or are you just NA mathing? 2,600, you mean? Yeah. H. Jesus. Look, this guy's Platinum 3 now. Yeah. I don't know, like, when people try to use, like, numbers and excuses, like, dude, it's like me saying I've cast more games than, like, Drongo. Why am I not a bigger YouTube? Right? Like, that's just because you've done more of something doesn't mean That's how it works. Huh? It does bring experience with it, but come on. I mean, dude, I just flamed myself to counter your point, so feel free to go on my titling. I've already said I need a person to manage the YouTube side of things. I've got way too many things on my plate to then manage the YouTube side of things. It's a challenge. So I need to get someone in to grow it. Then the interesting thing to see is whether there's enough growth available in AoE 4 to make a living. Anyway, we are waiting for the next game, by the way. They should be getting in soon. Let's label exactly what happens so there's no mystery and excitement. I mean, you say that, but I've done it the other way, and then you have the obscurity, which people don't care about either. So keep cooking. You have to find the mid ground, mate. You have to actually make it very enticing on the mid ground. What was I going to do? Were we going to upload game 1? I'm trying to remember now. Well, we are oh, God, that guy's voice. Oh, I like that, actually. HRE. It's going to be a pun. He's going all in. There we go for all pikes. What do I call that one? HRE. The new team meta is wild. There we go. Show mass horse. Show HRE flag. There we go. But where are the push-ups? I already done them, Neri. I do push-ups on the chair. This has already been disclosed multiple times. If you didn't turn up to every stream, that's on you. Ugh. We push up with our hands because we can't do proper push-ups right now on account of the ankle. Those are not push-ups? Well, they are by my definition. So, checkmate. You know, I might say it's a democracy, but secretly, I'm in control. Anyway, try to think scheduling-wise. Are we going to have time? I don't know if Ben's going to hang around long enough. It'd be a bit frustrating. I'm hoping the clutch is we'll have Killjadi versus Wham today, but we'll see. Just do push-ups on one leg. All right, Neri, mate. Next, like, if we ever meet, I have permission to break your foot or ankle, whichever one you prefer, and then you can just do push-ups in front of me. Deal? Yeah, there you go. Merkaba gets it. Technically, there was a push-up. You already broke your foot? Yeah, like a long time ago. That's like me going, oh man, I can't lift a dumbbell. I broke my arm 3 years ago. We're going to break your foot and then you immediately have you do a push-up, Neri. Okay? Beastie needed surgery after playing an arcade dance game? What am I missing here? Do I even want to know? Part of my brain is like, I want to know, and then also I don't. Bloody hell, what is taking them so long to schedule the next game? I'll send old ladies who've never used PCs before set up lobbies quicker. Hopefully we're getting underway in a second. Who needs a timeout? The floor is yours, mate. Wield that power. Make dark, laughing noises like you're Empress Sidious. Be all you can be. Are we in yet? B, I don't know if B can't see the lobby. 2 people still aren't in the lobby yet. It looks like they're going with a 2-min delay this time, so we won't have as long of a wait, which is nice. And it's going to be high view, by the way. Oof. He saved those points. For what? to get a 5-minute timeout. GG. The trick is to farm more points. And then preemptively strike everyone in chat. H3 is pretty bad team game since melee units age 4 got gutted. I mean, you don't play for the age 4 necessarily though. Like the all pike strategy is really good. You open spears, you block a greedy opponent like French, Japanese, Mongols, right? They can't gather gold, they can't play their comp. So it's all like you have to treat H3 like a timing sieve. Like I think there's too much fixation on what H3 is going to do in Imperial instead of thinking what they do in Feudal, right? Like we've learned what they do in Feudal and 1v1s. That's true in team games as well. Even more so with all pikes builds. So yeah, I think it can work quite well. Like legit, I don't know. The Abbassids almost seems like the more questionable one. I think it works. It's just you can't treat Abbassids pick as like a fit all holes solution, you know? Points in like a nuclear weapon? That's true. You just stockpile them. You don't spend them on push-ups. Oh, a bit of music on while we wait. Who won the Genesis for AOM Retold? Nobody, Thomas. There's still one weekend. This weekend. There's going to be the rest of the bracket being played out. So lower brackets, upper brackets, and grand finals. You go Pike Rush or Horseman Rush for Mongols typically in team games. You go Age 2 and build useful units. What type of Civ gimmick playstyle do AO4 need? KP? Air units. There we go. I don't know, like, what do you mean, like, Civ gimmick? Depends on how you define a gimmick, right? No, he's not asking for, like, an all-encompassing thing to be added. He's asking, like, what kind of Civ gap is there still? I mean, we kind of have hybrid units already, but you could have different hybrid forms, I guess. You could almost have, like... You could almost have, like, a unit within a unit type thing. I'm always reminded of things like the very early RTS days when you have things like Warcraft 3 where you could mount your archers on horseback, but the horses, like, or bird back rather, they could fly, right? Gunpowder Cav, that's one I mentioned earlier. Yep, we don't have dragoons. But dragoons are going to be really hard to balance. Like, dragoon, dude, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's been a game that's made dragoons and they haven't felt imba. I always just remember Cossacks, and like Cossacks, dragoons are busted. They just turn up and blast everything. Zappers, yeah, you could go for like, I think you go like petards actually. Like petards, I don't know, we added it with like custom civs, right? Like Hosting created the civ pack where petards got added to like 2 civs, and they were really cool. Obviously it has them way too early in the game, but they're really cool. AO2 has a cavalry unit that keeps fighting as a footman when it dies. There you go. Yeah, so like, it's weird. Like, there's a lot of classic RTSs that have that, but new gen ones never do it. Elephants with splash damage. That's exactly what we're missing. What we need is we need mortars, and we need an elephant with a mortar on top. Why don't we have a manganelephant? We need a manganelephant. I figured it out. Wait. Yep, actually, no, sorry. I didn't spell it right. It'd be manganelephant. A manganelephant. Is hosting in chat. He knows what he needs to do next. Variant Civ. Basically order the dragon in deli form. And they get... No, not mango. Nice try, Leave. But manganelephant wins. I have made an executive order. Nothing will beat manganelephant. Bombard elephant, yeah. I mean, you could go bombardelephant? Nah, this doesn't work, see. Elephants that shoot mango shots or a mango that shoots elephants. I would like a trebuchet that shoots cows. I hope they like beef. Wee elephant. I mean, like, why don't we just have an H5, you know? Myth got one. You don't see it often. If you did, there's been instant GG. That's what we're missing. Gives you flying boats. Gives you trebuchets that launch plague cows that kill everything. Ah. Age 5 can give your spearmen a penetrate ability that just allows them to stab multiple targets, or the charge ability that allows them to run through, like cataphracts. What is up, Voldemar? Thank you very much, Boo. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream, mate. Welcome, welcome, one and all. We are just waiting for game number 4 of the lower bracket finals of the Fields of Blood 4v4 tournament. They are taking a century and a half to get set up, but it looks like they're finally getting underway. After this, we should be hopping into, hopefully, one of our midweek muster series. The schedule got completely ducked up because of Clearman's 4v4 tournament and players lagging behind on scheduling. So we're trying to catch up for that. So hopefully we have some quarterfinals to play today. I'm hoping maybe we can get one of the semi-finals, right? It'd be really cool to actually have Puppy Paw versus Anatan today. And I know Anatan's usually willing to stay up later, so that might work. We were meant to have Dumu versus B today, but I have a feeling because of this, that's going to get delayed until tomorrow because B is playing in this. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm telling you guys, Mangan Elephants is what we need. Does the winner of the lower bracket move back to the higher bracket? What, in the Fields of Blood? In Fields of Blood, yes. It is loser's bracket, so winner of this series will go into the grand finals up against Louis MT's team. So you've either got a full Chinese grand finals, or you've got East versus West. Oh, and we can hop across right now. Gladiators with nets, that could be cool. Like, do you go for like a roam there? Yeah, like snaring is kind of a cool idea, actually. Might be a bit OP. I don't mind these ideas of like drastically scaling abilities. We can tweak and adjust and improve everything else behind it. I like the idea of those type of abilities because it brings a more interactive experience of AV4. You know, we're very macro heavy. There's nothing wrong with adding more micro. It doesn't mean the macro matters less. It's just a different style of skill expression. And what is up, Macabre? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Remember, guys, you got Prime subs. Do appreciate them. Drop them here. We are, after all, doing 3 to 4 days of tournament action every single week, hosted official on this channel. So there's plenty of bang for buck there. Had archers that could put down wooden palings? I mean, that sounds like a useless thing. Wouldn't horses just run into the palings and then they disappear, but they wouldn't take any damage? I mean, come on. What we need is we need bunny knights. I can't believe I just said that out loud. Yep. I'm going to stand by that. We need bunny knights, guys. That's what this game is missing. We need bunny knights, knights that can literally hop over walls because I'm sick and tired of walling. Good thing we're in high view, where that's going to be very difficult. One and all, welcome back to the channel and welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We've got Fields of Blood action here. Team China on the south side of the map, already on the verge of slam dunking it and punching themselves a ticket into the grand finals up against Team Louis MT. But 3D Clan stand in their way still. An opportunity to strike back here on high view, and they need to strike back because we're already in that lower bracket. There is no retreat. There is no recovery. In fact, let me pay out the points from last game because only 7% of you believed in the power of China, and now you deeply regret it. Get voting again. I'm curious to see where people are going to be lying with this one because we have got a Mongol pick again in the hands of Scatterbrain. We have got HRE this time in Anatan's hands, B this time on the Japanese, and then to round us out, we've got okay, are you kidding me? It's a remake. Whoop, whoop. Well, yay. I'm surprised that didn't happen sooner, actually. There's a one Chinese RTS where one siege engine would let you launch others units on kites over walls. Yeah, no, so you're thinking of, it was Battle for Redcliffe. It was, I'm trying to remember the Dragon Throne. Dragon Throne Battle of Redcliffs is what you're thinking of. Stronghold did that too. Yeah, but it was in one of the sequels, so it doesn't count because only the originals matter. But yeah, you're thinking of Dragon Throne. Did I say it was a Battle for Redcliffe, which was like an RTS that came out in 2001. Had some really cool things. It also had that whole thing where you could take your units, mount them on horses, and then when they fought, the horse would die, and then they'd be on like footback. They'd be on foot from being on horseback. So yeah, that game actually had some really cool kind of advanced interactions in it for a game so old, actually. Yeah, there's a lot of low-key bangers from like the early 2000s. Wouldn't hold up from a esports balancing perspective, but very memorable and enjoyable to play. Redcliffe, awesome movie. I don't think I've ever watched the movie. I mean, I pretty much know like the whole Romance of the Three Kingdoms because I've played way too many Dynasty Warriors games, right? So I am well versed. So yeah, guys, apologies. We're just waiting for them to get back into lobby now, and then we'll get the 4th game launched. And then I'm pretty sure Dumu versus B is not going to be happening today. But like I said, there's always hope for Wham, Killjadi. Probably not. I hope Wham and Killjadi are going to get their asses in gear and sort it, because otherwise we might have a big freaking traffic jam on the draft, on the bracket. But the one that I'm hoping we get today is Anatan versus Poppy Paw, just because Anno tends to play a lot later than Dumu does. So we'll figure it out. What's up, Mum? How's it going? Dynasty Warriors Stronghold, AoE, StarCraft, my childhood. Man, my list is longer than that. Cossacks, Heroes of Might and Magic, Red Alert, Command & Conquer in general. Whew. Warcrafts, I didn't mind them. Dawn of War, I think I spent a lot more hours on Dawn of War. Company Heroes in there, Guild Wars, Call of Duty. Dude, there's just so many games. So many games. I played a lot of games. I picked up the sticks when I was 3 years old. Rise of Nations, yep. Actually, Rise of Nations sequel is really underrated. You can't get it anywhere digitally, though, right? You have to get physical copies. Rise of Legends, I think it's called. And yes, boy, that is my mum. Stronghold holds up well? Yes. Yeah, I occasionally go back and play it still. Oh, then you had the Sierra games. So you had things like Pharaoh. What is up, Kefka? Thank you very much, mate. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy the content. Appreciate the Prime Gamer sub. Remember, guys, you got subs. Appreciate them. Drop them in so you don't have to worry about the ads. Also help support me on the journey to try and make a living as a content creator, which is a bloody challenge in 2024. But yeah, there's... where were we at on the list? There's just so many. So we're talking about... Yeah, the Sierra games. So you had Caesar was my most played, and then it would have been Emperor Battle for the Middle Kingdom, I think it might have been called. You then also, by the way, had the Dune games, because there was actually there were the Dune games that most people remember, but then there was also Emperor Battle for... What was it called? Battle for Dune. Which, there are a lot of things you could criticize about that, but it was a really cool game from some of the mechanics they had. Like, you legit could recruit the Freemen, and they would ride sandworms around for you, right? So it actually had some really fun things on there. Do you see the new Paradox published Aztec City Builder? I don't think I have. No, I haven't. Well, wasn't there like one that's even closer to those? I know someone relaunched Caesar, and then there was also like... There was... I haven't seen the Aztec one, but there's another Roman City Builder that I think came out recently. There's a new Stronghold Definitive Edition. There is. I still haven't got around to playing it, actually. I was meant to. I am looking forward to Europa Universalis 5, though. Don't know when we're going to get it, but I'm really hyped for that. You have the demo for Dragon Throne Battle for Murder Cliffs. Dude, I've still got the disc somewhere in my house. Always start playing Liu Bei? Oh, no. Actually, no. Liu Bei's fine. I like Liu Bei. Always chilling defending his honor until I had an unstoppable army. True. I mean, no, you know, like, I'm not a Star Sour fan. I think I lean Team Green more than any other. Sasa had some cool people, though. Zhang Liao, one of my favorites. You liked it? Played Dune 2000 way more? Yeah, I didn't play too much Dune 2000. Red Alert 2 was the best one from the Command & Conquer / Dune games. I remember I played a lot of Command & Conquer 1 on PlayStation 1. Do you guys remember that? Do you know that was a thing? Was it only RTS for UK people or did you do Grand Strategy? Dude, I've done all kinds of things. I've done RTS, I've done Grand Strategy. just pretty much any type of strategy. I had RPGs. FPSs, I was more of a console thing for me. I always thought console was the home of FPS. I know it's not, but like my approach was like that. Dynasty Tactics, dude. Dynasty Tactics was underrated and very expensive to buy now. If you guys ever looked for like the Dynasty Tactics 2, you'd spend like more than you would on a new game nowadays. Very rare. I think I may still have some of your old games here. Yeah, probably. God, I'm hoarding my games. Just outrageous. Home background? Hell yeah. We're usually on the Rampart. Because the reason why I love Rampart so much is my very first Heroes of Might and Magic experience was actually Heroes Chronicles Clash of the Dragons, which... Oh, I got a fun one for you here, guys. Let me hop over. Because I actually... I can flex it. There you go. Still got the box. There you go. Big box. Not the small ones. The big one. So yeah. Heroes Chronicles Clash of the Dragons. So the Heroes Chronicles series was specifically designed to try and get more people into Heroes of Might and Magic. It worked, man. It got a lifelong fan out of me. I didn't know about it until that. But yeah, let me hop back over and put that back. Yeah, dude. Okay, so anyone who knows the like OG Ultima experiences is gonna hate me for this, but I even have the worst Ultima released, the one where they went 3D that killed the entire franchise. It was the only one I ever played, and I actually quite liked it. Yeah, here you go. Ultima. I played a little bit of Tom Clancy's End War, never got crazy into it. There was another game that came out around the same time as Sci-Fi 1, an RTS on console that wasn't very good. But it had co-op. You could play the same faction. Yeah. This one even has a map of the world, like on fabric, but that's upstairs in my house. Yeah, I still got the book in here. Fat old books. You remember when you used to get games with books? Right? Long time ago. Does it have the virtue cards? I can't remember if this one came with the cards. Did it? If it did, they're not in here. So I don't know where they are. Funnily enough, the disc isn't in here. I just got a box with all the cool stuff in. But I feel like anyone who's actually like was a big Ultima fan, they'd actually rather have the box without the game. Yeah, this one's... the box is a bit tattered, unfortunately. Some of them I've kept really well. This one got a bit beaten. Oh, man. Whoa, I'll put it down there. I'm not going to hop back over again. But yeah, it's the only Ultima I ever played, so I don't have any like deeper opinions on the Ultima series. Miss physical stuff, right? Like, dude, I think more games need to go back to making physical. Surprisingly popular. A lot of people would love and buy. Even if you have to pay extra. Sorry, just double checking my responses. All right, we're loading in now. Apologies on the delay, folks. What's up, boy? Thank you very much for the gifted sub. He's equipped my mum with the ability to watch her son without ads. You're a legend. Thank you, thank you. What are you drinking? Well, I've got it in a different cup, but I've got my new Tropics from Protein Works. So we've got some more blue raspberry going. Chom, chom, chom. No, I already drank all of my Banana Smooth Sundae. I never... Actually, yeah, I did play a little bit of Acheron. I tried the... I think I tried the demo. Yeah, I heard about that one. So Acheron is probably the most complicated RTS ever created. So they don't know. He's not kidding when he says time travel. The way that Acheron worked is very weird. Is that you could basically time travel back in time. And when you do that, you could then, for example, snipe a unit that had been responsible in the future for building like 20 factories. And now, because that unit had been sniped very early on, those 20 factories were never built. And because they weren't built, the 100 units that guy now built weren't built. It's like, it sounds really cool until you realize how freaking annoying it would be to play in multiplayer. Conceptually, it's like so deep, it's like, whoa, hit the bong. But like reality check of the way it plays out, hard pass. Sounds terrible, right? Like it sounds cool to like as a game like theory idea, but it sounds horrible to play. Because, like, yeah, as a single player, that could be cool. Like, we've all played Red Alert 2 Yuri's Revenge. We know how good that was because of time travel. All right, let's get ready to go. Why have we got so many layers on? Huh? We're all good? Let me... We also seem to be missing... Okay, I'm not even going to try to find the... Where's the logo? The logo's still on the other scene, right? I don't know, guys. Logo's gone. Oh, well. Oh, there we go. I see it. Gamba. Oh, you Gambaholics. Oh, wait. We need to delete and do again, don't we? Apologies about that, guys. One of the cursors are trying to do team games. Bloody crashes. And we need to flip the UI, don't we? There we go. One of the most annoying things about trying to do team tournaments, crashes. Apologies, folks. We are back for the remake. Luckily, it happened early because this is a pivotal moment here in the $1,000 4v4 tournament. Game number 4, Team China on the west side, which is going to be confusing in a second, are the ones on match point. On the east side is actually the Western team. We've got 3D Clan looking to stay alive, fighting for the tournament life here in game number 4 of this lower bracket finals. We have a switch around B. He's back to the Japanese. Anatan this time is going to be on the HRE. Scatterbrain remembers that he loves Mongols too much to ever give anyone else a chance. And Cat is all Middle Eastern, baby. Abbases, and now instead, it's going to be the Ayabids coming out. Interesting draft, actually. So you've got Cav, and Pseudo-Cav? I think Anatan's going to try the HRE All Pikes build again, which is really cool here, actually. Because you're up against... Actually, do you even... No, you just go Spears. I think you legit just go Spears. You could block out T-Rico, which is very important, because then you are the only side that has a camel. And the camel debuff is huge here, right? Because you've got Japanese mirroring. The French is a little bit awkward to deal with, but if you have the camel on these, Keshiks can fight them back. The risk they do have here, however, is the double Cav, right? The double Cav of French, which is why you're seeing the Mindwork coming out and likely going to be all Pike Spears. Anatan needs to make that an overwhelming win, because if there is Lombos from English, great, but if there's just so many cavalry deaths they can't hold a front line, even Spears can overwhelm the Lombos. So, should be pretty interesting to see here. We've got Kura storehouses as well. Pretty much everything you'd expect to see, except what? Wait, what? We've got double Chamber of Commerce. Both of the pocket players are French, and both of them have gone commerce. I'm going to really have to gun it for that Dick Sporting's Good sponsorship. That's very greedy, actually. I guess the thought process here is that Mongols are probably going to want to trade. HRE might be fast castling, and Japanese are always going to fast castle, right? The reality check here, though, is that you're going to have Desert Raider spam, Spear spam, and likely Magadai. So I'm not entirely convinced. And wait, is this a switch by Scatterbrain? It is. Okay, he's going trade. They just saw something critical here. Did they scout it? No. So what was the trigger for that? Maybe it's just a misclick, but it kind of seemed weird the way that was done. Almost like he was waiting for some piece of info. So we're probably going to have B and Scatterbrain greeting, and then Anatan and Cat playing block. And because of the fact that two players on the French side, on the Chinese side rather, went French, that does mean this can work. Because what you can do is if you attack their trade, their knights are going to mirror your move. They don't even need to fix the crashes. They just need to be able to save and load multiplayer games. I think I went over this a few times on broadcast before as to why you don't have a save and load multiplayer situation. Sometimes I think there's a misunderstanding of how data is handled in a lot of RTSs. You can't just save game load, right? You can't just take a snapshot of where everything is, because you can still weirdly enough get some decent behaviors by doing that. So the way that you'd have to load saves is the same way that you treat replays, which is every single execution and input is stored somewhere and then it's played out. There are efficient ways to store that info when you're looking at a replay perspective. It gets more awkward when you're talking about putting a player back in and allowing me to do live inputs. the way that RTSs have been designed from a netcode perspective for the last decade has essentially made it impossible for hot join or hot seeing or whatever it's called, right? Joining in session and even loading. So yeah, that's a little bit of insight as to why you don't get those solutions. You can look it up yourself. It's called peer-to-peer lockstep, which is what about 90% of RTSs use. Funnily enough, as much as people like to meme on Stormgate, and I don't know why people are still celebrating game's death, but whatever. The thing with Stormgate is actually Stormgate was trying to resolve some of that problem with the way that they've done their netcode. So yeah, like Stormgate had a lot of really cool ideas, but because they weren't surface level, where it's not, look at this cool unit and the way it does things, it was hard, I think, to articulate to an average like gamer, because most gamers just want a good game. Like, obviously you want good tech underlying. It's almost like Stormgate would have made a killing if RTSs were still big and they were selling their tech to everyone else. Stormgate's done? No, Stormgate isn't done. It's just in an awkward spot. Like, Stormgate could recover. It's not going to be quick, though. Like, if anyone expects Stormgate next year to have 100,000 people, please let me know what strain you're smoking. There is a world in which it recovers, right? And that's not hopium, because I've seen some games plummet that deep and recover. Like, it's a long route, though. It is a really long route. Because if you guys remember, do you guys recall certain, what's it called? Clear Man's Skies? Not Clear Man's Skies. Clear Man's Tournament. No Man's Skies. No Man's Skies released to abhorrent reviews, and they fixed it. And then it actually like went on to be a pretty successful financial endeavor for the devs. But it was years and years in the making. So I think that's where Stormgate's at. Like, is it done? Is it never going to be a game? Can it never actually recover? No. Is it going to be a long route in which they're going to need enough money to keep the course and get there? Yes. Like, I can tell you the last tournament I worked on in, I think it was September, it was actually really fun. The gameplay quality was really cool. There was some really, really intriguing strategy coming out, and it was kind of a preview into what the game could be. But, like, sadly, that's not what the marketing was done around. And that's not where the game was at when it first was shown to the public. I think NMS ever really recovered his game. It's just a successful screenshot engine. I think NMS done well for itself, actually. It's just not as apparent because they grabbed a lot of the money initially and then it got fixed. But, like, no, it's in a really good spot. Like, you know. I think people are too quick now to rush to the idea that every game that's flopping after gathering money has to be a Star Citizen instead of it being a potential comeback, right? It's all about mentality. But, like, this has been an issue in gaming for a while now, I think, where in general people do just like celebrate and laud the failures more than the successes nowadays. Don't know if it's just because we got bored of just seeing something succeed, but it's kind of weird. And I don't think it's just a gaming thing. I think it's in general in life right now. Anyway, let's root for the failure of the Camels. Screw them. They win too many games. There you go. See, I'm part of the problem. Cat is looking to pressure with the Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders should do quite well here against the Knights, which is why I love that Ping added in the Horsemen. Smart read there. And well, Eric, he's already up to age 3. B is going to be mirroring slightly behind. But in terms of comp, I think we're going to be seeing similar here, which is not good for B. Yeah, okay, thank God. I'm glad that was seemingly a misclick. You're against double French. Although you're tempted to build Mounted Samurai, because in a 1v1, Mounted Samurai counter French. In 2v2, 2v2s, 4v4s, the quantity mass just doesn't make sense. Your Mounted Samurai will get overwhelmed and Knights will win. So he does make the correct call here. It's going to be him playing into the Onimusha. Logic now being is that Ping, this endeavor into Horsemen should be a short-lived experience, not a long one. Are Spanish Bros coming back to AoE4? Rumor has it they might be. I believe Vortex has already said that he's going to be playing Age of Empires 4 again, right? He's definitely been streaming a lot of it. Don't know about Lucifron, though. And Root's not wrong. This is why new game franchises rarely come out. It takes so much time doing the making sequels. Oh, it's not... No. I don't think it takes too much time compared to making sequels. That's wrong. Because, like, on a structural level, like, from building an engine, you can still make a sequel on a new engine. The problem is actually different. The problem is like, why would I try to start from scratch with an IP when I can just exploit this one that exists? And you see it all the time. Games that come out that are not genuine to their previous title. Right? Like, imagine if Age of Empires 5 comes out and it's an FPS. Why isn't it FPS? Because we're sci-fi, baby. Lasers, right? Like, we meme, but let's be totally real. We live in a game age where that wouldn't surprise us. Maybe from Age of Empires, because, you know, that's too far afield, but there are games that have had this issue. Anyway, I love that we got these kind of talks, because although we have raids, we don't have this pivotal all-in move. It is a raiding type game. And that's pretty atypical in the current meta of team games. The all-in strategies on a map like Highview really relies on the positioning of the players. And because you've got English versus Mongols, English were the only ones who can make the move, but it's too much cavalry. On the north side, you've got Japanese versus Ibids. Raiding Civ, camping Civ. You're not going to see an all-in play here, right? If you had English and Japanese on the same side of the map, then you'd have a different situation. Right now, though, Anatan, we talked earlier about the All Pikes play. He's leveraging it the full way. Spears and the Horsemen. Meanwhile, being already marching around with those initial Onimusha. Other side of this, Eric has a lot to play with as well. They are neck and neck, though, when it comes to count. Their timing is essentially mirrored. Also, being able to pick locations in team games, it's almost like there were RTSs that released in 2001 that let you do that. Call me crazy. But you know what? That's the problem. 2001 was such a long time ago. Do you guys remember that, like, people thought Velcro was cool back then? Ugh. Guess we'll just leave it to random chance. Or we can make it like a very, very subtle, secret thing where, like, there is a way to choose your location in custom lobbies, but it's not apparent to all the players. Man, I am in a sassy mood today. Desert Raid is coming in. So this is kind of awkward, man. Like, this is why I rate Camel so highly. Whereas an Ibid pick or an Abasa pick, you're in a Cav meta, right? Like, Japan has a horrible time against this. Onimusha are still decent base damage, but their attack speed is horrible here. And because of the Camelanese, that attack damage gets even worse. This is not a fight you win. Even if he had equal numbers with B, if just one Camel was there, it was always going to be one-sided. So pressure being felt now in Eric's base. And even worse still, look how far out the floating gate is. He's going to lose the Yorishiro dropped building. He's going to have to commit to the defense. And the problem now is, like, where do you get more Onimusha to defend? From this building. Big edge here for the 3D clan. Desert Raiders have still got some work to do. I think this is the frustration. I almost want to say Desert Raiders should be allowed to torch. Because this is the pivot in team games. The fact that they can be ranged, melee, and then still torch as well. They do it all. Horsemen are going to arrive. So good save there by Pink. Military numbers are, however, starting to favor the 3D clan. But the difference here is the trade. Remember, it was double Chamber of Commerce French. And now they're adding trade in actively. Joan, meanwhile, on the south side, actually getting a decent game here, guys. Yeah, a little bit surprised by this. B, usually you want to have, like, the Onimusha near this, right? Because Onimusha are the perfect counter, but no. Does end up cleaning her up, but she's been getting some XP. So 300 out of 500. A little bit ambitious hanging around with her there. Will be sniped down. Military beginning to blow up. We're now talking about a 2x advantage, and that's because of the infantry comps. We've got archers, we've got spears. We also have Anatan now in age 3, adding in the men-at-arms. This was a Regnitz, right? Yeah, so no point going Burgrave. Like, Burgrave, just, I don't think Burgrave works in team games outside of Gorge. You need a very specific configuration of map to make Burgrave make sense. Maybe if you're a flank player in this situation, it could have worked. Even then, it's quite tricky, especially when you're against mass cav. Like, yeah, you can play spears, but you almost want to be into men-at-arms. You're looking for a way to get into men-at-arms. Burn from the walls. They are trying to block the trade. Keep in mind, though, there's still an option on the north side. And, wow, Scatterbrain is actually using that option as well. 186 gold. Look at the distance on this trade. Long route, but also big returns. So, good news as well, actually, for Team China is just having England down here to stalemate around the trade, right? Like, England very good when they can anchor to a location. And then you're going to have all the raiding activity north side, which is true for both teams, right? Skybrain could have went for something dynamic, but You know, what makes more sense here? Playing just mass Keshiks or playing archers? Right? You're going to be in a more anchored situation anyway. You're playing into English. It's kind of a necessity because no one else in your team's going to want to build it, right? It's Anansan going for the mine work, which means he wants to be full melee. You could argue that maybe Anansan should have been full melee and Scatterbrain should have been just full archers, though. Especially if you're going to like extend the Yam. But the problem is because he went Silver Tree, he can't do that to Age Free anyway. Counter pressure coming in here. Desert Raider count is not looking good for Cat. Like, his involvement in this game is looking a bit odd right now. I think he got reduced a bit too much on that dive. And this is really cost efficient. The amount of horsemen that are coming here versus Desert Raider, right? It's double the count. And behind this, with trade scaling, like the risk that we run here is that Cat, in the coming minutes, is going to be left in the dust. Horseman. Just need to get those stabs in. I think he's a little bit too focused on protecting the Onimusha instead of just taking out Desert Raiders. So, weirdly enough, 3D Clan are able to win that fight. Eric now in full retreat, and Pink essentially throwing away a big chunk of the Horsemen. Second wave, not here. Trade on the south side is going to be an attempt to protect. The difficulty now for Rico, though, is the fact that Anatand is in Age 3. And the Men-at-Arms is something that Rico has no counter for. I'm getting this creeping feeling that we could be seeing a Game 5. Trade's about to be blocked, and they win double Chamber of Commerce. Northside trade shouldn't be feasible here now after you lost that fight up against B and Cat. In fact, just look at the map. Remember, Teal Blue on the same team, on the east side team. Look at their dominance in the central area. Pink is still a wild card here with the Mass Horseman. The problem he's going to have is being everywhere at once. On top of that, he wants to go Age 3. So the goal now for China is to, without giving too much over, losing too much, get double Age 3 on the French, and then you have your Mass Horseman, Mass Knights. If they can reach that point, I mean, Cat's not going to scale at the pacing, right? Like, he's bulking Desert Raiders. Typically, we see Iobids building upwards of 40 Desert Raiders before even going Castle. And no, Japanese feudal doesn't exist, because the problem with Japanese feudal is their economy sucks too much for them to exist in feudal. We do have a temporary slowdown here on the south side. It seems Anatan happy to camp. We do have Shone coming. Even just getting level 3 on Joan is not going to feel that great. You're up against spears, you're up against men-at-arms. Men-at-arms that should be getting the heavy maces. In fact, they have them. So even if you get level 3, you're still going to get clubbed. Green. Hold up! We're going to grab. Is it going to be good enough, though? These are veteran horsemen, 15 damage per strike. Yellow has got the knights nearby. Comes at a price. Has to bleed some blood. In fact, has still got 10 villagers here, so it should be a tech up, but they now know he's teching up, which means they can press into Rico. A Eureka moment for them. As they realize that Yellow is not going to have the same strength he normally would. Joan is in the mix, though, and level 3 did just come through. Spawns the Men-at-Arms. That should be enough to scare this away. It has got the Divine Restoration to work with, but not many knights left here. Keshiks are going to have to retreat, so by some miracle, able to hold in this choke point. They refuse to bow. Rico, only 25 Lombos left over, though. The Night Wave is arriving, so that's going to be enough to shove them back. They threaded the needle thinly here, but they find a way through and up. Both of the French players are going to be up in Age 3. Yellow still lagging behind but a little bit, but now Pink is able to compensate. Mass Horsemen on the way, and I imagine a rush into Royal Bloodlines. Yeah, and behind this, now 3D Clan has to follow up. By follow up, I mean follow up in Age, not follow up this attack from another one. The attack window is closed. You need to catch up in tech, or you're going to be left in the dust. Being feudal against double French Royal Institute bloodlines is death for any comp. Red. Now the Onimusha is coming together. Check the count. 34 in scaling. Teal is here. Needs to be a little bit careful. There should be a Kaburia. No Kaburia! I'm not just saying words. It's a real thing here, guys. And a big one at that. It means that Teal can chase him. He has more movement speed. Big mistake made by Eric. And shocked that he doesn't have it when you have over 30 of these. So chase continues. Desert Raider is able to dive in as well. Static defense will be a little bit annoying, but this many torches will take that out. It's like Pink has now arrived with the Knights, or rather the Horsemen, that are going to feel like Knights in these fights, and they are about to have Royal Bloodlines. In fact, it just ticked in. These boys just got a lot thicker. 62 more HP against what is essentially a full countered army. Onimusha are going to have a nightmare here. Desert Raiders are not going to have a fun time. And remember, these Desert Raiders, some of them are tanked up more, sure, with your mini Royal Bloodlines. But Adabex is going to be no match at scale. The only thing you need to be careful of is Pink right now is trickling. Needs to get the troops together. Kurutai now on the way. Scatterbrained. If he can park this with a meta-arms dive, Anatan could just take out the English. Rico has also done something insanely greedy here. White Tower would have made a lot of sense to defend this flank. He's gone for the King's Palace. Understandably, like, his eco is falling behind. Just look at the count. He's letting the team down from that perspective, right? Like, he's weak compared to everyone else in this lobby. But now there is a window to dive. Skybrain and Anatan should be looking to push. Right at it again. Now able to chase on the retreat. Are we going to see them sneaking on that trade? We did at least get a wall up here, right? But it's still not complete. It's an ambitious wall for Cat. We know he likes to commit to these type of walls. Usually in a game as the Abbasses, where he has basically got about 120 eco at this point. More expensive for him this type of game. You have now got Mount Samurai coming up. The problem is there's already so many Onimusha. It doesn't work. Because the Horsemen are so tanky, they're also a sufficient front line. And speaking of those Horsemen, they see it. They're hunting now. Wall is going to be blocked. And there's only one reason you'd wall here. Because it's no longer just the Mongol player trading. They're all joining in. Iabid trade. We're probably going to be having French trade soon as well. Sorry, not French trade. No, it will just be Iabid. My brain. Too many remakes, too many map switches. But still, the fact that you've got Ibis trying to trade so they can afford Desert Raiders here in a fight that they're already losing. This is the pivotal moment they've been waiting for. Eric has the mass up to 47 Onimusha. Uma Bannerman now being added in. And B, seemingly forgetting to queue them. He doesn't have the Bannerman to give that extra DPS. Southside. They are finally diving though. The Kurotai moves in, not able to stick close enough to target. Rico's in trouble. We warned about the need for a white tower, and we're about to see why. Trade also in trouble. They need to shift it northside now. Army not here. Rico shuffles away with what little economy he has left because he knows his base is dead. And that move right there now forces a full traversal of the map. That's buying time. Trade now going to be absolutely safe. A small group of horsemen, sure, but that can be cleared up. The main army is marching all the way across map. The double infantry comp found their timing. Now, Rico did get some of the remaining eco out, right? But he's going to need to gather stone. He's going to need to build TCs in the corner. Yellow does at least have Zhone halfway to level 4. And farming up a storm here. The remaining crossbows and knights are training reasonably well, actually, into the men-at-arms. Surprising as well, considering that Yellow doesn't even have Royal Bloodlines. Oh, Zhone, min-max there. I am not convinced that China has found the way through. I mean, this is what you want to have a game, right? Make the call that it looks like it's going to end one way and then flip it the absolute opposite, because this is now 3D Clan coming out. They're able to contest the north side again. The south side looks like an 0-1 victory as long as they do not lose too much to this. Onimusha coming in. Eric, what? Nippon on the way to age 4. Where is Eric getting the resources for this? For the pressure he had on him and just 2 TC, this guy is booming. I mean, this is the power of the Japanese, right? Because they mass Onimusha, the Onimusha should be the last thing to die. Everyone else is the cannon fodder, so you reach pop quicker than most civs would. Now Zhone moving in, farming it all. Archer's practically doing no damage, just being sniped down. So, guys, this could be level 4 Zhone. Close to, actually. I think by the end of this army, it's probably going to be about 100 XP away. Actually, less than, like, a little bit more than that, about 150. But this is close. This is one fight in there. And that's a big deal. Kurotai also going down is significant if they can get it. On top of that, They did not kill the landmarks. Rico was forced out of his base, but he did not lose the ability to build villages, and he set up farms behind this to now leverage. This is a crazy game. Eric pretty much trying to carry this game at both ends of the map. He's come all this way, he needs to counterattack. Now the cool thing is from this position, you're right next to the Mongol base. You find the line, you can cut their trade. I think that's what he's hunting for. Great move in here. The Kurotai's going to have to unpack quickly. Very quickly. Excuse you? Scatterbrain. Ooh. Please tell me he's going to repair that. Yeah, villagers on the way. That was uncomfortable. Funnily enough, Eric could have thrown about 4 Onimusha away into the spears to kill that. It looks like Scatterbrain will, by some miracle, keep this critical landmark alive. And immediately you see Eric heading back north side. Looks like we've got a lot of posturing coming in. And we actually have the reaction coming out. Horseman plus the Onimusha not going to be good enough to deal with the veteran Desert Raiders now in play here. Needs the full army. We do have Jeune de Blast. It's happened. She's here and to be feared. And this is the blocker they need for the trade, right? There's still the men-at-arms and the spearman threat. But the attack speed, the Gatling gun here with mass raw bloodlines knights means you can easily fight back. So you remember we had that game with Cat massing Camel Archers and Unkillable? The strategy was to avoid him, right? That's what you're going to have to do here up against the Massive Onimusha. The problem is actually, I'd say, compared to that game, Eric's doing a much better job of mobilizing across the map because he knows where to find them. And oh my god! B! Where's the reaction? It makes sense. Bees, they weren't born with opposable farms. He's not able to click fast enough. He's taken out. Down to 49 economy. A heavy hit there for a man who needs gold. And now in a matchup where he's outgunned as well, right? The Onimusha count favoring his opponent. His only play here is the Horseman, but he's running out of time as the Elite Techs are coming in for Eric. Horsemen are at least going to be able to somewhat counter from Nage behind, but realistically, Eric with the right starter step should still be able to win this out. And this is just wave 1, folks. Wave 2 is already on the way for the trade. We got Horsemen, and would you like more Horsemen? You're going to get them. Perfect counter to the Desert Raiders, especially when you blob them up like this. Second wave's coming in. That should be able to maybe save some lives, but the wall is not up in time. Cat not able to protect their trade, and the Horsemen can now shut him down. Elsewhere, we have still got the Onimusha alive. Finally, they're going to have to stand their ground. Not sure why. They could just keep running here, but behind this, more techs now on the way. Pink reaching up to age 4. Kashyyyks are back. We've got the archers as well as the rams coming, so there's another attempt to try and take Rico out. I mean, it makes sense, right? He's the one dragging his heels here. Military is just not very much in existence for him. His economy is looking abysmal. He's the guy who needs to man up, get the army together, and find a way to contribute. But he's struggling, and they know it. Horseman raids. A lot of traders getting sniped here. Even with the camel on ease, they just don't care. Reduces their damage to the point where they're still going to kill in 9 hits. Behind this, do we at least have the red pass and the location to protect? No, because it was pink, right? And I know how French play... Oh, God, I know how they think. Yeah, it's almost like you needed yellow to be the one going Imperial Age, because you need a red palace here now to stop this flooding. How the hell does China win this? It's not a quick route to recovery, that's for sure. So many traders. 98 traders. Pink is at least doing a good job of distracting a lot. They've got the Onimusha coming again. This time, though, it's against elite Kurotai archers. That being said, the spears were out of position. So just get a bit of a shove back. They have now arrived. Look at that damage! Oh my god. Yeah, Kurotai all-pike spears, pretty good. Pretty good indeed. 23 base damage on an imp spear. Keep drop now coming in. Rico needs to make his stand here, needs to stake a claim. Rams in the meantime are deleting the landmarks. We've got Hui Hui power action coming in as well. And they're looking for a powwow in the base of Rico. Onimusha now here, so it might be another reset. But every time we watch Eric come down here, he has to forfeit map control on the north. B, the only real liability economically on that team now. But the cool thing about having your eco culled this way is it means you can recruit more people into the army. I think that's what we're probably going to see. And oh my god, why did it do that? Onimusha's finning though. Eric, I just don't know what he's meant to do to carry this at this stage. I mean, they do have Jean de Blast, but the fights are just too all over the place, right? If you were playing on like a mountain pass-esque map, I'd understand the power of Jean here, but the map has just been spread too wide. That attack speed is only going to matter if you can have everything in one location all at once. And that's just not happening here. That's one wave that's at least going to buffer this away from the economy of Eric. Someone paint me a picture. Make yourself a Van Gogh in this situation, because I need to know what the unit comp is. I mean, realistically, it is horseman, 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 but getting it is a whole other matter. Yellow only has 85 economy. Berkshire is on the way from Rico, so this is a last-ditch effort to stay alive. It already might be scoured. Anatan does see it, but he's diving under a keep, so this should be cleared up, especially with the cav arriving and Jean as well. He will get the landmark up. This will buy some time. The question is the same as it's always been. What are you doing with that time? Cat is now in Imperial Age. B still needs to catch up, but I imagine he's going to get slung some resources soon. If B does get Imperial Age, everything Eric's done up to this point is pointless. He won't be able to hold it back anymore. Desert Raiders are also about to become more of a threat in this trade because they are going to have those imp techs. And Desert Raiders are just one of the best at scaling in Imperial Age in terms of cavalry units. Has some work to do on the Golden Age. If he ever gets to that attack speed, it's going to be curtains closed. What's the role of Atrian Imp? Build towers, build cannons. Yeah, you can build spears here. With the all pikes build, it kind of makes more sense. It scales you up nicer. And because you're increasing your base damage, it means Elite Army Tactics scales you even better. So, yeah, I think you can play mass spears, especially in team games. It makes a lot of sense. Horsemen can also work because, once again, all pikes impacts them. Reaper Pout has found its way to the Berkshire. Eric, what could he do? I mean, proxy, maybe that's the way. Eric brings like one villager down south, builds like 10 stables there. So then he can just commit army north, respawn, commit army south, right? Because the thing that's kind of killing him trying to rebalance this game is the runtime. Every time he goes south, he gets attacked north. And now, every time he goes south, he doesn't even manage to win the fight for them. Berkshire now about to be crumbled. Kurotai dive is just too damn strong here. The Spearman just too good. I mean, this is the thing. Like what I was hearing earlier, H3 suck in late game team games. I debate that. In a cavalry meta where we've now got all pikes, I think they might have a role to play. It's very specific, very niche, but when you see double French, you know you're going to have a job. English suck in team games? I don't know about that. I think English suck when they're 34 minutes in the game and have the same number of villages as minutes in the game. English lombos in late game before production are pretty sick, though. I'll die on that hill. Yeah, at this point, I'm not really sure what China's looking for. Probably just kind of processing the loss. Processing the fact this is going to be a long, bloody series. There's another player now suffering the wrath of the 3D clan. This is at least now playing into the French production, so arguably that helps them. What doesn't, though, is the fact that they are gold-starved. The walls went up on the north side. They don't have access. The south side is just not going to be happening here. In fact, Anatan has a keep drop coming to guarantee it. I'm not sure what map 5 is going to be. I'm trying to remember what the map pool was for this. We've already had Rocky River. We had Dry Arabia. I don't know if Lipany was in here. I think 3D Clan have looked much better on longer maps. And Highview, although it has this concave, can be viewed as a longer map and that you can't run blindly. Compared to like Dry Arabia, you don't spawn as close. So if we're looking at a map where it's tight spots, it might be Gorge actually. If it's Gorge, then I could see this working quite well for China because that's a very tight claustrophobic map. If it's a more expansive one where you get to boom a bit more, there's a bit more wiggle room, I'm just feeling like that favors 3D Clan's playstyle here. One thing's for sure, we are going to see in that next game. Going to speed it up. Because this one is over. There's no hold back anymore. You've not only lost one player, you've lost two. Let me know what you think about this, guys. How do you feel about the team game states? Are you kind of sick of it being mass cavalry? Is it refreshing to see the spears come through? Or is it depressing that it has to be the HRE doing it? A Civ that is seen as OP everywhere, anywhere, every day of the week. Let me know in the comments down below, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oh. Another game done. That one might be uploadable. Don't know what we call it, though. There was something that caught my eye very early on, and then I forgot about it. They fix Cav in the next mini patch? No, they don't, because map design doesn't make sense. Okay, guys. Guys. We have options. We can see the final game. Or we have got midweek muster. Kiljadi versus Wham. We should really do our own tournament. I think we should do our own tournament. Final team game? Okay, I'm gonna like point something out that actually matters. When we go and do replays, which will then be replays, people come in and ask, is it live? And then they find out it's not and then leave. No cap. Like, seriously. That's the worry now if we do it from replays. I don't know why it makes a difference, especially if it's not being streamed anywhere, but for some people it really matters deep in their bones. Gotta tell them yes. True. Prediction-wise, so 3D Clan won that. Let's just say yes. I mean, we could. Did we do the final game? We basically came into this series so that we'd be able to cast B and Dumu, and that's now not happening to tomorrow. Instead, though, we do have Wham versus Kiljadi. I guess we can do it afterwards. Bloody hell. What a mess. I don't even know what to call that one on YouTube. Dude, I need a YouTube manager so badly. One of the most annoying things... What? Like, there was something I caught early in that game 4 that I was like, ah, that's a good focus point. And now I can't remember what it was. Oh, Double Chamber of Commerce. And then it's like... when you're attacking players, get sick of letting you greed. trying to think. I don't want to title it, actually. The truest form of cavalry meta. Mass traders. Two cocks, one map. Don't know if that really as a title. You're thinking more thumbnail, I think. All right, guys. So we aren't missing anything. They're getting into game now. I guess while we wait, I'll remind people that a sale is going on. And these are heavily discounted right now. I'm going to do... Should we do a chocolate hazelnut? Choc hazelnut? Load of Legends! Courtesy of Protein Works. These are delicious, by the way. They have been sustaining me through these long casting days. If you guys want to get them yourself, they're discounted down to £1. Go check them out. Exclamation mark Protein Works to get you there. The code Killer Pigeon will get you 10% off that as well. So you get them down to 90p per. So like, what, about $1 a bar. Worth it. Go check them out. And thank you very much, Mr. Correa. I appreciate the gifted subs. You absolute legend. Welcome, welcome, those 5 members to the Swarm. Enjoy your ad-free viewing experience. And don't forget, when it runs out and you feel that temptation to enjoy an ad-free viewing experience again, come back and subscribe yourself. Knowing the title, how many cocks were built? True. What I need is a game where it's 4 French picks. They all build Chamber of Commerce, so that I can title it More Cocks Than You'll Find in a Gangbang. I tried to be child-friendly there. I failed. Nice Kixies. November 16th, mate. Gotta put it in your schedule. Here every time. Wink, wink. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Look at this man, dude. Most people don't know when their Prime sub is up. This guy's checking. I love it. Hey! Thank you, Dan Elusive. Appreciate you, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Damn right you got a sub. I mean, we buffed it out, right? Probably gonna be like 100 hours of content a month. For $5, that's an absolute steal. Like, there's probably a lot of people who don't use their Disney that much, or their Netflix that much. And they're paying like 3-4 times more. Bargain. So guys, the hold up is we're waiting for the lobby to get hosted and loaded. So probably got like 2 or 3 minutes. Stretch your legs, get ready, get set in, because what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be doing the final game of the lower bracket finals of the 4v4 tournament. And then we will be going into our live series, which is going to be Wham versus Kiljardi in a best-of-3 single elim to see who is going to make it through to the other semifinals. And then tomorrow, the other semifinals will be revealed in the Dumu versus B matchup. You know what you're paying all the time? Nice. A lot of people don't. There are people who spend like $200 on subscriptions they don't use. I'm not that bad, but I do have like Amazon Prime. I think Emma uses it. I don't really. What's the next sub goal? You should consider a counter to incentivize Grim. I think so. This is interesting, actually. The sub goal is. You ready for this? I'm going to share this. The sub goal is. I'm going to share this. The sub. 205. We are 3 subs away. 3 subs. Can we get 3 subs to crack our sub goal? Go, go, go. You got this. Free subs. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Whoops, wrong one. There we go, there we go, there we go. Werner's coming in. Thank you very much, Werner. 2 away. 2 away from the sub goal. We're just waiting for this game now. You can see right here. Keep them coming, guys. You can do this. It's a sub train as well. Did you guys just crack tier 3? Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Keep going. Damn, this is dirty. I mean, Elderith, you could think about it that way, or you could think about it as I'm getting Amazon Prime for a discount. How many you need now? We are 2. Wait. Are we 1 away? We might be 1 away. We're 1 away from the sub goal. We done it! Sub goal reached! All right, baited, because guess what? Check this. Ready? Sub goal reached. It tells us, and then that hasn't updated yet. Sometimes it will auto update. Then you can go, we're just 5 away. I mean, you know, I'd be quite happy if like this month we finished November on like 500 subs. I mean, that's maybe greedy. But, I mean, the guys want, like, it's not going to cover my bills, but it's like we get closer, right? Which is nice. But, like, the main thing is drive growth. Because this is the thing. I think, like, I've just come to the realization. I don't know what I think it's... I don't know if you guys have noticed. I feel like esports, the average audience members don't spend a lot. Not like money shaming or anything like that, right? But I was thinking about this, like, compared to just chatting, casual games, like Animal Crossing and Sims and whatever. Like, I've talked to a lot of content creators on what they earn. And I feel like I'm a Looney Tunes cartoon when my eyeballs are ready to pop out of my skull at how much they earn. And I was thinking about it, like, when I've talked to people in Dota, and Overwatch, Counter-Strike. When you're really big, yes, you earn a lot. But if you're like, 100, 200, 300, 400 size streamer, at least compared to like these other games, like the Sims type things, their income based on subs and stuff like that and donos is substantially lower. Sportsball fans trends towards hot and stupid. True. Or compared to OnlyFans. True, there's the play. Mistakes we made. Time to sell my body out. 500 subs sounds like a lot. I mean, is it though? It kind of is, but here's the thing. Like, if we do the maths on this, OPD Vlam, I'm going to open my overview and tell you how many unique viewers I've had on this channel in the last 30 days. It's 14,000. So as a percentage, you see, of 14,000, that's actually quite low. Like, 500 is quite low as a percentage. Like, if you follow the sell-through logic. Unique views, right? So it doesn't mean they're hanging around a long time. But, like, if we're averaging... Let's say we're moving towards an average of 300, 350. Like, my goal is... I've said already, like, my goal, I think, by week 6, I want to be at 500 average viewers. We'll see if I'm able to hit that. I really need to get the YouTube side sorted. So I really, like, need to get... I mean, if someone knows someone or whatever, I need a manager on that side. Someone who's going to handle the YouTube stuff. Thumbnailing, titling, and we can figure out how to... make that financially incentivized for them. Because if that grows, then this will grow and it'll be back and forth, right? It feeds each other. But like, if we can reach that 500 goal of average viewers by like week 6, realistically, 650 subs seems doable. Especially for like live 4 days, tournaments, etc., right? No guy who streams about 150 viewers IRL and he has about 2k subs to viewers. There you go, boy. Exactly my point. It's like I'm not doing it to bait you guys. Like, I'm not doing it to money shame you either. It is something about, I think, esports in general maybe it's just like because some of the biggest esports people are so big that it just all funnels into them. It seems different. I don't know. Like maybe it's because of that. Then when you look at Sims or something else, it's more unique content. Well, I don't say more unique content person to person, but you get what I mean. It's a different style. Whatever it is, there is like an element of like. I mean, I guess you could like query: is it like are people here to watch me, or are they here to watch the game? And then it maybe makes sense in your brain. Because like my content is about like the narratives of the esports scene. So like, not to make you pick, but like, what's the balance between how much you care about me versus B, or me versus Dimmu, right? When we're watching a Dimmu game, right? So those are interesting kind of elements. Whereas when you think about someone who plays like Sims or whatever, like people might come because they like watching Sims, but they're staying because they like watching the person. And there's not a divide between them liking the person and liking 5 other people the person commentates, right? More frugal viewers, we're all middle-aged men. We're not a bunch of Fortnite teens. I mean, you say that, but like I've seen examples of how that's disputable. I think it's like the challenge is building from just being a channel people go to being a community that people want to be part of, a content creator that they want to support. I've said like I do query if there's some things that maybe like create an illusion for people. Like I think it'd be fair to say that I'm well kept compared to like a lot of male streamers, right? I groom. I almost look like I can afford a razor. Whereas something we have historically learned in gaming is looking like a bum can make you millions of dollars. And I think I've highlighted this before. Is like to people who think like if they think I have a bag because I wear a suit, I don't. I'm just very smart with my money. I'll find heavily discounted suits because I like wearing suits. But the hilarity is there's people who like will dress like a homeless person, but then the thing they're wearing is worth $10,000. Oh, no, John, man. And that's not my goal. My goal is not to shame people into giving. I appreciate the support you give. I appreciate the support everyone gives. It's not about shaming people into, like, gifting. I think it's nice to, like, make people clocked and aware, like, if you do have someone to give, like, it adds up. If there's 14,000 people and, like, 10% give, right? You see, if 10% of 14,000 give subs, you have enough to pay all my bills per month, right? So, like, if someone does, like, if you are watching this for, like, whatever hours, don't feel pressured if you don't want to, but if you want to wear that, yeah, subs do help. But, like, the point that I was getting to is, like, it's intriguing the dynamics, and I wonder what it is that causes that. And I think it is something to do with esports, because there is a truth that esports has gotten used to not paying for anything. If you think about where, like, there's so many areas where sports and esports, and we're still waiting, by the way, these guys are taking a century, so sorry, we'll get to it in a sec. If you think about, like, there's loads of divides between sports and esports, despite how much people try to clash them, right? I try to mesh them like the same. But one very unique difference is that esports fans don't pay for viewing access. And it's been that way since inception. And it kind of had to be. Sports got away with it because, like, the inception was you physically went to an event, so you paid to get into a venue. Esports still has that. But if you think about sports from a viewership perspective remotely, people pay licensing. They pay for Sky Sports. They pay for these to see the games, right? See, people get, like, the whatever it's called to watch the boxing match. Whereas esports has always remained free. So if you look at esports, and it kind of tracks for that, like, where does most of esports' money come from? Like, most of it actually comes from branding and licensing. Well, not licensing, it comes from brand sponsors, right? Whereas broadcast rights and etc. are much more like a dominant part of, like, how esports makes money in traditional. Like, I can't go sell the rights to cast my games to Marine Lord, Clearman, Lash, or whatever, right? I mean, it would make sense that consider Microsoft, well, Microsoft's funding the prize pool, but that doesn't mean it funds the tournament, right? Like, I still have to figure out the details and the money behind that. But, like, it's a very different, I think it's an interesting discussion because quite often people just envision that sports and esports are the same. They can follow the same path. They can't. They're drastically different. It's like the naivety when players think they can just, like, play the game that's good enough. It's like, that's not how it works. Just because that's the way it works in traditional sports. It's not that way in esports, right? We're nowhere near that scale for a start. Can I send game to get casted? At the moment, Matish, we're kind of, like, backlogged with, like, casting a lot of pro games. It might be that we try to squeeze that back in. The challenge I've always had is I've tried to scale the community side of things before, between running free-for-alls, between casting low elo games, casting player replays, and I don't know, maybe it's just I didn't do enough of them, but every time it just seemed like people wanted more Beastie, Demu, and whatever. Which also, by the way, I think is where esports has gone a bit weird. And I think you can see it, if anyone was watching the most recent Halo event, you'll get where I'm going with this. I don't think esports needs to focus entirely on the elitist cast of who's the best. If you think about how esports began, MLG, right? It was show up and participate. And I remember Adam Abkella tweeted this recently, like he thinks that's where esports has gone wrong. It's not that you can't have the elite cast. It's just weird that we've moved entirely away from the participation element, you know? Especially when for a lot of people it's like more relatable. It's more cool to see in a different like light. But part of it is because we scaled up to $1 million prize pools, so we moved beyond this idea of amateur. We saw like what was actually our origin is like just a necessity while we scale past, instead of it being a core part of the identity, right? That's why midweek muster is so important to me, is because it's an element of access, right? It's a way for people to get in, for people to experience, people to be part of it. That isn't there if I was to just invite only 16 players, and never, like, always just invites, and I invite the biggest names, and I get those guys, and that's it. I'm going to have some of them because of the format, sure. But I wanted to provide a way that people who wouldn't normally be there have a shot at being there. Hey, no problem. Like, once I get older, like and thank you, man. I do appreciate that. Like, you keep asking ways to help, and I love that. My goal, like, I really want to emphasize this. My goal is like, if people, like, you know, if you've not got money to give, don't feel like panic pressure to give money. Oh, for God's sake, it's gonna be a remake. Like, for a start, I've said there's like other ways to help. Genuinely, like the people that go and make Reddit threads and clip and share, whether it's on live stream fails, different Reddits, all these different things, you help as well, right? People who share with their friends, you help as well. People just turn up, you help as well. Like, there's so many different ways that people want to help other than just financial they can. Because if we're growing the stream, like if all of it leads to growth, then I can then leverage income from sponsors more easily, right? So like, don't feel this overwhelming pressure that you need to open your wallet and give me $100 a month. That's not what I'm asking people. I only brought it up because I find it's like if you're new here, I do these type of discussions, and it's not as a, why aren't you guys paying $5? You've got 40 hours of content. Mathematically, it's dumb. Right, I'm not doing that like political gale rant from a few years ago on Twitch. The reason I do like have these type of discussions is I like to think I'm very transparent. Like, I've actually been... Another reason why I really want to get someone to the YouTube side to help out with that is that I'm kind of intrigued in the idea of exploring maybe vlogs, right? Because what we done with the talking head for Red Bull Warlord was kind of a vlog type thing. And I wouldn't mind doing one, like, we literally, like, I need to upload it, because when we talked about how I broke my ankle, that's another kind of cool, like, talking headpiece content, right? I just enjoy these type of things, and I think people enjoy hearing them, because, for a start, when everyone just thinks that the whole world is perfect, right? And, like, creators have it great. I think it's actually nice to see that, like, creators are more relatable, their situations are real, like, there's too many people saying they live in mansions when they're actually renting them, kind of crap. But also, it gives people insights they're not aware of. So, like, it's not just for my own, like, solving. I've done this talking about, like, big esports events that genuinely, the 99% of people who watch esports events don't know how much an esports event costs to run. I mean, how would you? You haven't ran your own event, right? You can, when you get it explained to you, like, oh, damn, yeah, you're kind of right. That's expensive. But you don't necessarily cognitively think about it. It's not because you're selfish or don't care or whatever. It's just because you don't know what you don't know, right? Like, if someone told you a disease that was rampant across the world was easily curable, but like most people just don't realize, you're like, oh, okay, now my perspective has changed, right? And like, for some it's entertainment, for some it's education, whatever it is. I like the thing that, I mean, people would tell me shut up if I'm wrong, but I think people like to have these type of insights and discussions. The problem with esports is that games come and go. When a game loses its popularity, the viewership dries up. Yeah, but the names carry over, right? So like, and that's maybe a challenge with being a commentator channel. Is like, how does your name carry over? Because you're then just carrying on the torch of someone else, right? Like, why do so many people tune into Marine Lord? Is it just because he's the best at Age of Empires 4? Or is it because of his legacy in StarCraft as well? His stint as an Overwatch, right? Like, you know, there's so many elements to that. Good content plus CSN sell ice to Eskimos. If KP was a company with a stock exchange listing, I'd buy all stock. Thanks, Camian. I mean, I don't know. Like, I need to think of ways that I want to. I've said this as well. Like, I was talking to my partner recently about this. I'm like, why do I have to just be a gaming content creator? I definitely want to do games, but like that's why I was saying the vlogs. Like, why? I do sometimes feel like maybe I'm limiting myself there. It's not also limiting gets used the wrong way. It's not that I don't love gaming. It's not that I don't love my gaming community, right? But it's like obviously you're in a niche within a niche of a niche, and the potential market cap is higher on like vlogs or whatever, right? So like, I think if I can get the people in the right slots. So I've talked to Emma about this. Like, if she's got an interest in social media and keeping me true and honest to that, that's something you can scale. And then having a YouTube manager. That's my really big thing. My really big goal, I'd like to close at by the end of the year, is finding like someone to manage the YouTube side of things. That I then think opens potential, right? Because then you can do edited recaps each week of esports. This one and maybe other esports. You can do vlogs, talking head contents, all kinds of things. Yeah, foot pics, right? Dude, you guys are like, why are you all so focused on the OnlyFans, okay? Man can make a living without getting titty out, surely. Is there a rule of thumb for esports costs, like prize money times 2? No, Gandalf. No. Not even close. There's so much logistics behind the scenes, right? So, like, for example, this is a one-man show that I currently run. And even with the one-man show element, I have costs. There's the logistics of doing all the payouts for what could potentially be over 100 different people to pay maximum, like with KP midweek muster, right? Because like your maximum would be 30 times 120, right? Because you have 4 payouts, 30 weeks. There's having an admin, which has a cost to it. There's having graphics professionally designed, which has a cost to it. If I bring in guest casters, preferably I want to be able to offer them something to pay. That has a cost to it, right? So like ads, well, that's why you subscribe, so now you'd have the answer to these. But like, you know, and this is just a remote event. He's gonna have to go back and watch the VODs, too bad. But this is just like a remote event. Think about if I wanted to have a LAN. So I've been through these type of costs before. Like I have a place which I'd love to use for a small LAN. And that place is in Germany, and it's essentially like a gaming camp, so you could have everyone stay there. Why is that good? Because it would be less expensive than hiring a hotel. Because if I go for a hotel, average cost per person, let's say I do 8 players invited. So 8 players invited, I'm going to need 4 talent. Like let's go raw minimum, 2 talent. I'm going to work them until I break them. Welcome to esports. Then we're going to need maybe like 6 people behind the scenes. Then I'm going to need myself there. So 9, then we have the players. You're up to 17 people. 17 people, what, 5-day event? So let's say you're going to need a week in terms of like hotel. 17 people, and we'll put a cost on it of, oh no, we're going to have to go calculate math. So 17 people, and then we're going to, oopsie, can't even type those the right round. 17 people, and let's say the average hotel cost is 80 euros a night. Not unreasonable, right? 17 times 80, you're already at 1360, and then you're going to times that by, I said 7, right? That's almost 10,000 already. Then there's flights, so you're going to probably, for said 17 people, let's average 17 people at median average, because you don't know where they're going to be coming from, 300 per flight. That's another 5,000, right? So to get people there and to get them playing and having, I haven't even got food in there. Let's add in like probably another 3,000 for that, right? So now you're at like almost 20,000 from just that alone. That's before the fact I then have my casters and my crew that I'm going to have to pay. So that's median average that the event is going to cost me $2,000 for each of those people, like on average maybe for a week long. Right, so that's another, like, was it 7 people or was it more I went with? That's another 14,000, right? So like you're already at over 30,000 at that point, and that's before we figured out prize pooling, which some scenes, like, you know, with With World's Edge, they'll potentially give you prize pool, but they won't necessarily give you an impressive prize pool on that land. Like maybe you're like, this needs to be a 50k, and they're like, well, KP, your numbers don't add up. We're not going to give you 50k, right? So like, yeah, there's really a lot more money that goes into running events. Like I remember I used to query this when I've done a lot of Dota 2 with ESL. I was like, how much do you think this event costs? I remember Pimp Monk used to do it as well. And you poll and you put like 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. The amount of people who thought it was 1 or 2 million, you're like, go higher, go much higher. This crap ain't cheap. So yeah, esports events have a lot of hidden costs behind them, especially once you go from remote to physical. But even when you're on remote, man. Gonna co-cast for free? Damn. Hillberries, he's like, the one way I can avoid being banned from the Twitch chat is being on the screen. Finding options for lesser unknown players to participate and be seen in the game advertised and host for CE speaks. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that, Alderif. And then like, that's like my goal, like, you know, to peel behind the veil. I want people to realize that like this, you know, what I'm doing here, kind of see me, but also see that it's not like not just an esports channel to come watch the people you like, but also hopefully like me and like this community we're building, right? That's my goal. I've always said that like Twitch is about community, Twitch is about building that. So like my end goal, you know, I don't know if Age of Empires 4 is going to exist in 10 years. I don't know if I'm going to be casting in 10 years. What I want to exist in 10 years is the community we're building here, and I want to be growing piece by piece, bigger and bigger and bigger, to provide me and my family a living and provide you guys entertainment. Because I can tell you, when I got into esports half a decade ago, my driving factor was entertaining people, inspiring people, narrating, building something to be bigger than what I could do on my own, right? When I went to uni to study game design, the quote, I can still remember exactly what I said to people. When they asked me, why do you want to be a game developer? And I went, I love the idea of taking people out of whatever their world may be and putting them in a new world entirely. On fully immersing someone in not just a memory, a game, but an experience, right? What I realized when I got into esports, got into content creation actually, is what I described doing there was being an entertainer. And what I get to do here for a living is essentially be an entertainer. So that's why, like, I left behind the dev world where I would have been miserable, but I could have, like, dude, I mean, starting salary, 30,000. Like, you know, a few years in, I could have been making 500 euros an hour, and there's plenty of work to go around because no one wants to do SharePoint. It's like, I left that behind because that was the easy route that would have made me sad, but this was my true calling. So, like, yeah, that's a little bit of insight into, like, me, what I want to do with this, you know. I've said multiple times, like, AoE4 will always be a part of it for as long as it exists, as long as it makes sense. But obviously, I want to be able to grow us to a point where we're able to, like, check out new games that release. Like, I had such a blast being able to hop on Thrones of Liberty. I can't tell you guys how, I don't want to say fear-inducing, but in some ways fear-inducing it is. Like, when you only do one game and you get invited to stream another game, you want to perform well for the sponsor. You want to perform well for your own metrics. You want to perform well for your community. And when we done Thrones of Liberty, the later days, not impressive because we had to take a break, right? So I kind of expected that. But the opening days, my mind was blown. We had over double the amount of people that would normally just be watching us on AoE4. Triple, in fact, right? And that was like, my heart skipped a beat because I was just worried. I was like, man, they're paying me to do this. It's a sponsor segment. Let's take the money. It's decent money. And I just thought it was going to be that. But, like, I was flabbergasted. And that was, like, when I was reminded, like, yeah, dude, I love esports and I love AoE4. But, like, we can do other things. And I hope people, as we build through these weeks, as people become more familiar with me and familiar with the channel, support that as well. And hopefully, if I can get someone for the YouTube side, I'll have the logistics of editing, thumbnail optimization, all those things, eyeballs on those things, to maybe make a second channel where we upload that stuff and grow it there as well. Thank you, Donna. Appreciate it. The spawn in this game is hilarious. Oh, boy. How much preparation does it take to cast a new game, for example, AOM? For a lot of people, probably got a lot. I think for me, part that helped is I played a little bit of Age of Mythology beforehand earlier the year. And then I also played... I'm going to turn... Sorry, it's getting cold. I also played Age of Mythology as a kid. So I had... Like, in my brain, I remembered some things. But I never really followed it competitively. But I picked it up quick. Some people are just better at doing that. Some people will just be better once they've grinded those hours. I'd say with Myth, I don't really actively play the game at the moment. I, like, cast my days and I learn. And the best way to describe it is, like, you put me with someone like Boy. Boy has all the knowledge. My skill is in bringing that knowledge out and using it as a point of discussion to explore and learn as we go. So for AOM, there wasn't much prep. For like, Stormgate, when I hopped in hosting that, right? I'd like, a really cool thing about being a host is you get good at leveraging other people's experience. It's also why, like, by the way, I mean, dude, I'm leaking too many ideas before we're at a point. Maybe it's gonna make it fizzle if it ever eventually happens. We get big enough to do it. I'd love to do a podcast because I think one of my skills is just, I would say, getting the best out of people, but giving them a clear route to shine a light on what they do and what they do well. So, like, for me, with new games, especially because I can be a play-by-play a lot of the time or a host, I don't mind. Like I've said before, I can pick up new games like that. Like, for those that, I mean, a little bit of real bit cool insight here, because some people might be familiar with me from Apex Legends when I worked at LGS.com. LGS.com, I had zero time to research. I played a lot of Apex over the years, but like I hadn't followed the most recent circuit because my daughter had just been born. And I got contacted last second to come do the LAN in Stockholm. Day one, my knowledge wasn't deep. But I jumped into the stat sheets, worked out all the stories, looked back at the Wikipedia, watched the replays, like, done the work. And by day 2, they were calling me the stat guy. So, like, there are situations where you have to put that grind in. The situation where it maybe becomes more inherent. I think a big part of it is learning to not only use the people around you in a positive manner, but it's also learning to use your past experiences logically. Like, for example, if you've cast an Age of RTS and you go and cast another Age of RTS, you need to be aware there's differences, but there's also a lot of similarities. All right. Hopefully that provides some insight. How much do you figure the LoL Grand Finals costs? Millions. Freaking millions. They burn crap tons of money making Arcane, by the way. But it's worth it because of where it makes money elsewhere. Like, ironically, Arcane is used to fuel the esports in the game, and it's treated like how traditional esports was for marketing. It's kind of wild. Right, are we safe from a crash? Are we going to crash again? All right. Pray. No crash. No crash. No crash. Dude, we're getting too many crashes. Team tournaments are cursed. Get your predictions in early in case this one gets uploaded. How many crashes in total will there be in the EGC 2v2 tournament? We're not there for this, though. We're in the Fields of Blood tournament, a 4v4 tournament, lower bracket finals, the final game of the series. And I'm hoping, praying, we're going to get a crash. Oh, for God's sake. Do we just go to our 1v1 tournament? Because this is getting silly now. So they played Gorge in the open. That's the one we missed. So Cliffside to round out, Golden Gate. Like, anything funky here in terms of picks? All right, guys. I mean, well, we might as well see why it crashed, considering it's going to crash. Like, game ends around 5-6 minutes. There's nothing you could do in 5 to 6 minutes to force a GG in a 4v4. In before they have to postpone this game until tomorrow. I mean, they could, right? You just have everyone turn up before the Grand Finals. I don't know if they're playing Grand Finals tomorrow, though. So what happens? I don't know. Like, I think it's just going to be a random crash. Someone says something hilarious happens for the crash. Like, what? I'm now curious, which is why we're checking through. Wait. Isn't anything BSy, is there? Like, oh my god, spawn. I hope not. Well, deer shoving's happening. Oh, wow. You actually kind of screwed him over there. I mean, there's a good TC here still for Anatand. Nah, dude, this is like a really good TC. What? Like, dude, this is a perfect TC. It's a little bit far away from the goal, but it's fine. You don't even need to shove this deer all the way in. 3, 2, 1. Well, I don't get what was funny. Oh, I get it. The funny part is we're never seeing game 5. Damn it. Oh, right. I didn't even notice this. Yeah, okay. So Echo, like, I know why I didn't process that first. I mean, one, I can see it's gonna be crashed, but two, I can explain that. That can actually happen. We early in the tournament had a spawn where one player from each team spawned on the other side on Cliffside. Wait, so was it a crash or did they remake because of that? Because that, in my honest opinion, should not be a remake. You play that out. Just a reminder, by the way, guys, after this Clown Fiesta, we will be going to cast Wham versus Killjadi. So do hang around if you're still looking for the 1v1 action, because that will be coming up shortly. But we get to talk again. Some people like, no, God, shut up, KP. We don't want to talk to you. Unit pathing in area makes you... No. The pathing in Age of Mythology doesn't make me rage. The lack of QA on the spectating tool in Age of Mythology makes me rage. I don't know, man. At this point, maybe I'm just cursed. AoE4 spectating experience is questionable. And then Myth, like, I don't know if you guys caught it this weekend. We had so many games where we couldn't see the last 2 minutes because, like, of the way the replay system works. Or, and big shout out to Vodka. Like, a lot of people didn't realize just how bad it was behind the scenes because he was hiding a lot of it. Vodka, the PC, like, his PC would just crash from watching replay. And I was talking to Boy about this. Like, he apparently had this on the previous day where he just had to end his stream because he couldn't load any replays after the crash. So what Vodka was doing is he had the two PC setup, right? He has a laptop and a PC, if those don't know. He has that set up so that he can do screen and screens, right? What he was doing was it would crash, then he'd quickly switch over as quick as he could onto the laptop, and then he'd reboot the primary PC while he was doing it on the laptop. Dude was going above and beyond on that Sunday. Because the Age of Mythology system just clearly didn't get tested at all. Which is very disappointing to have to say. Like, you know, I get sometimes devs like to be lazy and treat the community as Q&A or QA, but like, this feels like the type of bug that could have been discovered in half an hour. I was very unhappy about that. And I know I wasn't the only one. Because the tournaments had some really cool games. But sadly, like, slip-ups like that, they make a really cool tournament look like a Clown Fiesta. Alright, so let me delete and redo the payout on the points. Or rather, redo the Alright, we're ready. There's no I don't think there's a delay this time. I think they're like, screw it, this is just stupid. So let's get ready to go. Oh, wait. I just clicked the wrong game. I did. Whoops. We'll get to that shortly, don't worry. Oh, we're still waiting for them. Bloody hell. Dude, what the hell? Like, okay, so now I'm going to quickly restart my game as well because I didn't click on... No. I clicked on Anatand and observed and it done that. What? Nani? That's a little bit weird. Put 1K on China, 1 to 17. Damn, son. Were you just trying to play the odds, like who technically disconnected? Did not expect Grass to pull over on Tunis, dude. Yeah. If you guys haven't seen it, Grass versus Tunis, that comeback. That was incredible. Like it was Grass versus Tunis. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was Tunis. The 5-game series, right? The reverse sweep. That was sick. Yeah, I thought Grass was just gonna get slapped. He looked so out in game 1 and 2. Ugh. So I just turn my heater off. Because I have one of those cheap heaters, so I don't have one of the ones where it's like, it has reached this temperature in this room and we have accurately tracked this, so we will now disable. Instead, I have the burn type heater. So yeah. That's why you keep seeing me hop back over. Because it's very cold right now. It's even colder when you just don't have your foot in a sock. You've just got your toes hanging out. See how I very elegantly didn't show you the toes? That's bonus content, mate. That's what I'm going to upload on my Patreon. Oh, the sad reality is... No, I'm not going to go there. Oh, blimey. So yeah, apologies, folks. We should hopefully be in game in a second. So, for those that did come for the midweek muster, that will be happening after this game. And you can have a look at the bracket. So I did get confirmation in, by the way. Dumu versus B will be happening in the morning. Which is perfect. Because what that means is with Dumu and B happening in the morning, it should align very nicely for the semi-finals to happen in the afternoon. Because Wham and Kiljardi is going to be happening tonight. And we're looking for confirmation now. We'll see if they actually are able to coordinate it. We might be able to get Anatan and Poppy for tonight. That isn't confirmed yet. My boy Anno has asked when it's possible for them to play. But of course, Anatan also can't play until this series is over. Yep, the team tournament really found a fun way of locking up the bloody bracket this week, didn't it? The wallpaper is great. I want that. You can keep the foot pics. What, you mean that background? Yeah, $10 download. Bring his fans legit feet. This is top tier. I mean, so here's the thing, guys. And don't feel ashamed if this applies to you and you are a foot person. Because, like, one thing, like, you know, I don't shame people. Unless you're a Marine Lord scared of playing a toll, pussy. Anyway, so feet are actually I think it's like one of the 3 most prevalent fetishes in the world. I remember there's like some statistics released in this recently, and like you'd be surprised. Like obviously, like there's the spanky not femdom thing, but like, you know, I forget the term for it. But like, yeah, feet's quite a common one, and you know how I can tell that? Because I still remember when I was in Ukraine and broke my arm. This arm, my dominant arm, my mouse arm. I got bored and wanted to play some games. So I kicked up a stream playing Apex Legends and controlled the mouse with both my feet. So I'd have my feet on each side of the mouse like this, clicking, and then I used my other hand for movement. And I put playing Apex with my feet in the title and put brackets foot cam. At the time, I think I was having like 10 viewers watching me before that stream. That stream had 60 people watching. 60 people! Now, maybe it's just I'm all of a sudden very charismatic on the given day. But without any hosts, any raids, I went 6 times more people watching because foot cam. With foot, so I set up the camera to sit on my PC underneath the desk and looking at my feet to prove that I was playing with my feet. And I won a game of Apex on that. Actually, no, sorry, we almost won. I think we're down to the final squad, but I had good damage on the team. Now, I remember, I don't let him live it down. I had a friend who I still talk to this many years later. He was on the team, and I'd done more damage and had more kills than him using my feet. Could you imagine? Like, I don't know what's more embarrassing, being on the team and having less damage, or dying to someone using their feet to control. It kind of reminds me of, like, have you guys seen the flute guy from Call of Duty? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? The flute guy? You know what I'm talking about. So the flute guy, if you haven't, it's incredible. He controls his aim with a flute. It's freaking brilliant. I think if this game's got enough of a delay before it begins, I'll show you. But if it hasn't, I'll show you afterwards. Just remind me. It's incredible. So it's like, right? And then blows aggressively to shoot. Wait, I just realized that statement out of context is wrong. Oh, no. Oh, no. See, this is the thing. My brain, like, I don't plan these statements ahead of time. You think it would make me a brand risk on a broadcast, but somehow I keep it under control. All right. One of those 60 viewers surely would have paid 1K to buy your keyboard. You didn't play that. No, my mouse. My mouse, not my keyboard. That keyboard, funnily enough, got absolutely cased in wine from drunken late-night gaming. And I still then returned it to the TO. And they never knew. All right, yeah. So we got 4.5 minutes until we're able to get in. So what I can do, guys, I can quickly show you the clip I'm talking about. It is, I mean, if you haven't seen it, you need to see it. It's that good. So, Warzone with flute. Okay, here you go. Yeah, this is incredible. Love you, my foot. Thank you. The one good foot, right? All right, here we go. So this guy, he's actually incredible. What's that? It's the boop at the end, right? Oh my god, absolutely incredible. So yeah, plays it with a flute, man. Plays it with a flute. Oh. It's just the way it builds to it as well. Like, okay, what are we doing? What has happened? Oh. Was that real seam stage? Nah, dude, that looks 100% real. The way he done that, like, that's believably real. Look at you, Cammy. You're that guy who would, like, watch me have played that Apex game and be like, is this real? It looks like it's staged. All the practice playing Free Blind Mice in primary school came in clutch. No. Like, you know what? It's got me thinking. I should really, like, attach a glockenspiel or xylophone instead of a keyboard and play RTSs with glockenspiel. Well, that times playing Ferrajaka has paid off. Oh, dear. All right, so apologies for the delays, guys. Hopefully this is good to go. I honestly think if they crash again, I'm just going to say we're going to go do our 1v1s. Because I'm, like, at that point, I'm like, this has gotten silly. Because if it's going to happen again, it's going to keep happening. So hopefully, this is it. Bloody well better be. I just realized I've been live almost 5 hours. I had breakfast and nothing else. I had that protein bar and then I had the shake. So I can confirm it works. The protein works, meal replacements do work. I'm not that hungry. That's pretty good. For those that like don't realize it, casting is actually very calorie consuming. If you saw me when I began casting, whew, chubby boy. You'd be surprised. You actually burn a lot of calories just talking all the time. Also, I flounder around like a fish. I move a lot. There you go, Carmine. Get in there. Get them protein works. Oh. My foot. Hey, you know what, actually? This is a minute's enough time for me to pop painkillers. Haha, you wait. You want 8 players to simultaneously work across a system? Imagine a reconnect function. Stormgate over here trying to like make that possible with RTSs. And then the billion-dollar company not doing it. GG. Oh. I think what you have there is a misunderstanding. Once you get to that many billions, you don't have that many billions because it's smart business decisions all the time. It's more just too big to fail. Oh. I still, to this day, have got I can't lie. I'm still flabbergasted to this day that like AoE 4 was made by a developer that was making a competing RTS at the same time. I'll never get my head around that one. But I'm going to use that statement that makes me cringe every time I say it. It is what it is. Oh, am I the only one who really hates that statement, by the way? Okay, did that just load quickly? Or did we load on time? I wasn't actually paying attention there for a sec. I think we loaded on time. Okay, thank God. The reason it's important is because if we loaded quickly, that tells you the game's going to crash. I think we're good. All right, apologies, folks. Oh. We ride once more into the ether. I don't know why I'm speaking like that, but whatever. Where's the logo gone? It's just disappeared again. The fudge? Oh, I just realized why. We're in the wrong scene. Oops. Boop. There we go. That looks less cursed. I, for one, am disappointed they all spawned on the same side. One and all, welcome back to the channel and welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We've returned for the deciding game here in the $1,000 4v4 tournament Fields of Blood's lower bracket finals. On the west side, we have got the full Chinese stack GSQ. And in the east is the mighty 3D clan here, trying to stand up for the rest of the world and say China can't just come into the team games and kick all of our asses. Well, technically so far that's not true, because in the upper bracket, it was 2 Chinese teams competing. GSQ fell victim to Louis MT stacks, but now 3D clan have a chance to keep an international grand finals alive here. Not just making it a Chinese backpacking competition. Backpacking? Backpatting. Dude, it's been a long day. So, we have got Chinese, Japanese, French, English. Chinese is kind of cool here, actually. On a map like this, it's really valuable because, especially if you think your opponent's going to trade, it'll let you know when they do via the Imperial Palace. Actually, really underrated for that detail. It's easy to forget the Imperial Palace doesn't just reveal workers of this type, it reveals all types of workers. You can even reveal, for example, the... Wait, what do you mean overlay's broken? Liar. Overlay's fine. Sure. Yeah, you can even reveal, for example, fishing boats. So, very effective. So, we have got Kurosawa's coming on both sides to be expected. Eco-Wing's going to be there. Yeah, funny thing, Cat is back on the Abbasids, and this has been kind of hit or miss in this series. We've seen a game in which they get a win, a game in which they get a loss. And he has kind of been, I don't want to say the center of it all, right? It hasn't been just him. If you remember the game that they lost, B had a role to play with his greed as well. But B is going to be expectedly greedy this time with the Japanese pick. He is retracted behind. This is kind of cool, actually. I think in terms of spawns, this is how I like to use the Abbasids. You actually want to put them at the front, just not on a map where they're going to be exposed on their own. The reason they want to have them at the front is if they're at the front, they can just TC bulk up and take the pressure because they can afford to lose some villages. Things like the Japanese, HRE picks, Iabids, they can't afford eco losses. They're not built that way. And we are going to be getting the advisors. So Adabeg plays, pretty atypical. Did we do predictions, by the way? I think I needed to redo the predictions, didn't I? So I'll return the points to you guys. We'll pump the predictions. You guys can have 2 minutes to vote now. Happy the multi-billion-dollar company finally found 9K to let KP host 30 tournaments for the best. Hey, I think, you know, I should have begun that meeting by hopping on going, look, I've got a bargain for you. I mean, shout out to Claire, man, right? He got some no names in for $1,000 across multiple weeks. We're working our danged hardest. So Tickup's complete. I don't think we've got anything out of the ordinary. Last time we had French trying Chamber of Commerce. This map isn't as desirable for it. It's not true corner trade. And what's that center line? What's center line? You mean the cliffs? The cliffside? So yeah, remember guys, cliffside, it looks like it's got too many cliffs like this. But this is a semi-wallable map. It's weird, but it is feasible here. You just have to work really hard towards it. Cat did try to wall Dry Arabia earlier and almost pulled it off. So, in fairness, this is a lot more achievable. Cool thing as well is with the spawn where he started, he could actually wall this point so they can trade most of the distance of the map safely. That's going to be really important because we saw actually early in the series, I believe it was Cat was playing the Ibids. He went for trade as them to try and keep up. Yeah, we don't really have actually good trading civs for 3D Clan here, right? Because Abbasids play Eco Wing, not Trade Wing. So no one here should be trading. Other side, you have got the French, which should be the only one. And those are indeed Adabegs. Welcome to the meta of Team Games, Neri. Team Games is usually going to be Adabegs. Growth Wing is kind of an option, but it's better to just go Growth Wing and Castle and then go for Military Wing Reinforcement in Imperial. We have also seen some builds with that where you go Growth Wing in Feudal and then you go for Atabegs and Castle. It's all about your scale point. But the importance here for Scatterbrained is because he's got 2 greedy teammates, he needs to be very aggressive himself. Theoretically, he could have 3 greedy teammates because I have a funny feeling Anatan is likely to just rush Castle Age here. Yeah, funny thing about that as well is like usually the risk of running horse archers fast castle is when you're against camels. In team games, horse archers can be really good, but one, wolves can stop them. Wolves just got nerfed. And two, camels are the other solution. Both camel civs were locked in by 3D Clan. So a little bit tricky. I think instead, if you are the Chinese team here, you've got to find a way out of cavalry. Right? Like, it's actually tricky to play mass cav into this. You have got English that's going to help a lot. Longbow, spears. China can also commit a lot of spears. But eventually, maybe Japan wants to try and shuffle. Probably to own a Musha just kind of makes sense, right? Because you have got a Japanese and a Rus opponent. The interesting part is going to be French's role, right? They're always going to have to play cav. So we do have longbows coming in. It's forcing the outposts. Scatterbrain, I'm not happy about this, right? Kind of locked in his base. Desert Raiders obviously couldn't dive in because the longbows would have made it a decent exchange. And we do have more longbows coming. This time to pressure onto Anatan. Anatan too. This is definitely fast castle. And it has to be Abbey of Trinity. Makes a lot of sense, right? Like a high trade house here, you need an immediate response and immediate value. He needs to hoover relics. Does feel greedy though. But the thing is, like, you might say this feels greedy. It doesn't really feel much more greedy than going high trade house. At least this gives you a very cost-efficient way to rush to relics. And you're going to need it, because if you waited for a monastery and... Okay, that was kind of sick, but mismicroed. He basically used the scout to attract the arrows and then dive with the longbows. But here's the thing. Why you go Abbey of Trinity here is if you go monastery, that's an extra 200 wood. Then you're spending double on your warrior monks. And it's very easy to lose warrior monks against this type of comp. So you kind of just need double the opportunities to score. And that's what going for the Abbey of Trinity gives you, because it makes them 50% cheaper. Can't really put down a high trade house. I mean, he could. He could have deleted the house here and built it here, right? And that probably would have got maximum value. I think actually the hunting camp is kind of a sucky position. The food would have been nice, but the reality check here is Anatan can gradually go into pro scouts anyway, and there's plenty of food to pick up out on the map. Could you imagine if he actually gets this before Intermission comes in? Nah, Lombo's here. It's going to be shoved away. Some interesting walls by Pink. He's trying to get ready for trade early, right? Oh, no, this is about the second goal. That's kind of cool, because you'd have to dive past the TC, right? It's still a wider arc that can be done here, but it kind of strips some options weaving around. Yellow. Now, the more important thing here isn't just Steeled Arrow. Bingo. Siege Engineering has been queued up. So they are looking to shut Anatan out this game quickly, because the more you look at 3D Clan's draft, the more you realize just how outrageously greedy it is. There is only one player who is willing to play H2. The one that always will. The Desert Raider boy. Problem is, that's already a hard fight to take because of the longbow play. So I love the fact that they've leveraged this. You expect English to be aggressive anyway. We've seen some aggressive English players with some defensive ones. In particular, you guys might remember Diakusi from Team Japan. Always played defensive Japanese. And defensive English, rather. But I was never really a fan of it. And it wasn't just about him. It's just about the playstyle. It doesn't really fit your role very well. This, however, does. Let someone else be greedy. Someone who gets more immediate value off of castle play. Castle play has come in on both sides, so B is going to be able to chase these down. Pink's got plenty of knights, though. Now, if you are able to scale equal knight count, the French ones will lose even if they're in age 3 until they get Royal Bloodlines, right? The issue is Candled Saddles doesn't help either because of the deflective armor. But right now, B, he doesn't have a mirrored count. He can't try to contest this. Do you have Zhuge Nu coming? Okay, this is sick. I love this from Rico. I thought he might try to be a bit boomy here. And he has actually gone 2 TC. But the Zhuge Nu follow-up is really smart. Because one scary thought is, what is the Abasa player going to do? What's he going to contribute, right? Camel Archers? Really scary here. So by going into this comp, you have a solution to not only the Horse Archers, but Camel Archer spam as well. Even the potential Camel Riders can get shredded quite fast by mass Zhuge Nu. Yeah, pretty crafty. You've got French Knights, Lombo, Zhuge Nu. They have almost built an entire lineup based off of the most annoying units to contest in Feudal Age. The only thing they're missing is a Byzantine pick for Limitane. And no, this game didn't end an hour ago, Cardos, because this series is live. Let's try that. Knights are going to be pushed back. Oof, they got it together. Horse archers have high base damage, remember. It's not really that relevant that Scatterbrain has got archers. It is cute that he went into archery ranges with Adabegs, though. He's pretty much playing like a pseudo-military wing of Bassid feudal. Not really sure if it was needed. I mean, they were worried about spears, and it kind of makes sense. Like, if you know you can beat the French Knights, you don't need Desert Raiders. You just need mass. So that was actually a sick read by Scatterbrain to switch into archers. Let's see if it works out, though, because you are contesting Shuganu, and it's already 38 in total. Almost. Wait, what? A little bit of miscommunication here. Yeah, an overextension from Yellow. Rico is now going to try to assist, but although Shuganu is strong, it's a decent number amount of Samurai already. They need the assistance coming in for the French. The backstab's going to be there. That's enough to scare them away. So yeah, a little bit of a recovery, but the coordination not quite on point for Team China. Eric, what does he really have coming here? Like, going Mount Samurai, you'd think actually the player would be to go into Onimusha. But the problem is, like, when you think about what he's up against, archers here, for example, potential camels, like, you'd have a nightmare. There's not enough heavily armored units for you to justify going Onimusha. So it does mean that B's Knights are going to be very impactful for the next few minutes. This might change things, though. Cat's going Gulums. Gulums opens the door for Onimusha. Eric, he'll have the economy for that type of switch. He's gone for a second TC now, before the Gulums are massed. Such is still trying to be a nuisance. If Anna can start going onto the offensive here, playing to their side of the map, this is going to get scary. They haven't walled up. You can see there's attempts by Rico, but it just takes so long to wall the map. In fact, Cat is mirroring the move on the north side. All attention is going to be drawn south here. All right, one's if you favor the Chinese team, two's if you favor the 3D clan. China's still got a really strong push timing ahead of them, but the military advantage has dissipated. The question mark is whether Scatterbrain is going to be able to get H3, because right now he's making up over a third of their army. Archers are going to be shoved all the way home. Dives are kind of difficult here, actually. I just noticed something. Pink never got the ranged armor. That's a cardinal sin. Right now, he's taking 50% damage from these feudal archers. So unnecessary, but a big oversight by Pink. Shuganu, they do at least have the +1, but there's already the counter +1. Not you need it here on Mounted Samurai. Knights are going to try to come in and assist, but the archers are already in position, so it looks like it's going to be a forced fallback here. Rico, at least trying to min-max it. Sure, he's going to lose his army, but he can take some with him. Mounted Samurai arrive from Eric to try and reinforce. It's going to be too late, though. Knights on the backside, able to get it. And actually, it looks like Eric may have done enough to kind of equal this fight out. The archer blob is still a really big problem, though. And I cannot emphasize the drop of the ball here enough. Pink still doesn't have ranged armor. Yeah, right now, just like the game previously, Eric is carrying this. This wave of Knights is critical. Is coming at a cost, though, because Anatan isn't here. He's raiding behind. Horse Archer's moving in. Idle time forced on the most important player for Team China. Gold not coming too easily to him. But the dives are getting easier. Mad Samurai now moving in. Imperial Palace also on the way. This is sick. Remember, no point in the clock tower. Too big of a map. The other important detail is you'll be able to see everything your opponents are up to. Every single pocket economy. And they'll have no way of knowing you have that information until you jump there. Yeah, like, honestly, I think Imperial Palace is low-key, like, almost, I don't want to say S tier, but solid, strong A tier landmark in team games. Doesn't really get enough credit. And you're going to see it in a second. We're going to switch the vision because Imperial Palace is currently being built up. I imagine you just use it straight away for the scan and look how it's going to illuminate the map. Tech up complete. Rico, press that button. Come on. Come. Rico. Rico. He's saving it, guys. It's really important. You know, you stockpile it for the remake game and you have two spies. Yeah, I think he's forgotten. Because there's a lot of pocket economies you want to know about right now. Like this one right here. Like, he just happens to find it. We'll actually just dive onto it. It says, thank you very much. No reaction out of B straight away. The Desert Raiders do make it difficult to just get the quick kills, but nice little strike there. Does cost him a few knights. And we still do not have a scan. All right, I'm going to give up on the hopes of that coming out. The reason it's important is you know if the Abbasses are playing pocket ecos. You know, for example, about any ecos like this. Realistically, on the map, there's only about 3 you could target, but it's still 3 you'd be able to find straight away. It might be they're delaying it until they're in a position to use that info immediately. Because right now, they only have 1 raiding group in Mounted Samurai. The rest are getting ready for the main push. Tech up complete. Does also mean we have veteran Jugnu. So, looks like Cat was already aware of it. He got the +2 armor. Gulem's very chunky. And yes, House of Wisdom is bugged for Ibids in Capture Age, guys. It will show like this, so you never truly know when the Ibid player is going up. Oh, look, perfect timing there. Reinforcement wing now on the way. Coming in. They're trying to block the eco. Anatan, he did build a second TC, but it's in its infancy. So losing the relics here, quite painful. Army is trying to come in for the assister. Backstab's going to be there with the horse archers, but into Jugenu Lombos. Feels like a travesty. Hit from the north is good though. Cat, they pinched them. There's no getting out of this. They all in to try and block the relics, and they are going to pay a price. 3D Clan able to overwhelm. And the Knights way too late here. Pink now coming in to try and make it a sandwich upon a sandwich. He's trying to turn it from a hamburger into a Big Mac, but I'm not convinced there's going to be enough damage. Too many losses here. T-Rico losing the backbone of the army. Horse Archer's still alive. Enough Mounted Samurai to hold them back. And now, almost double the military for 3D Clan. An opportunity to finally truly counterattack. We've seen small raids, but nothing overwhelming so far. Eco-wise, you do normally look at China and go, great, but the reality is the Abbasses have evened this out. And if you had to choose between China or Abbasses at this stage of the game, knowing the map's going to become wide, knowing the potential for cavalry is going to be there, I feel like you're going to lean towards Abbasids. For now, it is going to be at least infantry comp. So Gulem Spears up against Jugenu and crossbows. Small walls to try and hold up here. The overwhelming wave coming in. Horse Archers just trying to break in to keep being built behind this. Rico trying to make this an impossible point to die, but a small army existed to try and hold the choke point. Mount Samurai backing away. Looks like it's going to be enough to make them hesitate. So 3D Clan, they're happy to push back. They feel a need to back up here. Scatterbrained. Now in Age 3. So a full Castle Age game in game number 5 of this elimination series between the East and the West. Palisades going to get burnt down here. Now, one thing to keep in mind is Ping doesn't really have a standing army. 10 knights in total. If they sniff this out and go straight after him, it's going to be very difficult to defend because his teammates are primarily infantry, right? It's only the Mounted Samurai that will be able to assist. Let's see. Horse Archers plus the Mounted Samurai are going to go hunting. Anatan and B syncing up to try and sink the Chinese here. England's villagers being found. Lombos are going to be able to reflect the move, but they can dive deeper. They're looking towards Japan here. Makes sense. They've got about the same amount of Mounted Samurai, but the Horse Archers really are the shredders. Like a pseudo Onimusha in these fights. Just so easy to get picks. North side, Cat looking to open a second front here. Forced to be attacked. Mounted Samurai in the meantime are diving in, so B could start to get some eco kills. Kind of needs it, right? Eric ahead by, what, 20 economy at this stage? About to start shrinking him, though. Anatan shooting him from across the tree line. The Mounted Samurai, and finally, the troops arrive home to protect. Eric already losing 10 eco for it. He's going to lose more because Anatan, he's like a dog with a bone. He knows exactly what he wants. Too eager here. Goes after the villagers. We'll better snipe them down. Great micro there. Anatan able to strip another 10 away. And all of a sudden, the two Japanese players are neck and neck on economy. Wall. I don't think... Wait, just go around. Yeah, don't let him go up. Oh, no! Rico unable to complete the wall. And that's going to be villagers running to their death. A new front just opened. On top of that, there's Horse Archers on the farm. Anatan! The mass Horse Archers are starting to edge it out. Obviously, killing Chinese economy is difficult, but he's finding it everywhere. And also, the idle time kind of makes it worse than just losing the units entirely. They've got Sacred Sites locked in, but that's only just began. So 10 minutes away from a 3D clan victory via that condition. They might get it sooner than that. Military is close to even, but the economy is starting to grow in favor of the 3D clan. They still have horse archers raiding. They still have splintered off groups getting in deeper and deeper. We also have a dive in now from Scatterbrained, who's been rather quiet the last few minutes. Desert Raider spam now coming in up against the Royal Knights. And Pink, fresh up in the castle, he doesn't have the Royal Bloodlines yet. Yeah, so you have like your mini Bloodlines here with the Adebegs. Your opponent doesn't have his. You need to be careful where you take these fights, because remember, numbers do matter a lot. But wave after wave coming in, Pink is going to need some assistance. So that's going to be a switch into Horseman. It does take time to get that transition complete. In the meantime, your teammates are suffering. 40 eco lead. It's just getting bigger. This is the pain of like trying to wall the map now, right? Like this has been a drastic change, and you know I love the change in 1v1s. I really want to emphasize that the wall nerfs in 1v1s was needed and really good. The problem is the flaw in team maps design means that the cavalry meta that was already oppressive just got too impressive. Think about what happened in this game, guys. The moment those walls opened, Horse Archers, Mounted Samurai flooded in. Then we have the Desert Raiders follow-up. The moment they lost that wall, it has been them running around in the back of their base constantly. So yeah, the wall nerfs, I think that's the thing that hurt here. Because also, if you can't wall as easily, Raider-type units like Horse Archers are more easily going to get to your economy. Mangadai as well. Yeah, Rus plus Mongols are going to be feeling a lot stronger in team games now. Here we move on the north side, but Age Up is on the way for Cat. It's going to be the first one to crack Imp here. Central bound area, we have got more areas opening up. It's going to take a while on that Palisade Gate, but they will be able to break in. And B is already in with the Mounted Samurai anyway. So hunt continues. Desert Raiders are about to break through. Pink, I don't think he has the eco to defend this. Mounted Samurai arriving from Eric, but that's also going to lose to Gamas Desert Raiders. And not just that, the Mounted Samurai from B now on the way in. Pink might be the weak point. Here's the thing, if you play into Orange's base, Pink can assist, it's cavalry. If you play into the cavalry player's base, the infantry comps can't get there. This is the player you break to break the entire defense. You know it all too well. North side, we have at least got a counterattack attempt by Eric. But Camel Riders now coming through. Mass camels, in fact. The handling isn't there, the elite tech isn't, but it's on the way. And the walls are going to slow this down. I think Eric just made a mistake because he's about to be body blocked in. What? Eric, no reaction there. The reactions of a dead man. There's no pulse left on this beast. Loses over half of the Mount Samurai. I mean, the only upside is he's scouted the mess coming their way, right? Camel Rider Amassment. Elite Tech now in 270 HP. He's got the melee armor on top of that. He can get an additional melee armor tech. 'Cause remember, it's not just one you can get two. In fact, he might have already picked it. Yeah, so he's getting the melee defense standard now as well. These guys are going to be so hard to kill. Camel barding, man. Tag that looked like a meme for a long time, but it's anything but. It's an absolute nightmare. Scourge upon your existence. As the blue and golds march in. I feel like Cat should just be standing here saying for the Alliance. The 3D Alliance at that. Trade trying to be set up, but it's going to take a long time, and I do not like it when I watch an English player being the one trying to do this. Camels. Oh my god, wait, what? His own lumber camp griefed him. There wasn't even a wall to slow this down. Keep drop trying to come in. Camel Riders are going to march through. More villagers need to be pulled, though. Villagers just dying so fast to this. We'll be able to at least get the castle up. But that's only going to hold back a slow-moving comp. These are camel-handling camels. As quick as horsemen, but twice as deadly. 320 HP on these bad boys as well. The tough part is when you look at the military count, you're like, oh, wow, this is just an easy win for China. The problem is when you look at what that count comes from, it's all infantry. They have about 30 pop into Cav. Meanwhile, 3D Clan has about 100 pop into Cav. It's the mobility. It is really killing them this game, and now the trade gets found as well. Eric, in the infancy, muffled out in his sleep. He's not going to be able to get trade online. And that means he's going to run out of gold quickly in a game like this. He's on his way up, though. Castle the Crow is coming. Defensively oriented to protect his primary. Makes sense. He actually doesn't have the Daimyo level 3. Doesn't even have level 2. So these farms actually aren't even that impressive for the red Japanese player. Meanwhile, on B's base, yeah, he's got Shogun on the way. So he's going to start zerging pretty hard. Second TC as well to enable it further. Here's a double military lead for the Chinese team. Who's slouching here? Scatterbrained, right? Yeah, and I was about to say, that's why they slung him. So 3,000 food to the Scatterbrained, that's going to boom him up on the Desert Raiders, right? That fixes the food to get 30 more Desert Raiders out. He needs them as well. The push is coming. Look at this. Team China says, I'm not dead yet. Ball's being broke through fast. They need to mount the defense. Desert Raiders are lining up. Scatterbrained has not teched up. He can't afford to. He needs more units now. He also needs the gold because it looks like he does want to go tech for. While under pressure, bold. But if he gets there, guys, remember the growth wing gives you a permanent 10% buff gathering rate, essentially turning you into the Abbassids. Key drop on the way. He's have to stand his ground. Mount Samurai from B are now arriving. The hesitation sets in. Pink doesn't want to defend this, but he needs to. Desert Raiders should be able to break through this soon. Engagement on the north side as the Mount Samurai do get blocked out, but the castle is dropped. Yellow and pink, I mean, it's decent damage, but surely not holdable. Too much production coming through. Scatterbrained finally stops being shy about this. He adds in several more Desert Raiders. He accepts he can't hold 2-4 on the food. He needs to commit. They will get the wipe. Behind this, though, Eric still yet to complete the tech up. Finally beat R1 Age up. The Camel's still doing so much work back here. Looks like Cat is going to lose them, but behind this, guys, he has 50 Camel Riders. So what is the way out of this problem now for China? They need a qualitative solution. And the problem is usually when you draft like this, that quality comes from French Knights. You can't build French Knights into Camel Riders. These things have 416 HP and directly counter you. Can't play into Onimusha, Mount Samurai gonna have a bad day. You basically need spears. You have got Japanese spears, which by the way are very good. The problem once again though is you're Benny Hillsing. You're running around your own base, unable to attack. We have at least got trade set up, so positive side of things for Team China is they do have long-term gold coming in. Downsides could end up being everything else. Yeah, I think this is just what makes Desert Raiders, Camel Riders, even Camel Archers to a lesser degree, outrageous. These units all just scale so well with Imperial. And we haven't even seen the full picture yet, right? Scatterbrained hasn't made it up to Age 4. When he does, this is where you'll see this unit look OP. I think Elite Desert Raiders is slightly overtuned due to the nerfs to infantry and the buffs to cav. And ranged. Of which, remember, like if infantry got buffed, the other two got... infantry got nerfed, the other two got buffed. This unit was buffed twice, essentially. While its counters were nerfed. It's pretty vicious. At least got a little bit of a dive in as it seems Scatterbrained is trying to move out. Quick wall in, but wait! Who's trapped with who? He's going to go for the Knights first, which is going to buy time for Pink to run away with the villagers. A little bit messy from Scatterbrained. Could have been a bit of a cleaner engagement. Should be able to protect this area, though. These Camels still just wasting so much of the army's time. And we got wave after wave coming. It's a mass mango switch, and it's hand. He's gone for the siege. He's going for the gunners. Now this just turned into an uphill battle. Rico, he's trying to rely on the elite Zhuge Fury decent against Streltsy, but the Mangoes are the real issue. It's a wall crawl and a dunk. And where's your counter, right? Like, a team game this big, what is your counter? The Camels are such an effective meat shield, you're never really reaching the Mangonels. Nano, did he actually go for it? Yeah, he's already got it. So these aren't meme Ganels anymore, they're real units. They've got the extra burst, they've got the extra splash. They're a real threat now. Or rather, they're about to be. I think he hasn't quite finished it yet. No, it's in. I'm trying to remember what they replaced High Armory's tech with. Is this terrible one, right? Bandit Arms? Ah, who cares? Arkshoot is at least here to buy some time. The Trebs are already set up. Anatan just needs to remind Cat not to overextend. Because he will need a layer to protect the siege. We have a massive from Rico. Oh my god, this is so infuriating. Someone please. This unit. Okay, positives, guys. At least it's not Camel Archers with the 1.87 move speed. They can get it, but he hasn't done it this game. Mangoes and Trebs behind walls are so filthy. Oh, it's even more filthy with this Civ, though. Right? This Civ is more vulgar. Because with this particular Civ, your walls have double health. Right? Yeah, you could argue other Civs to build stone walls, but they take a very long time. Very difficult to do on the front line. Palisades are very easily spammable by comparison. Wait, no, that's an overreaction. What? Yellow, no! He just pulled back about 40 villagers for 4 camels. Oh my god, that's so much idle time. In a game where, like, what, he isn't even at max pop, so that actually does sting. The camels went even deeper. They're just looking for the trade now. So heavy hit, he's still running. This is making a bigger difference. You can actually see it in the reserves right now. China's fine for economy, but the others, not too bad. Then you just look across at French, you look across at English, not as impressive as what 3D Clan are loading in the back end. Cameron is now clashing up against the Mount Samurai. No Bannerman here either, so an inevitable fight for Eric to lose. He doesn't even have biology. This is what we warned about Camels in the ultra late game. Reminder that this is still 3 players in Imp on this winning team. One of them hasn't trekked up yet. He still hasn't gone for it, even though he can finally afford it. Nah, he just keeps on bumping. Wait, what did he just buy? Scatbrain's gold just went somewhere. I just don't know where. I'm a little bit confused. I guess he got some techs? And yes, Cat has 90 vills on food because Camel Riders ain't cheap. Especially when you are breeding them at this pace. Desert Raiders on the south side. There's a risk of trade being blocked now. This has been a recurring issue. Pink cannot hold back Desert Raiders. And funnily enough, even with him being elite teched, he's still struggling. Trades are at least getting a bit better, right? Like, you'd think Scatterbrain would be looking for the tech up. Right? Still nothing. What the f— 20 mangoes? Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, we have found Season 9's ultimate late game formation. Mass mangoes, mass camel riders. I mean, it's just a meat shield, right? They're so effective in this role. 420 HP on one of the fastest units in the game. How do you get on the siege? The walls, of course, just the cherry on top to make it even harder. This is toxic. I mean, the only positive for the Chinese stack here is the map is very big and these are very slow. That's it. That's literally the only positive. He wants to fight this so badly. But the mango smash. Oh! What? You can only counter the camels if you're alive long enough to kill them. What's the counter to this? Nest of bees? Rico thinks so. He's queuing him up now. Mad Samurai trying to get in. The Spears as well. They're just trying to brute force this. A bit of a mistake there, though. He trapped him. Cat. He's blocked the retreat for Anatan. So they will finally reach the siege. Vulgar unit comp. And after that, look at the damage. This game is not over. I cannot believe it. They do have the military lead, but it's come at a cost elsewhere. The eco lead is big for Freedy Clan. I wonder if we eventually see them try for a wonder here. It's been a hot second since we've had one of those games, but surely you have to be feeling like it could be going that way. Yep, they're going for it. They're slinging now. B said this is stupid. This game's not going to end. They've got their trade up. They're going to be looking for a wonder victory. Now, keep in mind, Scatterbrain, finally. Yeah, this probably should have been fixed a long time ago. At least it's being done now. Eco wing growth is on the way. We need Mango Friendly Fire to stop this. Well, the thing is, if you do Mango Friendly Fire, you actually have to buff them again. That's the only way it makes sense. This Mango's low. Wait, Nesta Bees are they outranged? 7 tower range versus 9. Oh no. He needs a lot of Nesta Bees to counter this. Well, the hunger down. They're at least drawing attention here. Look at what just happened to the military. For a second there, Team China had double the count. All of a sudden, it's heavily back in favor of Freedy Clan. 240 military to 140. That is the power of mass production plus mass siege. You rebuild yours fast, you bring theirs down faster. Bombard's now coming out. I mean, it makes sense. It's Rico's best solution. It's your long-range snipers. The Mangoes are going to take, what, 3 hits? 4 hits to kill, though. Remember, you have 50 base. These units have 156 HP. This is so toxic. And wait, there's bigger problems on the way. Scatterbrain has been like, oh, I have spears that are better than most civs. Smart move as well. He goes straight after the marketplaces. Deny this, they can't trade at all. It's much more efficient than trying to kill the traders as they come in. Right? Forces a bigger stalemate, a bigger pause. This goes by them one by one, and it's just mass spears. He's given up on the Desert Raiders entirely. Anatan. Oh my god! Have mercy! Please! I don't know what you're meant to do anymore. You tried them out of defense. You need so much time, and the problem is because Freedy Clan already set up their late game economy, you don't have any time. You need to just keep pumping units. He has at least got some bombards coming, but the Mangoes are reaching them. Good god. Remember, like Mangoes, they only have 1 less range than bombards. So I believe that is going to mean no repeat of the upper brackets here. GSQ are dead. This is going to be an East versus West Grand Finals, the $1,000 4v4. That's just ridiculous. This is going to get nerfed. It's not going to impact 1v1s, but I have a feeling this just became one of the most toxic ways to play team games. You could argue it was already kind of there. At least had Aegis Springald. I mean, I don't get me wrong, I've said this already. I'm fine with the Springald nerfs. I'm fine with the rework. We knew there was going to be kinks on the way. It wasn't a perfectly ironed shirt. And hopefully this gets addressed quickly. I don't want us to go back to anti-siege, the way it functioned before. But we definitely need to move beyond this. We have traps coming now. I mean, in fairness, it does pay the A clicks, right? I guess there's that. But look at the pushback, man. He's everywhere now. Mass spears about to dive into the French economy. we've now got Pink trying to switch into archers. Feudal age archers. He's got practically no gold. I mean, he can at least merchant skill to get some, right? But wait, did Pink even like? I don't think Pink has that many traders. He has 31. They're just well hidden. They're about to be hidden 6 feet under. And at this point, who even needs the walls? We're up to 30 mangonels. Oh no, we're being counterattacked. Oh wait, that's our mouth. That's that right guy. Never mind, keep going. Honestly, if those had been enemy mounted samurai, they would have just killed them anyway. Like that! What? I'm not muted, my jaw just hit the floor. So that is it. I mean, there's no stopping it now. The choke point isn't holding anymore. The military lead overwhelming, the eco lead overwhelming, and 3D Clan unstoppable. One big final smoosh. Hello, World's Edge, community calling. We might need a hotfix. Because this build is too hot to handle. Oh, God. If you like what you're seeing here, guys, make sure that you subscribe to the channel for more games like this. We've got plenty of team action from the Fields of Blood tournament here on the channel that already exists. Plenty more to come in the future. And so much 1v1 action. 30 weeks of it, in fact. We might even end up having an Anatan puppy pool match after this. Thank you, Anatan, for the raid. But also, shame on you, you dirty, sweaty boy. That has far too many mangonels to be legal in a game of Age of Empires 4. Oh. Commiserations to GSQ. East versus West showdown. Maybe we'll be able to squeeze that one in between our midweek musters if it keeps disrupting when we have ours. But that is it. I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Sorry, that was the wrong face. That was more meant to be vomity, not dick. Oh my Gideon. That was vulgar. Not the most vulgar, the most disgusting team comp. Late game team combo in Age of Empires 4. Disgusting. No counter. Show mass camels. Protecting mass mangoes. Like, I feel bad for him, man. It's like, what do you even do? I think we saw Baltus say in chat, it's like, we died to this too. It's like, I mean, I don't know what you do. I just saw Poppy post messages to Anno. Yo, Anno, are you going to play your game now? Because we have Wham versus Kiljardi. We might have Poppy Paw versus Anatand. How does AoE4 get changed to fix this? So, I think what we're missing here, Baltin, is a unit from range that could kill Mangan. Wait, no, we're going back on ourselves. Maybe Mango should be long time setup. Like, it's almost like a tower. I don't want to say like a tower, but like, you know how trebuchets are in AoE 2? Something akin to that. The other thing that's been highlighted before is like having them friendly fire. Like, that could work as well. But that drastically, fundamentally changes the way that mangoes work, right? That's the weird thing. Friendly fire would be a drastic alteration, though. But guys, I think we're going to get Anatand versus Puppy Paw. in 1 or 2 hours. So we should have time for Wham versus Kiljardi, maybe. I say that maybe because I don't know if you guys have watched Kiljardi before. His games can be very long sometimes. Okay, so I think I got the drafts and everything. Oh, we got something spicy as well. Did I just see an HRE pick allowed through? What the yeah, no, dude. We're back to the midweek muster. Let me just quickly bring that back through. So we're gonna have back-to-back series then, which means we're probably gonna be live for like another 3 hours, maybe. Okay, Anatan says he needs 2 hours. Damn it, Anatan! We'll see if this series lasts long enough. But we're going to be hopping in now for Wham versus Kiljardi. Let me get the draft and everything ready. So give me 1 sec, guys. So I think they shared it. Good lads. So draft is going to be Gorge, Coastal Cliffs. And then, of course, by default, we do have our high view. So let me reset. So high view, Gorge, and Coastal. Then I'll import the draft. Boom. So now we can switch over. Mangoes are really strong, but don't have a proper counter. But they're like the ultimate late game, right? That's the tricky thing. Like I think in 1v1s, it's not really as much of a problem because they don't really reach that point. They look like meme Ganels in Castle. All right, you rest up, Anatan, and if you are able to hop on slightly sooner for your series, it's appreciated, but no pressure. Because I reckon we'll probably have an hour, hour and a half with Wham, Kiljardi, maybe. We'll try sooner. Thank you. Appreciate you. Mucho grande apreciato. But, yeah. Just let Puppy Paw know, like, let him know so he's around if you want to do it a little bit earlier. If we can, it's great, because obviously live content, much better. But, yeah. Let's get ready for this. I'm going to load it now. So we've got game 1. It's HRE Iabids. How did HRE get through? I guess against Iabids, it's kind of like all right because I'd say it's close to a 50-50 matchup. But if HRE send it in feudal archers, they're really freaking scary. So yeah. Like earlier in this year, it'd definitely be fair to say this was like a 50-50 matchup. But I don't know. The more I've been seeing it, when it rarely comes up, the more HRE favored it feels. I still remember that very memorable game. I believe it was a Puppy Paw game on Lipany, where he arcaned away from his base and then just massed archers. Where Mangoes one-shot each other? That could be interesting. But then, like, remember the difference is, like, I think Mangoes and AoE2, they don't have a setup time, right? It feels very different to, like, AoE4 Mangoes. In fairness, AoE4 Mangoes isn't that long of a setup time, so maybe. You guys ready, though? Oh, I need to pay out, don't I? So we won't be able to do predictions on this one, but we will do predictions on the Puppy Paw Anatan series, okay? So let me pay out. 3D Clan. Oh, dirty game. Springles should be like they were before, but without the bonus damage against other Springles, in my opinion. Interesting take. I kind of see that. I guess the problem then is like you literally just have like 1 or 2 Springles stops you ever doing siege, I think was their challenge. I don't know if there's a... like Springles is always such a controversial, weird thing. It could be intriguing, though. I don't know if it would be the be-all, end-all solution, though, because you might just have people then say mangoes are unusable entirely, right? I have to think on that one. Whoops. I need to switch over to the correct UI. So we had to use a different one for the team game, so boom. You're in a competitive series in the quarterfinals of a top-tier game, and you let HRE through because you've got a plan. Please tell me you have a plan. One and all, welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We've returned, week number 2. The reigning champion, Wham, is looking like he's slam dunking his way to a semi-finals if this is anything to go by on the draft. HRE got through, a rare sight in competitive in 2024. Kiljardi, a strong response. Iabids. This is a matchup that, quote, is 45-55 if H3 sends it. They're meant to be slightly favored, so other way around. 55% for HRE. And I think that must have been what Killjadi was going for. You have to be anticipating HRE in this matchup, but still, I'm not entirely convinced. I've been seeing this maybe like 4 or 5 times. It rarely comes out. When it does, HRE just full archer pounding in Feudal Age kills you. The upsides for Killjadi do exist, though. We are on Pigeon's View, High View, in new improved version for 2024 that we created with the assistance of Kevayu. Shout out to him for making it come together. And we've got a very interesting spawn. Killjadi has got the back gold spawn. He's got a very wallable base here. Theoretically, a castle rush is on the table for the Iabids. The question is, what's Wham's response going to be? Can he try to mirror it? Can he beat it? Or does he have to send it? This is actually wild. This is a really cool spawn, by the way. What generation? This is European Temperate. That's very interesting. I've not seen this type of spawn with European Temperate yet. I don't know if Kayu's in chat, like, monitoring this right now, because we are still tweaking this map. I think my perspective is that Pigeon's View, for this being its first real outing and competitive, really, really impressed. And this is also what the whole map rotation shuffling is about, is getting data for new maps to make them better, to bring them back later in the tournaments, to also use them in big tournaments. Pigeon's View, to me, has been a resounding success. It is substantially better than its normal version, High View. But this spawn is unique. Usually the biomes can affect the spawn type, but I don't think I've had this one so far in European Temperate. We've basically got an open battleground down the center and forest down the side. This essentially could be a different type of map, almost like an expanded version of Basin, which Avali created. I think a while ago I talked about the idea of this type of map, or even in reverse, where you'd have the stealth forest in the center and then open ground on the outskirts. Kavayu should be taking notes right now. And that Archon is dirty. He's trying to go for a deer shove. Wait, is he going 2TC? So 2TC and send it in feudal, right? That's really greedy. I mean, if you're going to be this greedy... By the way, like, I just saw Baltu moan about this Archon. This is actually very reminiscent of another Archon done in the Canadian series. If you guys remember, I believe it was Puppy Paw versus Beastie, if I'm not mistaken. Puppy Paw walked out into the corner, dropped an Archon on Gold, Berry, and Deer. This one's a bit different, though. He's going to TC drop the berries, I think. Because otherwise, like, you could have Archoned here. That would have gotten you the stone, the gold, the berries, and you shove in the deer. He didn't even get the full deer shove in, so great interception by Killjadi. Dude, what is up with these freaking Canadians and their insanely greedy Archons? In theory, it kind of makes sense, right? Because, like, Killjadi... He's gone Growth Wing. He can still play Age 2, but he's probably thinking Age 3 Rush. If he's thinking Age 3 Rush, you get to go for a TC. Right? The days are gone of Iabids opening with the Desert Raider to block 2TC play, because the 2TC meta has been dead for a few months now, unless you play a Bassets. So I gotta give it to him, man. This is a really creative opening from Wham. Especially against a Civ that you should be castle rushing, right? Because both of these Civs benefit a lot from Age 3 Relic Rush. That is a lot of stone gathering. Wham already has the wood together for it. So does he TC drop, like, what, here? That's actually pretty solid. Secures the gold, the deer, protects the Archon. Yep, he agrees. Firm handshakes all around. I'd like to just point out that having Wham cast with me a Rebel Wallol, clearly my ideas rubbed off on him. For example, the TC. Then there's the Dervish Obsession. Obviously, yeah, guys, I can't take enough credit. Because I can take it all. No, so we have got a really cool format here, though. The question now is whether he turns this into a staging point. And what would that staging point look like? Because while this is really cool, Wham's Archon means he is missing something. Can you guys look at this picture, then look at the top resources and figure out what resource doesn't quite seem to be here? I mean, technically the tree's in range. He's missing wood. And the usual strategy is to mass archers. You won't be able to here. Killjadi, by the way, is going to be massing archers. We have horseman archers coming, and not just that. Is that an outpost rush? What is this game turned into? So he's going to try to block the berries. Yeah, and the gold. There it is. The scaffolding's already down. Wham! Because he went 2TC, doesn't have a counter to it right now. Wouldn't it be better to have it on wood and have extra pearl for TC? That's not a bad idea, Baltoon. I think the idea, though, is the timing is like you can build the arc in here and save 50 on the stone. And he went full straggler tree, right? Before building the lumber camp. I think that's the logic, right? Is his efficiency comes from buffing the arc in because he's already gathered the wood in the previous age. Because he did pull the extra workers across quickly. If I had to, like, punt a guess as to what the real big allure of this is. Actually, the bigger allure is clear, guys. You can eventually delete this TC and then build farms all the way around it. This was me at the release of Age of Empires 4. Got to keep it away from the landmarks. It's outpost up. Killjoy immediately garrisons with the villagers. Interesting choice. I guess you could just mill drop and gather here, but instead he's going to walk all the way home. He does at least have wheelbarrows, so it's going to be quick. As quick as someone can be after they walk their villagers all the way across the map. Not just one, not just two. 3 villagers, by the way. His entire growth wing play. The true reason why we go growth wing as Ibids, guys. To build outposts. So the outpost is going to be able to block that gold, but I mean, Wham has a backup gold, guys. Like, you're not stopping him getting castle age with this play. And to Baltoon's point about how you can build prelates because you have 2 TC now, he can just build a prelate at home and buff the gold. And because he pulled his sheep here, he's got plenty of food in the area. He even gets the deer shove in. What? I can't believe Killjoy made that mistake. So he lamed the deer here, right? But then, instead of laming the second deer, he just ran home. Oh my god. I mean, sure, it's not everything under, but there's enough deer left here for you to get the value, so that is going to provide value for the Arkin. And is this Burgrave? This has to be Burgrave, right? You could play Regnitz. It's very greedy off of 2 TC, though. It's a Burgrave! Wait, is it? Okay, he just doesn't feel safe. So we have got Burgrave Arkin. He almost built his entire base away from his primary TC. Yeah, that's why he moved it, because the Rams were coming in. So smart choice there. I also think Killjoy, did he see that? He did. Now, the question in Killjoy's mind has to be, was he faking me out, or is it actually really a Burgrave? Because he built it, then cancelled it. He could have built anything back here. I'm so glad we're staying live late into the evening for this series. Archer's coming in. Villagers a little bit AFK there. He has got the E repairs, remember. Like this, ramming HRE or Order the Dragon is like the hardest thing to do in the game. At least in the early age. So buys the time. Tech up comes out. He immediately queues up 6 men-at-arms. After E repairs, you still have the villagers nearby for repair, right? Like Wham can gather off of the tree line. Does need to get some wood in the bank first, though. So actually, he stopped at 3 men-at-arms. I think he's going to go for the elite tech now, right? Or rather, veterancy. He's got the food and gold. What's Wham waiting for? Okay, there we go. He queued it up. I think he was shifting his economy. So we better push one of the Rams away. That's buying time. Just enough repairs to get through this. E-repairs coming off cooldown in 30 seconds. And Killjoy is scaling Desert Raiders. In theory, not a bad unit against even Castle Age men-at-arms, right? Like, you have got 12 damage being attacked into 5 armor. So you almost mitigate 50% of the damage. But it's an expensive unit. And effective HP is low. Not to mention the fact your opponent mitigates a lot of damage too. I'm not entirely convinced by the Desert Raider spam. Is this to protect his archers? I'm not sure. I mean, I guess the issue is, like, you're at age 2. What else can you actually build? Age 3, you can build age 3, but it's going to take you 2 minutes, and that's 2 minutes too long against the Burgrave. Yeah, so it's not quite Camel Archer's level of damage, because you're not able to kite at range and kill, but if you get into melee, at least you can sort of pseudo-contest. So the Desert Raider strategy, by the way, really good in Feudal and Feudal against Men-at-Arms from HRE. Because when it's Feudal Men-at-Arms, they do 10 damage and you have 5 armor, right? You win that trade because you do 13 damage, they have 3 armor on the Men-at-Arms. And their health is about the is lower than your Desert Raiders, right? Or about the same. But now it's a different script being written. The Men-at-Arms are on the march. Ram's going to move in. Looks like some harassment on the backside. Good read there by Killjoy. Just trying to starve the food. We have the static emplacements. We have got the men-at-arms diving in, so the villagers on the other side of the map are going to be found. Killjardy in retreat now. He's halfway towards attack. He's not dead yet. Ram needs to read and dive. Don't do those two things together. It tends to get the paper really wet, so it's hard to see what you're reading. He does it one by one. He sees what's happening here. He goes in for the dive. Out of time on the TC. He can dive beyond this. Now, the cool thing about being Ibids or Abbasis in this situation is you're not just dead. Because as long as you can afford the tech up can't easily be stopped. Because you don't need to build it. You just need to tech it. Decent amount of idle time being achieved here, though. Even though it's being returned, I mean, there's already an eco difference of 12. So if you're both idling about 10 villages, Wham's just a mile ahead. Especially with the Arkin buffing, probably about like 10 villages on average. He's trying to set up the farms now in a very open area of the map. Killjardy, meanwhile, is still playing pocket eco in dangerous locations. The Knights might find him soon, though. Wham, he has scouted this area, so he should be aware of the berries. Actually, what happened to the berry spawn there? Wait, am I seeing that right? No, I think he just... Did he outpost over, or was that only 2 berries? I've not seen the spawns do that before. Bugged berries. Unfortunate, Killjardy. Apologies, mate. That's rare. I don't think I've seen that so far with the spawns, though. So that's definitely going to be monitored and dealt with for week 3. Hopefully. Definitely hurts Killjardy's scalability a bit, but he still has other resources, the deer, the berry, and the flank. So there are options here. In some ways, these berries actually helped you, mate. He isn't even looking for you. Killjardy's a hungry wild animal that, but is a vegetarian, right? Because he's eating berries. Yeah, Killjardy's army is big, guys. What happened to Wabs? He was so distracted by the berries. The men-at-arms got wiped. He's going for a full farm transition, but it's not working. The Desert Raider pressure, man. Killjardy's like, I'm about to run out of berries. What looks like berries? Blood. Give me some blood. And this is not your typical walk-in clinic. No, this is more like vampires right now. Moves in. The villagers being found out on the deer. No textiles either, so Wham going to take some losses there. Killjardy, he still hasn't triggered that tech up. He's very close to the potential for advancement. Instead, he keeps on reinvesting. More Desert Raiders coming. This is a classic killer Killjardy game. There's 2 types of Killjardy, guys. There's the one that kills and the one that's stuck in a jar. Now, the one that's stuck in a jar stays at home, booms because he can't get out of his base, refuses to GG when he's down to 6 villages. The kill type, though, is like a Rottweiler thrown into a kitten pen. Don't know why someone would do that, the poor durable kittens, but you can already picture how that one plays out. Wow, like, what's the answer? Like, is it not archers? Get the tree line protected, scale into triple archery range, right? That would make a lot of sense against Desert Raiders. I think he's just a bit too tunnel visioned on men-at-arms at this stage because he built Burgrave. He's even got the 2-handed coming. Textiles is coming in. I mean, it makes sense. At this rate, your villagers are going to be your army. Yeah, at least got Knights still raiding. So this is at least the cool thing, is you can try to play onto the map, but it's difficult if the Desert Raiders do spot you. Just a little bit of chip damage done and a shuffle away. In fact, if Wham micros this right, no, that's not the... I was about to say, if he micros it right, like this Knight could have came back and killed more villagers, right? Instead, a bit of a kerfuffle there. Walk straight through the Desert Raider mass. 1's if you think Wham's going to win this. 2's if you think Killjardy's taking it. Because Killjardy still has a lot of food to work with, right? Deer here. Berries, deer. Berries. Berries. It's looking very good. I don't know. He's in a really good position. I mean, Wham is at least getting more men-at-arms together, but we said, although it's not ideal, Desert Raider mass can beat that. As long as you keep numbers in your favor. Wham doesn't really have a real farm transition. I mean, dude, you built your Archon here to build your farms here. This deeply hurts me. We do have mangoes coming. Wait, weren't the Canadians the ones so frequently moaning about Siege. This is kind of toxic. He hasn't got that many melee, but enough to hold a choke point against Desert Raider spam, right? Did Crackety buff the Canadians? Crackety, do you receive a percentage of the winning? Can you blink twice if yes? I mean, Killjoy's caught up, guys. It's H3 and H3. He did go for the advanced wing, right? Yeah, no logistics wing play here. So just being cost efficient makes sense. When you got this many Desert Raiders, you just want them upgraded ASAP. Mango Smush comes in now. This is something I've really been big on drumming home. Mangoes are situational in Castle now. They're not trash full out. They have a position, a role. This is a really cool way of using them. Not being a filthy rat and refusing to come out. It's the unit type you're up against. Desert Raiders are low HP, high melee armor. So Mangoes counter them better. What's more important to remember is Mangoes, although their AoE got reduced, their focus damage is still really good. So where does that work well? Against units that inhabit a location but cost more. So what that means is Mango's less effective against mass archers, right? But Mango's more effective against hand cannoneers. Or, the state of the Castle Age, Desert Raiders. This is where you go Impus Killjoy. It's true. I cannot lie. He does have military wing reinforcement. But Killjoy, although he may be a Chinese main, not a very big fan of booming. Even when he plays a Basses, he tries to end the game. It would make sense to keep pressuring from here as well. Right, this is not Regnance, this is not Relic Control, this is a lack of gold. Theoretically. That's Desert Raiders trying to test that Fury. There's only 2 Mangoes so far. Wham is finally transitioning the archers we talked about. Small raid on the backside, nothing too major. Easily dealt with, but we do have dervishes on the way. So Killjoy trying to get his own eco up through different means here. Relic spawns look really good for him. I mean, really good for whoever has access. I don't know what this one's doing, but most of them are in the mid-map, so very good position to try and lean into this from. Well, the reason why Wham hasn't gone for the relics is like he's just a bit too distracted, and also that involves scouting. Okay, so I have both talked to Wham and Poppy Paw, and you can tell they're twins because they're in sync on this. They both hate Stealth Forests. I could never tell they hate Stealth Forest based on the scouting, right? Like, you'd never be able to guess they hate Stealth Forests. Meanwhile, Killjoy. Yep, that's some peak scouting right there. Horseman now from Killjoy as well. He has got crossbows coming alongside. This is very expensive, so I talked and bragged about his food. He has a lot of it, right? Not for long. There's a growing risk Killjoy's going to have to make a farm transition. And if he does, Wham's going to catch up. He's already deep on the farms, right? Like, how many deep are we? Probably about 30? Yeah, 23. 24 soon. They aren't around the Archon, though. That's the good news. Although that's starting to change. I love this Civ. Love the way that they just build outposts and then build Springolds. And then make me lose the game. The good news is there's no relics. Yet. Actually, I don't think there's ever going to be relics for him. This is a 5 relic game for Killjoy. I'm just trying to defrag my mind as to what's going to happen in game 2, dude. Like, this is only the first game of this series. Look, army value, silly Baltoon. We don't trust those inferior numbers. Didn't you hear? Caps Rage doesn't know how to count. What was it? It doesn't count wood, right? I think it counts gold. It counts food. It's like, this army value is a lie. Killjoy's army is worth even more. Admittedly, Wham's isn't being calculated correctly either. I feel like Killjoy needs to surround. Yeah. I mean, but the problem is, like, Wham's not going to come out. He's doing a beastie here. He's playing HRE and not coming out of the base. He's playing for the late game. He's got siege to hold in. Admittedly, he's had to build a lot of archers, right? So it's a bit different. But 2 mangoes is really tricky. Like, you've gone crossbows and desert raiders. It counters you. That's why he's switching horsemen now. But without massive farms, horseman is not easy to execute. Like, late game, you mess up horsemen, you build more horsemen. You mess up horsemen, you build even more horsemen. Mid game, you mess up horsemen, you lose. I like how Wham's just trying to mock people who said cavalry is too good, while giving up on massing men-at-arms and building mass archers. I know where the real problem lies here. So Wham, would you like to explain to us just how much you hate Stealth Forest? He still doesn't know. You know what the best part would be? Is if Kiljadi walks here and dies with a relic, and Wham finally realizes there's a relic on this map. Puppy hates them more, that's true. You moan, but not as much as your bro. Oh, for God's sake, we've reached that point. So, the Rams that did not work out 10 minutes ago have returned. Only this time, there's a lot more static defenses. There's still E-repairs. In fairness, there is a lot of archers from Wham. But not for long. Spears are getting spammed. Also, wait. Is Wham really saying cavalry is not a problem while playing the Civ that has the faster moving spears? I'm going to stroke my chin on this one. What's Kiljadi's out here? Build more mangoes? I mean, kind of, but we talked about like why mangoes are really good against desert raiders and crossbows and less good against archers. The focus fire works better against premium units. So yeah, a little bit of an awkward situation here. I wonder if he could have went mangoes instead of horsemen. It would have given him more longevity with his food. Instead of needing to rush into farms, which has to happen soon. Flash coming in. Wham easily able to walk away. Kiljadi. I don't know what we're expecting to happen here other than death. That's still a lot of spears. He hasn't got archers, guys. It's crossbows. You don't clear this up quickly. He is going to reach the back line eventually. He's got a handful of horsemen left over. The mangoes. Probably best to be left behind here. They don't have marching drills. Instead, he tries to protect them. Second wave of spears is now coming in. The horsemen pretty much deleted. They're gone. The mangoes can now start to pick apart that back line. Unless the desert raiders want to go melee. Yeah, a little bit scrambled there from Kiljadi. Like, maybe the best approach would have been to go east and west with the horsemen. Maybe just throw the desert raiders away as a kind of pseudo front line. But this wasn't it. Rams to distract didn't work out too well either. Kiljadi, all of a sudden, every ounce of momentum he had seems to have evaporated. Alright, I'm going to take the bait from Wham. Of course, horsemen aren't a problem in Castle. I think the bigger highlight, and I've actually, like, I'll happily, like, thrust the sword in the air and wave it about and say I've talked about this. Desert Raiders in particular, in the Imperial Age, please. Incendiary arrows, biology, nah, they're a bit too good. I think the point that people have been trying to make is in the late game, horsemen feel better because they have the mobility and their stats feel buffed compared to spears that feel nerfed. Which I can nibble out, I can understand where they're coming from. But yeah, horsemen in Castle Age is still depressing. It's almost like you want to have a light upgrade in Castle Age on top of veterancy that you can reach, right? They just always feel weird. I'm trying to think games that I've watched mass horsemen in Castle win. And I feel like most of the examples I have, it's because they scaled it in feudal. Oh, wow, wow, wow. What a big shock and surpriser here in my quarterfinals. HRE is going to get a win. Actually, I think the biggest surprise is HRE actually not getting banned. And Killjoy's like, these mangoes, maybe they can help me. Maybe when it was just archers, but now that it's mass spears, you kind of need a front line. And Kiljadi doesn't have one. He has villagers. I mean, they don't need to know they're going to be the front line. Just donate it, textiles, and go. And yes, the real reason we build Burgrave. So that we can let him gather all 5 relics and then take all 5 relics. Don't mind if I do. Life is good. Oh. 4 relics just like that. Delayed investment schemes. But, you know, I think Wham intentionally done this so that he could have the noise of picking up relics 4 times in a row. You guys ever do that? It's like when you play Deli and you pick 5 at once. It just has, makes your toes curl. You're like, yeah, I'm just going to drop them so I can hear it again. What the f... Alright, Wham's like, I haven't played this Civ in a while. Maybe the meta's changed. Should we just build an Els back? I mean, he went 2TC, right? And now for one of the most toxic landmarks in the game. We just never realize it because it's never seen. Elsbat Pal's coming in. Killjardy doesn't even have a chance to survive in Castle, let alone the Imperial. Well, that's going to be a win for HRE. And I think that might be the first pick of the week. And a reminder as to why you should ban it every single bloody series ever under the sun. Game 1 goes to Wham. Let me know what you thought about this one, guys. Big fan of the Archon, big fan of the TC, or disappointed the Canadian didn't build his Burgrave, also away from the primary? Let me know in the comments. I'll catch you in the next one. Oh dear, oh dear. Totally reasonable, Civ. Alright, so let me mark that one up. So that's going to be a win for the HRE. And then game 2, we've got Gorge. All right, I got Wham and Killjardy here. I want to know their opinions. Are you happy or upset that I have removed Gorge for week 3? True story, guys. No Gorge in week 3. Unhappy? Why? I gave you a map from the map pool in response. I gave you Haywire. Okay, dude, Haywire, I don't know, man. That's going to be a big hit or a miss. Oh, no, I noticed a lot of Gorge coming out. Gorge is from the map pool? Yeah, but I replaced it with another map pool. Like another one from the map pool. I shuffled it. You still have Cliffside. You still have... I mean, we still have a few, like, in there, actually. Replace Frisian? Frisian might be going out next week. Frisian had a decent amount of picks, but Gorge had a lot of picks and a lot of bans. I mean, sure, Wham, but at the same time, like, Frisian as part of a draft, like, not... I don't think it's terrible to have there. As a default map, I'd agree. Like, Frisian has the same issue that Atoll had, where it's like, it has a clear route, right? Like, that's why we try to keep Atoll in as like a... We try to keep Atoll in as a variable map, but I think the problem is also people just burn out from the Atoll experience in week 1. So, like, at that point, it's like they kind of done what they wanted and didn't want to do it again. But let's get ready to go. We got a schedule to keep to. What would Frisian be like with a single center market? The same? I mean, no, it'd be slightly different. I think you could maybe play more infantry than Cav, right? Because you're playing towards the same trade point. It'd be slightly different. But, like, yeah, the Civ choices wouldn't change too much. If you put the trade post between both of the players' base, though, so then they'd have to walk to the opposite side to build true full-distance trade. Then you have a crazy map. Enjoy it while it's here. It's going away in week 3 of the midweek muster. But here in week number 2, Gorge appears again. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the AO4 action. We've got Wham versus Killjardy, game number 2. Wham going with a reliable roost on Gorge. And Killjardy, this man loves his English. I feel like I see him play a lot of English. Now, it's interesting people mention maps where like a few Civs feel viable. I would say Gorge is one of those maps where there's definitely more versatility than, say, a Frisian or an Atoll in terms of picks. But it's never, like, looked like a map where you have the full robust roster of civs. Like, you can, like you know, I always go to that classic example. You can do anything. Doesn't mean you should, right? Like, most of the games on Gorge tend to be, what, Rus, Delhi, English, French, I want to say. Statistically, that kind of, like, lines up. Maybe Chinese, but I feel like Chinese usually is a blocker pick for the Delhi in particular. Ibid Mali, I feel like there's better maps for Ibids though, right? And Malians has always felt a little bit weird to me because of the way the pit mines work. I feel like people have moved away from Malians on this map. Very rarely have I seen Malians in the last few months. Now, you can argue that's because of, like, better maps for them, but I do think, you know, no matter what map you kind of choose, there's going to be, like, a line that's drawn on what's good and what's not. The goal when you're trying to come up with a map pool is to try and at least balance that line. There'll always be a map where something is good. Your challenge is to make it so that at least, like, 5 or 6 civs feels good. And it is always an interesting art because when you add in map drafting and default maps, everything sporadically changes. Like, this week, I think Delhi was always going to be a popular pick because of how powerful it is in Season 9. But the current map pool, it feels really good, right? Pigeon's View seems like a decent map. Coastal Cliffs is in there. You know, if we keep Pigeon's View in for week 4, we'll probably look to take Coastal out to kind of balance that. So yeah, I like this because the important thing that I've tried to emphasize midweek muster is the desire to have adaptability, right? And when you keep changing the map pool, there's a layer of that. But when you're thoughtful about the maps you take out and put in, you also lean the meta in a different way. So, you know, if you have a one-trick pony plays Rus very well, you don't want to create a map pool where every single, like, map pool is good for Rus. That wasn't targeted at Wham, by the way. I was just thinking and looking at the screen. Did we get the funky spawn pattern? Not quite. Yeah, so we actually saw a really cool scouting pattern out of Anatan yesterday, where what you do is you basically go across the map in a diamond on both sides. Highly rated it. If you guys remember, there was that French-Chinese game against Louis, where he ended up with, like, I think 80% of the sheep. So I wonder if more players can be trying that. I don't know if it's reliable, because I have noticed players talking frequently about Gorge in the past about sheep spawns, and I do think they are sometimes still a question mark. Let me know who you think is going to win this one, by the way, guys. 1's for Kiljadi, 2's for Wham. Because we've got the Golden Gate. It's possible we get the fast castle build. Funky thing about the Rus is they can still fast castle even against English aggression. So even if this had been Council Hall and he tries to rush you, you don't really need to touch the gold as long as you just get a bit at the start and then eat sheep. You can still just rush castle. Is that me, or is that a Rus high trade house location? I mean, his tree line is a bit thin for whatever reason, but in some ways it's just slotting him. It's not going to make it better, but it won't make it worse as a kind of trade out to his lack of wood. This, by the way, I think is why EGC released a version of Gorge to try and fix this problem. Sometimes we've seen it where you can actually walk past the back of the tree line as well. Either that or the game prophesizes things and Wham's getting a warning that by 32 have no hair. Meanwhile, Kiljadi's hairline is going to hold out until 50. Because that's a fat, lush tree line on the other side. For an English player, by the way. Stone coming in, though. It is going to be an English player doing 2TC. The funny thing is the old school Rus build that's been returning, the fast castle into Relic Rush, really good against 2TC, right? Because 2TC takes time to return its value. Meanwhile, going for a castle rush into Relics, kind of an immediate payoff, right? Invest, get back fast. So, okay, forget that entirely. It's going to be 2TC, 2TC. I think you maybe could have still got away with Relic Rush here, right? The trade-off is like, if you go for castle in a rush, you're playing into horse archers against lombos, which never feels good. There's no way this goes Imp. I should never say never. So the reason I'm thinking about Imp here is because actually Imp has some really interesting implications. And that wasn't even an intentional pun. Previous patch, Rus just kind of slam dunked everyone. Like, well, not everyone, but English when you got this matchup in Imp, right? Because you would have Streltsy, and then you'd have Mangoes. Mangoes would beat the Lombos, Streltsy beats everything else. Your opponent can't go for Springles because you have better range Springles. With the changes to the siege system, it's a little bit different now. I think English can actually contest, right? Because Lombos will be able to attack the Streltsy. Mangoes can't just be the gravitational go-to, because you can kind of kite them out and snipe them down with Lombos, especially with Volley. You could even play Mangoes yourself. So if this does go into the hyper late game, I wouldn't say it's as cut and dry as this matchup used to be. But early days, the matchup hasn't been fully explored in Imperial Age. Imperial Age has become a more and more rare thing here in 2024. So the question now is why I'm going to build a single unit? Answered? Yeah, we've got stables coming down. I guess the thought process here is Kiljadi will eventually expand out. He'll either move out for resources or bloat farms. And the thing is, if he's bloating farms, his castle timing isn't going to be competitive compared to yours, especially with Golden Gate, right? So you can still rush castle while building 1 or 2 knights. I feel like we speed this up a bit, because I think this is going to be a castle rush. Ram has got a knight coming in. Is there a world in which he goes full feudal? The challenge with full feudal here is you're still trying to dive 2TC English. And if you try to go full feudal, it doesn't take them long to go white tower, right? So like you just waste all this time to be an age behind. So yeah, it should just be a mirrored castle rush. Or not? Wham's going to try to Dumu him. Sorry, I should do that. But it's the game I remember. If you guys remember, week number 1, CSO versus Dumu. CSO went for a 2TC French game with Mass Knights, and he countered the Fast Castle 2TC English. He caught him in the middle of the tech up, and he couldn't finish it. I think that's what Wham's trying for here. Now, the difference is there in timings, right? French TCs produce much quicker. Their Knights are a little bit more lethal. So I'm not sure it has the same punch as a French-English matchup. But it feels like we might find out. 3 Knights. They are on the way. He has to build additional stables if this is an all-in plan. He has got the second online. I think he's just going to fall back, guys. He gets enough to scare away the king. That creates the space for the wall-in. Interesting. So, I don't think he did want that true all-in. What he wanted was the space to get a full wall. Because this is very difficult to do on this map now, guys. Which, by the way, big praise to the devs for the changes to the walls. I've praised them so many times, but on this map in particular, I actually think Gorge was becoming a trash tier map because walling was way too easy. The new wall nerfs actually make walling a challenge. Like, what Wham is doing is not something you'll see every game. It can happen, right? And if Roos gets to do it, it's very good. But the way he's walling here is a byproduct of the way he opened 3 Knights. Does, however, mean that Kiljadi gets castle first. Hold on. He might have a problem here. Villagers got found. This is going to slow down the timing. Kiljadi needs more villagers, not less. Knights just forces away. What? Sorry, what did I say? A slower tech timing? It's opposites day. I mean, the white tower's going to go up first, right? 16 villagers now, but that delay just brought the time for Wham to now start his own tech. High trade house should be coming soon, and you can plop it. What? Probably here now, actually. It's probably better over there. You could get ambitious, but usually coming out for these type of tree lines just doesn't prove worth it. People discovered that very early on in Gorge. I say as he does it anyway. Oh, Stealth Forest might make that better. But not by much. I think the more important detail is because he's walled up, he can come out this far. And also it secures the boar, the berries. Like, he needs these food anyway. So, while English can go farms, you can't really rush yourself. All right, get your numbers in, folks. High trade house coming up now. Knights are still roaming. Kiljadi's trying to get his own out. But they are going to be late. And because Wham was appropriate in the village account pull, he will get these walls up. In fact, they're almost complete. Yeah, just the flanks to be done. The first Knights are going to be too late. Cool thing about what Wham done there as well is, although he idled villagers, because he killed villagers, this eco lead bounces out for the loss of work time, right? That's one of the biggest hardships when justifying a wall up. It's so much idle time. It's double the idle time it used to be. So it's not as much just, you know, the difficulty of getting up. It's also the extra resources you're missing in a standard build. I'm a little bit overly greedy. He has at least moved out to the deer, so we are going to get him just extend this area. And of course, this boy wants more hunting cabins. I think Wham and Puppy Paw are probably ranked 1 and 2 for the most high trade houses, hunting cabins built in competitive play on Season 9. They love spamming these up. Not that many this game so far, but I'm sure that could change. Yeah, a little bit surprised we didn't get our 2 hunting cabin opening it usually does. We do, however, have the horse archers now on the way. High trade house. Oh! atrocious. Only 147 gold. It has already done 2 ticks. It's only 45 trees. So yeah, not as juicy as you'd think. Like, I've said about this on Gorge, that happens all the time. When Gorge first came out, people would move out in the flanks all the time to build a high trade house between, like, trying to find an example on the map right now. This. And like, oh, it's only like 40 trees. Even long tree lines like this aren't that good. So what's Killjadi's intent now? He's trying to play for relics. His timing is a little bit off, though. Wham could secure the ones in the neutral territory and then fall back the ones safely. So like, this is going to be a 3-2 split one way or the other. Killjadi is now posturing on that north side. Wham already there, though, so it looks like it's going to be 3-2 split for him. He could be ambitious and go beyond, but you have to be aware that knights are coming. It's a bit too risky. Yeah, he'll just take it behind the wall. Army is on the way. The challenge now for Killjadi is he needs to be quick on this relic, otherwise the horse archers will force him away from it. We do have the monk coming in now. TC boom into farms, almost complete. It's about to go up to the 4th farm cluster. Once you're at 5, you are pretty kosher with the idea of just pump, pump, pump. And that's going to force Wham to raid. The good news for a raiding player against English here is this white tower is very far out there. It doesn't protect an extension east side. Doesn't necessarily even protect a dive into the tree line. In fact, do you think about farms this early? I mean, the nice thing for Wham is he's not going to idle himself out moving around the map that much. Wallow? Oh, yoinked it. Unfortunately, you don't get a king. No, a little bit of history education for you, Wham. The Rus people were led by Tsars, not kings. Thank you. Yeah, remember, guys, you can't convert the English king. There was a time, though, right? I'm not getting mixed up, right, chat? When the kings first started coming into the meta, you could convert them. But that was patched out, I believe, about 5 months ago. Maybe 6. Is it me or is Killjadi lacking? He's going in. So, let's review the plan in him. We mentioned that English, if you can get to a static comp, can feel good. Because Lombos versus Streltsy is now buffed, because Mango's Springald's counter for Roos isn't as good. Your men-at-arms are nerfed, though. Horsemen are buffed. Boy's Fortitude is even better now because of the way biology works being buffed. And both of you right now are playing Cav. I think Killjadi is going to need to get into infantry fast here. And wow, he's actually going Wingard. His farms are vulnerable. East side is vulnerable. North side, not so much due to the white tower, but like once you go 5 clusters, right? He's at 4 right now. He can't get a 5th that's easily protectable without taking out the tree lines, right? I don't know, Wingard here though. In theory, ranges, right? I think this is about ranges. Because you can outgun from long range, right? You can beat the Streltsy, you don't have to worry about the Mangoes that much. But he needs troops. I think you actually have to begin with Wingard Raiders here. Because right now, the issue for Killjadi isn't the quality of the units, it's actually just them existing. He doesn't have a standing army. He's going to be able to get it quick enough is the bigger question here. Wham, looking to punish the tech up now. Moves in. Starts to idle some farms. Sends all the army one direction, though, so we haven't got a split here. North side would be the high value point now. However, I think he's more focused on the gold. And check this. Killjadi, you sneaky goose. He gets out there at the perfect time. The scout's going to see it. But the army's already committed, so Wham cannot block him from accessing gold. I mean, even if he could, enclosures is already on the way. So Killjadi would at least get a trickle. Now he can get a truck. Say that, 1 horse archer. There's no way 1 horse archer would stop this. Nah, it's gonna go. However, Killjadi doesn't have many gold workers here. Gold overlay gone? Thank you. There we go. Let's get that back. Dude, this thing is still so buggy. I don't know why. Wait. Keep. Please. 3 villages, he gets it. Okay, that was uncomfortably close. Wham! Not able to deny it. Does have to back up, but now he's going to go Age 4. Boys 4-2 is already coming, so you can continue diving in the meantime. And we do have longbows coming, but no rangers, no footmen, no raiders. It's almost like he doesn't have a landmark. He doesn't have an economy either. Dive comes in. Oh, no. This is why we talked about the raiders, by the way. This is why you need them. It's expensive, but if you can't pump, you don't have a front line. That's a heavy hit there. About 10 plus eco going down. And now Wham ahead by 15. 4-1 on the relic count as well. And it's about to be 3-0 on the sacred sites. Yeah, Kiljadi has played this a little bit too greedy. Hasn't really tempered the temperament of Wham. He's got the farms, he's got the enclosures, but like, we literally do not see a standing army from Kiljadi. He's trying to get into longbows. I can see what the idea here is. Use the choke points, build mass longbows, veteran, elite, and then incendiary. That's a lot of cheddar. That's like... Isn't that like, I want to say 1,500 gold? More, I think. We do finally see the wind guard being used, so Footmen are coming. Footmen are good. Remember, they have extra ranged armor, less melee, but they also get bonus damage against Cav. So, funnily enough, Footman is like the best thing to build against this particular comp. The problem is how long it takes to scale. It's a long way. The dive, in the meantime, is coming again, so... At the infancy of his army, once again getting punished. High Armory is going to be in pretty quickly here, and we already have the siege getting prepped. King goes down, but if anyone knows English history, we just replace him like it's nothing. They're Mayflowers to us. Is it Mayflowers? I can't remember the bug. There's loads of. Mayflower's the thing that the people went across on. Yeah. But we do have the footmen. Behold, their glory. Yeah, pretty respectable unit. Actually, so Windguard Footmen kind of less impacted by Elite Army Tactics nerfs than other units, right? They already have so much raw health, so getting melee armor, making up the weakness of your melee armor isn't too bad. And remember, armor clads still work, so you get even more armor on top of the armor. Mango's also coming from Wham. This is the problem. Kiljadi's strategy may have a small gap. Oh no, it's about to have an even bigger one. Pole axes have been queued up. Elite tech on the way. Is this... I mean, he could just knights. I don't think you even need to go mangoes necessarily. Dives in again. Kiljadi. At some point, you got to make a stand. Oy, oy, oy. Classic English mantra. Wait until they've invaded half of Europe before you actually make that stand. And as a result, what's the state of the game going to be? Because we're 8.5 minutes away from a sacred site victory. I imagine we've got a keep drop coming soon on this sacred site, because it's the only risky one that maybe Kiljadi could decap. And Kiljadi, what's the plan? We've got 3,000 food in reserve. A bit of a missed macro here. I think he just wanted to master the longbows. Veterancy's at least coming in, but in the meantime, Wham is now just looking to siege down the buildings. Maybe Spears here? Spears feels like it makes a lot of sense. I mean, sure, there are still horse archers, but you've got longbows. Longbow spears, you just need bulk. And that's a cost-efficient way of bulking. Ah, yes. Look at the grand old damage those longbow feudal units do against these elite knights with undermesh. Wait, does he have a black... Yeah, he does. He's got undermesh. He only just got steeled arrow. It takes so long without Council Hall to get this tech in. This is vicious. Is there a king without an abbey? Nah, dude. Guy went down with his ship. Well, actually, he died before the ship sank. Mango's just to oppress it. And we talked about a keep drop on the sacred site. I'll do you one better. Wham is going to drop a keep right under his snout. Guys, chill. Kiljadi is aware of the time of year, okay? Christmas is coming close. Have you tried to buy turkey in the 2 weeks leading up? Very expensive. He's just stockpiling over a month before, and then he's going to freeze it. 4,000 food now in the bank. Have at least got gold access. In theory, once this gold is online, you have your surge, right? Is it crossbows? Has to be crossbows. I don't think you go Knights, because the problem with Knights is, yeah, you have the attack speed buffer, but the Rus have two things. They have Boy's Fortitude, they have Pole Axes. And technically it's three things, because they also already have Biology. I think we're going to be saying farewell to Kiljadi, because although the armies are even, they really are not. It's basically Knights versus Longbows, and not even elite Longbows at that. He has got more footmen coming, so holds a semblance of hope. But the Bombards and Mangoes here, hope is thinning fast. Score a bit crazy? Not at all. Longbows, like the same military count, but Longbows cost 90 resources, these cost 240. It's really that far apart. Worse still, it's elite versus vet. He's just going to get zerked down. And the worst part still, no bark shear, so no second static defense to try and assist you here. 2 landmarks dead. He's going to be forced to make a stand here. The Mangoes, have they been fully upgraded? They might have been. No adjustable crossbars, so he at least doesn't have to deal with a bigger blast radius against his Longbows. I like now being yoinked. Wait, what? Just gonna keep this with the boys, don't mind me. An unfortunate end to Kiljadi's journey, I think. Like, you can tell by the hesitation, he doesn't want to fight. We have got Armor Cloud in the way, which means the time is upon us. If he can't hold now, he's dead. The White Tower is going to get sieged next. The Bombard, just dealing with the TC. Kiljadi's economy cannot get bigger than 82. Can get smaller, though. Down to 78 and falling fast. White Tower now looking to be sieged. It's going to be a dive in. In fact, he could just go for the landmark victory. It's going to force the fight before Kiljadi can get an ounce of extra resistance together here. Longbow's trying to tickle, but really is tickling. They're doing 10 damage against a unit that has 6 ranged armor and almost 400 health. Warlord comes out. Footmen have to turn around. The Bombards can now just shuffle in for the final landmark. Mango's moving in range. Hit their targets uphill here. The Longbows essentially frontline. The Footmen just not able to hold wide enough here. Seems like they bulked up. The Streltsy are now here. And the Longbows aren't targeting them. They're going after the Knights. No volley, no incendiary. The technical, theoretical idea of English beating Rus is there on paper, but not existing in this game. It's Wham looking to go for all the money. For the second time in a row, making a deep run. Remember, he's our reigning champion here in midweek muster, and he just made another semi-finals. And he'd done it in a bloody dominant fashion. Who's going to stop him? That's yet to be seen, but already blasting his way in to the top... Wait, no, sorry. Yeah, top 4 of week number 2. It's been a long day. Whew. I don't know. I don't know. I think... Is that one uploadable? Game 1 felt really uploadable. That one felt quite lopsided. Bit brutal for him. I don't know if that one's uploadable per se. That was quite... I want to say it's straightforward to a certain degree. I think game 1 was really uploadable, but that was like just a roll. 1 sec, I'm just checking the confirmation on our next one. Need to ask one of my uploads, one of my influencers, they want to be paid via PayPal or bank. Right, so let me double check. How deep are we? How long have we got to go? So, comms. Is Anno here? Don't know if Anatan's still watching. He said he was going to get some food. We have got Anatan versus Puppy Paw coming up next. I want to check if they're both available to start a little bit earlier. No pressure if not. We can always find something to do, but definitely helps if they are. Just a little flag. I will not be live casting Dumu versus Kiljadi. Sorry, not Kiljadi. Dumu versus B tomorrow. That's going to play in the early hours. We might catch up on it on Thursday if we go live very early on. But I think what's probably going to happen is that semifinals we will cast before the grand finals on Thursday. So we'll go live a little bit earlier because I don't know if Tume's here. Did we confirm a time? We need to just lock a time in. I think we're probably going to go for like 4 p.m. as our anchored point for the grand finals. The range we were giving was 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. to kind of consider, for example, UMT and whatnot. But I think on average, it's going to be about 4 p.m. So we could probably go live like 2 hours beforehand, cast the semi-finals, and then we'll get into the live grand finals. Okay. Anathan just pinged. He's ready in 30 minutes. Guys, what I'm quickly going to do, give me a second here. I am going to go and grab another drink. And, wait, whoopsie, I just want to update that as well. Grab another drink, get ready, and then I'll run ads now so we don't have to worry about it. When I come back, we shouldn't have too much time to fill. And then we will get into the live coverage of Puppy Paw versus Anatan, the first semi-finals. You can see actually based on the brackets. Boop, boop. Need to update that actually. So yeah, Puppy Paw, of course, did make it through. So give me a few minutes and I'll BRB. And then we can hop into more of this series. So come back here. And then I'll leave the music on. Be right back in a sec, guys. Whoop. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Whew. A little bit more challenging to get back into the house quickly, considering that it's wet and dark. So let me update. The title. So we're going to have... a long ass title, yes. Oof. So we will be hopping the series in. So I think they're gonna be rating about 25 minutes. Whoa, what do we do with the time? So we cast pretty much everything else, right? I'm pretty sure we did. So let me have a look here. Step 1, let's update the graphics. Will be well. So, just a reminder, people, what's going to be happening is the Dumu versus B series. That's now lagging behind the bracket a little bit, but that will catch up in the early hours of the morn, depending on where you are. It's going to be about 11 a.m. CT. That's going to be played. You'll probably be able to catch it on Dumu's channel. And then what we can do is potentially we can watch the second semifinals, Wham versus Dumu, on Thursday before the finals. Keep an eye out for notifications. The grand finals live should be at 4 p.m. UK time, so convert that to your local time. But we'll likely look to catch the semifinals as long as someone doesn't come up. Let me just update the scores here. I have to hop into the Photoshop and do that. If you guys didn't catch the Puppy Ball vs. Cat series, by the way, worth checking that one back. That was really cool. So we are going to have one Puppy Ball. And then let me update that. So now I can go like this. You guys ready for the magic of things changing live? Yeah, so that was the bummer for me, is I wasn't able to catch the Dragavan versus Puppy Paw series because Dragavan played a bunch of scrims on the weekend and Puppy Paw was playing an Outback Octagon. So unfortunately, it is what it is, limitations of the system, we weren't able to actually catch that one. I was heartbroken. I really wanted to check that. I don't know if did they provide the draft in the end? I don't know if Jim's here. Because I don't remember... I have a look. Okay, yeah. So what happened is the opening game, Dragavan picked Ibids into Chinese and beat Puppy Paw in Pigeon's View. Probably done a proxy based knowing him, actually. Yeah, I've seen him do that with the Ibids before. I was back when Clown Kong was really good, so I'm kind of curious what the adaptation was this time around. But, I mean, dude, nothing to be disappointed or embarrassed by. Taking a game off of Puppy Paw, much easier said than actually done. But just to go over for people seeing we've got a little bit of time, if we do have some players in chat right now, I really want to emphasize this as a reminder. Obviously, when you are involved, make sure you're posting things on time, but also go sign up. They're available for sign up right now. Week 3, 4, 5, 6. The sign-ups for week 3 close tomorrow. So stop slouching. Don't wait around. If you haven't already, go through to here. Go across. Sign up to the event. Sign up to 3. Sign up to 4, 5, 6. If you don't turn up, that's fine. Well, not midway through, but if you don't turn up at the sign-up point, that's fine because we can always just like invite the next person. But really important we have enough sign-ups for these to keep them running. This week, or rather next week, we are going to be adding in Scarguard, Haywire. Scarguard will become the default map, and Pigeon's View will go into the normal map rotation as a selectable. Exclamation mark KPMM if you are a player looking to sign up for those. We have kept Calaugra in. I thought I'd give Calaugra a second chance. It wasn't touched that much, but I figured I'd leave it there and see how it does. If it does get booted from the rotation, it might come back in a later week. It's like a default map to see how it functions. I'm always about trying to find the data for these things. I'm theory crafting now in my brain. I'm probably going to remove Coastal Cliffs for week 4, but I haven't fully decided. Like Coastal and Frisian probably come out and something else come in, but we'll figure it out. Toilet Seat is my favorite map, so many great games. Well, the problem is that it creates like a fatigue, right? So like week 2, if we have a look at it, I think Atoll was practically not touched. Do we have another series? We do indeed, Smoothie. So we got another series coming up in about 20 minutes. Yeah, Pop said 30 minutes and I'm ready, and that was 10 minutes ago. So, got a little bit of time to burn, not too much though. So, probably not enough time to go cast another game or whatnot. Not that there's any others in the tournament series to catch up on. But yeah, if you go through here, you can actually check the stats on these. Midweek muster number 2. Hey, look, you should go watch there. So, well, okay, I thought it was the first A3 pick. A3 somehow got picked 7 times. Did we cast any of the other ones? I'm not sure if we did. Oh, sorry, no, we did. We had the Frisian one, right? Yeah, but that's crazy. I'm surprised we got let through that much. I mean, then again, so did Byzantines. Byzantines had 9 wins. That's kind of wild. So, yeah, Kalauga got banned a lot. Now, I'd be curious as to whether that's because it's a bad map or players just don't want to play it because they haven't practiced it. But this is why, like, for example, we bring these new maps in as defaults. Because, like, I can almost guarantee you, if Pigeon's View hadn't been the default map, players wouldn't have picked it. Weirdly enough, players actually compliment me on it being better than Standard High View. So that's why we rotate new maps in with this kind of configuration and make them default map. Like, I can guarantee you, it's going to be a bloody good time in week number 3 with Scarguard as the default map. If I put that in there, not as the default map, but let them choose it, I guarantee half the players at least would have banned it. So yeah, I like this format. I think it works quite well. Coastal Cliffs got banned like crazy. Wait, no. What is that? Oh, I think that's the way they're being tracked on the back end. So that's 17 bans for Coastal Cliffs and 4 picks, and then 11 bans for Frisian and 12 picks. So we went with Gorge in the end because Frisian got more picks today, I think, but also that probably skewed our numbers. But I'm probably thinking, and you know, don't take it as a guarantee if you're a player watching going, oh my god, Frisian's going to be out in week 4, I reckon. I think we're probably going to take Frisian out, and likely Coastal Cliffs will come out as well. And then, I mean, after that, Cliffside seems a given on week 5, but we'll see. Just because maps go out, by the way, doesn't mean that they aren't necessarily going to come back in. It's meant to be like shuffling around maps, so obviously we don't have infinite new maps, and we want to make sure the ones we're using are competitive. But the idea is to give maps their time in the sun, expire them, bring them back. I don't want to have this BS of dry Arabia every single day of every single week, because I just don't think it is inducive to a healthy scene, personally. When I've listened to more players than I can count saying they lost a game of Dry Arabia due to RNG, I don't see that as a positive for putting Dry Arabia in every tournament. I see it as the opposite. So yeah. We've still got other maps like we can consider though. Like, I actually haven't had a look. Should we open quickly, because we've got a few minutes. I'd love to look at the AoE4 map pool and see if there's anything new that's been added that I've missed in the last week or two. Because I actually haven't opened the mod area for like 2 weeks plus. So maybe, dude, there's the benefit. Checking on every once in a while, you get something that's going to be a banger. And no Arabis, or Arbis rather, Arbis, we did not cast Dimu today. Dimu versus B is going to be happening at 11 CET tomorrow, I believe. I take Wednesdays off, and I'm not going to compromise that because it's the only day I have off. I work weekends. I'll be working the whole weekend. So I'm going to spend Wednesday with my family, and then we will be back on Thursday for the finals. But like, considering when you look at the bracket, we literally cast everything we could, bar Dimu B and then maybe Dimu Wham. Still pretty good. Last week, we cast all this. And I would have cast all this, but the brackets got dragged back by earlier rounds. It wasn't really necessarily as much to blame on people you're seeing the round of 8. There was just early points of the draft where people were a little bit difficult to get to schedule their games quick enough. Which is why really need to emphasize to players, schedule your games as soon as possible. Right? Don't drag your heels and go play like a show match or decide you want to play a few scrims in the day. Like, if you want to play the tournament, do it the other way around. Because it kind of needs to happen. Because it's not just you holding me up on the broadcast, my admin's up from chasing you. It's you then holding other players up on their series, which has a cascading effect. When you screw up the early rounds of a bracket, it screws up the later rounds. It doesn't like get fixed as easily as you think. So yeah, please, all I ask, I've given you guys open formatting because I think that's better for you guys. That's why I ask every time. So we're going to have a look at the mod section because I was kind of curious here. Whether we've got any new maps that I haven't noticed. Jousting Fields got changed. Caillou updated it. It's tweaked it slightly. Oh, because it's being used in the 2v2. Ah, so they thinned the tree line in the center so it's choppable. That's actually a drastic change, because now you can't just fast track through to your teammate's base, right? River Trail is kind of curious. That's a free-for-all map for sure. Yeah, it says as well. I don't know about this. Hidden River. I almost want to vomit at the amount of trees I'm seeing in that. Like, Hunter has a few cool maps, so that one's going to be a miss for me, dog. But I don't think it's meant to be competitive. Maybe we bring in Scandinavia. Scandinavia could be pretty cool. And then you've got... Okay, Goldvale maybe? Or is this a... Is this a free-for-all? What the f... That's like a fat Socotra. Can you see... I don't know if you guys can see it. Is it too small? Do you see all the gold veins? Oh my god. That is wild. I don't know about that one. I mean, that would feel like a bit of a meme map, I think. It looks like it probably needs a few more iterations. Still a bit heartbroken about Pigeons Valley. Sure, the one game we saw was a macro game, but bloody hell was it a good macro game. Hallowed Spring, actually. Yeah, Hallowed Spring could be cool. I have a feeling Delo's going to be too good there. But we did feature Hallowed Spring in one of our tournaments. I can't remember which one it was. But we did have it in one of our unofficial tournaments. So maybe we bring Hallowed Spring back. Well, not back, but bring it into Midweek Muster for the first time. Sand Reef, we tested that as well. I wasn't entirely convinced. I think there's like 2 or 3 civs that work there. Like these type of specialist maps is why I was contemplating making the round of 8 best of 5s as well, is to give that breadth. And then, like, what? Hunting grounds? Maybe hunting grounds could be interesting. I'd have to test the spawns on that, though. Sorry, just messaging the players. Oh. What's happening on Reddit, actually? Since we've got a few minutes to burn. I'm going to do the rare thing I never do. Check Reddit. This is what I was saying about, like, there's different ways you can definitely help the stream out. Like I was saying before the other day, you don't necessarily have to feel pressured to drop 10k on the channel or something, or drop 20 subs or whatever. If you guys see memorable moments, clips, clip them, post them on Reddit. Because I think there's a lot of people that don't even know this tournament's happening still. I mean, it's not wrong. Like, Elite Army Tactics does feel really weird. I do think, Scenario probably would have been fine if it wasn't for the silk bowstrings, but we don't really see them that often. But Biology is crazy. Like, Biology is bigger and scarier for sure. Should at least be cheaper. So, like, I understand the thought process behind why they made it more expensive. So, you know how I was saying earlier about, like, it'd be cool to see, like, if we had, like, an Age 5, kind of like what Myth has. When you think about it, the University techs are kind of like an Age 5. Because you go Imperial and you get Elite decks, and then you go University and you get Elite decks, right? So that was kind of the intent. Huh? Oh, wait, what? That still happens? How long has it been? What units win with no micro, Expo, or Men-at-Arms? What units win Men-at-Arms? I mean, that's like a fallacy though, Wham. Like, someone posted a few days ago showing 10 horsemen versus 1 tower elephant because it's the same cost. It's like, yeah, but like scale those things and then like micro those things, right? I get your point, but it's also not like entirely true. Also, what about Arbitrary? Can't always micro units. I mean, yeah, but is it easier or harder to put crossbows in a position that they can't micro away from men-at-arms? If we're being real. You break down the situation where you pinch them versus, like especially when you're defending your own base, a TC to clown car out of. Like, you are choosing a very vacuum situation, if we're being fair here. That's like me going, Grenadiers are OP, and then showing you someone who's, like, trying to go through Mountain Pass at the tiniest piece with 200 units. Range units are better at defending, melee units are better at attacking. Well, melee units are better at getting a definitive moment of a kill, but range units are better at, like, they can be just as good at raiding, right? Like, Jesus, you know as well as I do just how good Yuumi can be. It's just, you know, they're not going to blow up buildings for you. It's not their intent. It's not their goal. This is a conundrum, actually. What's the improvement for the Cav Archers? Need to have a decent mass, but you can only ever make them by late feudal. So whilst Ottomans were able to build Cav Archers from the start, but they can only shoot 1 arrow per attack. And then the Vizier point gives them 2. That is kind of interesting, actually. I don't know if it's as much an issue of that as an issue of even getting the economy in the first place. But that is kind of a cool change. I wouldn't be against that. That could have unforeseen potency effects. It's the same logic as, like, you know, if you're able to scale men-at-arms in Feudal Age and then you go Castle Age, you have 40 men-at-arms, right? You have a lot all of a sudden. Or wins Expo or Spearman in a 1v1 no micro? I pick French. I win. But to that point, melee, yes, melee will win a lot of circumstances if there's no micro. Wham, you play in the top point percentile, not in gold. Right? Larger numbers get, though, the better the range becomes. All the time I don't micro my units when I send them into raid. I mean, players have actually got better at doing that. We were seeing it earlier today. Like, you know, you just take, like, for example, a few horsemen, you run them to different areas of the farms. Expos behind their walls kill everything? I'm sure, but the walling meta has been nerfed, mate. Did you find it easy to get your walls up now? I think we talked about that earlier, like we were a high view series, like, man, dude, these walls he's doing are not easy. To act like Spearmen are bad is insane. I don't think the conundrum as much as, like, Spearmen are bad. Men-at-Arms kind of feel bad, though. I don't think you can disagree with that. Men-at-Arms kind of feel a bit sad compared to Spears. I think Men-at-Arms are hit harder by the nerf, which is weird for a gold-heavy unit, right? Like, there is a fair point that food and wood units kind of got buffed, which is odd, considering gold is meant to be, like, harder to get and the game ender. But, like, you also can't, like, deny the fact that horses feel really freaking good, right? Not in Castle. And maybe that's where it's, like, not as apparent. It's, like, a lot of games are going to end in Castle at the moment. But, like, Horseman and Feudal, hit or miss. Horseman and Imp. Especially when you're a real Imp. I think the other conundrum you really have to weigh into the equation is you've got a situation where university techs got buffed and nerfed in different things, different directions. But the big thing that nerfed is the cost. And that cost has a ramification upon gold comps. If a gold comp is already hard to maintain in late game, and now Unitechs cost a lot more, you inherently are going to have more of a favorable stance towards playing food wood units, of which archers, horsemen, spears, right? And of those, I'd say, like, yeah, horsemen still feel really good. I think horsemen always felt pretty good. I mean, you can make an argument if it's too early to, like, say whether something's broken or not. If that's your point, I'm fair enough. But to say, like, it's absolutely wrong to say X is broken, I don't know about that. I'd say we're early days, right? Like, was a few days ago, people were like, I don't know if mangoes are broken or not. I'm like, okay, that's kind of good. Because that means we've got crap to figure out. We don't just know. I think men-at-arms aren't broken, but also Expo's not broken. Yeah, I'd say, like, of the triangle, I think the horsemen are still, like, the biggest winners. Only because archers are terrible versus armored. Yeah, they pin push you pretty hard. But, like, that's why they done... Like, that's the thing. Like, the thought process of people men-at-arms with the lack of extra health, it makes sense why they feel like archers got buffed there. And, like, there's a truth to it. Like, there's actually an undeniable truth that archers got buffed against men-at-arms. Because men-at-arms now no longer get extra health. Their effective HP is, therefore, lower. But, yeah. I have to put Expos because nothing else will trade well versus armored units. Sure, I mean, archers trade better. They don't trade efficiently. Expo broken because it's good versus every unit? Yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe... So, actually, and I think I'm on board with this. If we... Hear me out. If we just nerfed hand cannoneers to have more of their damage like be in a counter type, could crossbows technically have more heavy damage and less base? So, like, for example, what Castle Age crossbowman has... A Castle Age crossbowman has 12 base, right? And 9... I believe it's 9 heavy. What if they had 10 base and, like, 11 heavy? Or you could even make it 10 base and then 12 heavy, and it's technically a buff to their counter. I think the goal here is to try and lean a bit more into the direction of what you have in Age of Myth, which is much more aggressive counters directly, right? Like, this unit counters this unit type. But you don't want to lean too heavily, because what you may also notice in Age of Myth is that becomes a conundrum when you're talking about things like movement speed. Movement speed really dilutes that philosophy. So it's not just a bread and butter of, yeah, this unit can just counter this unit, that's fine. And that, by the way, would be a buff to spears and a nerf to crossbows. But then, like, then you have more justification to build archers, right? It's like, it does support the spirit of, like, you should build the counter unit type. Which is the foundation of AoE4 when you think about it. And then maybe then in, like, maybe I'm just crazy for this, but maybe in Imperial Age, you just buff the counter damages even more. Because then that at least means when you're being countered in Imperial, it doesn't mean you can't come back. It doesn't mean you can't counterattack. But, like, if you're already in the borderline defending, right, and you screw up the comp and you lose your army, we still in late game have this situation where you just replace your army, right? If you are much harder countered, sure, you can still transition to the units now counter them, but, like, it takes time. There's gaps. Cost of Horsemen is so food heavy, they don't trade well enough in H3. I mean, the problem is, like, at that point, you're running out of pocket resources. Like, I agree, Horsemen are in a kind of weird place. I think I mentioned them on the cast. Maybe give them, like, a pseudo, like, secondary buff, like Castle Plus type effect. Maybe it's, like, an extra +2 damage against the thing they counter. Are we ready to draft? I think the boys should be loading up now. Yep, there we go. All right, guys. Apologies for the delay. We are into the draft for the semi-finals. Do we have a map draft? I think it's getting made now. Oh, all right, share it out. Let everyone know that we are about to hop into semi-finals. Suck. Got people moaning in the background instead of just asking people directly. So let's have a look. Yeah, remember, it's a different draft now, so we redraft after... Oh, it's the same thing. Where's the other link? Am I blind? Yeah, we redraft after 4 games. Wait, no, I'm an idiot. It's best of 5s, not best of 7s. Okay, so they haven't hopped in to do the map draft yet. Got it. I'll be here soon. I think we're just waiting on... Oh, it's underway. Okay, good. There we go. Fantastic. Fandappy Doozy. Let me just tweet or not tweet out, but Discord out. That is happening. Where are we at? I like to steal EGC's Discord community. Anatan versus Puppy Paw. Now! There we go. Let the Discord people know, because it was scheduled last second. Okay. So... Wait, this is the wrong map draft. Yeah. That's next week, guys. That's the Haywire one. Well, we already see that he doesn't like that map. Do we have the map draft? Okay, yeah, we do. Yeah, I just shared it. I see it. All right, apology. Let's... They're jumping ahead of themselves. Ah, there we go. That's much better. Anatan is just like random. Because remember, once you're in best of 5, if you do 2 bans, you're gonna pick all the remaining maps. So it doesn't matter. So let me reset series. 5 maps. We're gonna have Highview, Coastal, Frisian, Gorge, and then finally Cliffside. Alright, I'll hop into the map draft. Did I miss anything in our balance point? MMA counted both horsemen and archers, so you need Expo with horsemen. Yeah, I mean, you still have the raid potential, right? Like, that's a very the horsemen, in theory, like on paper, what you described there makes sense, but like in practice, as we saw in your game, like horsemen are just weird in castle. I think they always have been. I'm trying to think of a time where horsemen didn't feel odd to use. The unique horsemen like Ghazi and Sipahi are really good, though. Right, there we go. Sorry, I'm just getting spammed in the background. So, let's have a look at what we're doing with the draft. Anno has gone for the Roos. I mean, dude, after that team game, I mean, why not? He looked broken with that. Ibids in Delhi is pretty strong on this map pool, though, right? Like, we do have Coastal, Frisians, not so much crazy, but like Coastal, Cliffside, and of course Pigeons View, really good. Gorge, also incredible. Like, Delhi, I did say it a little bit earlier today. Like, Delhi on the current map roster for this week, borderline S tiering, if not there already, right? Like, it's a really good map pool for them. Surprised it hasn't been banned a little bit more. Surprised that Bass has been the bigger focus, but Bass is frustrating to play against, and also just a very robust civ. Japanese English funnel bans. That's interesting, actually. Japanese banned why? Is Anno thinking about Ottomans? I feel like it has to be like primarily on Ottomans. Like, what is Japan freaking you out with? Frisian? Frisian's like an off-cuff pick for from Japanese in a meta that's typically Mongols, HRE, Chinese, and like what, French. And there's their picks, right? You've got French, you've got Mongols, which can come out there. You can play Ibids actually quite well on Frisian. Your Desert Raiders just counter the Keshik play, right? Marlins is kind of intriguing here, though. Like, what do you think about that for? Probably Coastal Cliffs. We've seen a lot of play at that. Gorge, I'm not always crazy about. We actually have been seeing a lot of Marlins on Highview. So, I can make sense of that. And yeah, so the English pick's going to come through. He does go Japanese. Okay, interesting then. I guess he just wants to flex. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, Poppy Paw banned GG, but the more interesting part is like the way the draft played out with Frisian in there in a BO5. Right? Because, like, let's be totally real. If you were to think about what we've seen so far in this tournament and tell me these drafts, especially based on, like, these first 4 picks, you'd think it's Poppy Paws, right? Covets the Chinese like crazy. Obviously, Mongols plus Chinese, it gives you so much utility with Frizzy in the draft. And Wham and Poppy Paw have played the most Rus of anyone on Highview, I believe. So, yeah. But then again, like, you're talking about Anna, who has a pretty brutal Chinese build we've seen time and time again. He was one of the first people we saw regularly doing, like, the Archers, no Zhuge and just Master Gold. Then, of course, there's the Rus Fast Castle, which he was cozy with. Like, legit, this guy was doing it before we even reached Season 9. He was doing our preseason showdown. So, China should only be played on Frisian? Really? You don't use it as a blocker against Delhi on Gorge? I mean, does he have an answer to Delhi otherwise? Japan's kind of weird. Rus, I guess? You can play Rus, right? Just play Rus on... I mean, it's winnable. Malians, no. Like, I think you're probably trying to snipe the Delhi with... I don't want to say snipe, but fight it with Rus on Gorge. And they have, like, what? Coastal Cliffs. English makes a lot of sense. Ibids, we talked about before. I think you could kind of, like... If you're worried your opponent is going to play Frisian Mongols, like, if he does use Chinese earlier, you goes Mongols, you just go Ibids. Rus is good versus Delhi. Yeah, you just do the 2TC. Well, not 2TC, sorry. You want to do the... Do you do the Fast Castle now? Used to be the 2TC because you kind of got away with it, right? With the Kremlin protection. Depending on the map spawn, the placements. Or do you play... I don't think you play full feudal aggression. That'd be unhinged. Rus is OP. I mean... Only see if we're still going to be able to be good at walling. What makes you think they're OP? Just the late game now? Because you're pressured to shut them down? Or is it Horse Archers OP? Dude, I feel like we are in a cat. I just love them. I mean, he doesn't want to reveal his secrets, guys, while I'm still in the run here. I mean, they're very good on the default map, right? Like, Highview is a banger for them. So I don't think we have our boys on game yet, but they're going to be hopping on game. Let's switch this over to the fancy perspective, because we do have one of those. Boom. I don't know why I just accidentally clicked in the background, so I'll slot that bad boy in. You think High Trade House is way overtuned and they get low? Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, I've been saying for a while, High Trade House is too good. Like, High Trade House wasn't altered appropriately after the bounty change and after a long time ago, the relic nerf. Like, if you think about High Trade House the way it works now, it makes sense if we still had the old school relics that gave, like, what was it? Was it 100 gold? I can't remember if was it more than 100 gold? I'm trying to remember. At one point, wasn't it like 150? Or am I crazy? It used to be a lot. I can't... Can you remember? It used to be ridiculous. Like, year 1, relics gave an insane amount of gold. I think it might have been 150. So, like... Was it 100? Oh, you're right. Yeah, Regnitz was 3x. 3x on 3. That was it. Yeah, it was 100 gold, but the Regnitz was 3x. That was correct. Yeah. That sounds right. But yeah, like, that made Regnitz ridiculous. But then that got retuned in multiple ways. But then, like, the reality check still is, like, the way that High Trade House has functioned has only looked, I don't want to say balanced, but more reasonable, because the old bounty system, you very rarely got tier 3. If you got tier 3 that early on, your opponent had screwed up, right? Or you got the most miraculous spawn imaginable in the history of spawns. So, like, with the changes now, you just very casually stroll into tier 3 bounty. And it just ramps you so insanely fast. I mean, I've been seeing what you and Puppy Paw are doing. I highlighting it early today. You guys just spam hunting cabins when you can. Right? Not spam, but like just adding in too early just means you don't really have to touch gold. I still remember you, I think it was Puppy Paw versus Louis on Socotra, where he just tried to run out to the center of the map and build hunting cabins all around. It's really, really good. You hate Abid nowadays as much as you hate Ibids? I mean, dude, it's because, like, so the reason you hate Ibids is Ibids just done one thing, and now Abids do just one thing. But ambassadors have always had this issue if they only do one thing. If you really think about it, like, the situation is a situation where you do, like, a different build, but most of the... Wait, did I not? I thought I listed in the other maps. There we go, let me update. But if you think of, like, the history of the game, Ambassadors have always been like one wing oriented for a long time. For a long time, it was military wing dominant. Situationally, trade wing kind of seemed crazy, but like when we were in the TC meta, you went military wing. The only time you didn't really was when you were in an Abbasid mirror, because then you had the triangle where military wing countered trade wing countered eco wing countered military wing, right? But now it's just back to linear. Eco wing, eco wing, eco wing. Getting tired? You're right. You do need to get your hands on some delicious protein works. I mean, do I need to go for another protein bar? I have got dinner after this. You know, I'm going to ride the hunger, but that's only because I've already had my protein bar, my meal replacement. You guys should get your hands on these, though. Exclamation mark protein works. We had the banana smooth sundae today. Absolutely delicious. We had ourselves one of these delicious chocolate hazelnut bars. And we also... Anyone done a gummy check? You need to do a gummy check. These are great. If you've got kids, great for the kids. If you're an adult, actually great for the adults. I love these. They're very soft gummies. They're multivitamin gummies. 2 a day. Keeps you healthy. Exclamation mark protein works to solve those problems. Whoop, whoop. All right, so the boys are getting ready. So we should hopefully be into game soon. Check it out. Are they ready to roll? I think it's probably going to delay. I don't think technically they need to, but they can. Just a reminder, by the way, guys, finals for this is going to be... Well, I'll double check with Tune, but I'm pretty sure we set it as 4 p.m. UK time on Thursday. We had it, I think, at 3 p.m. UK time last week because we had to be considerate of Louis, but because we're going to have Europeans and Americans, I think it makes more sense for the 4 p.m. Maybe we lean 5 p.m. It'll either be 4 or 5 p.m. I'll double confirm. If you guys want to be kept up to date with these things, exclamation mark Discord, because the announcements do go out there, so you know when these things are happening. And once again, really big reminder to sign up. I don't know how many people have signed up so far for week number 3, but the sign-up's locked tomorrow, so get your asses in there, because we don't make exceptions after it closes. Got to try to train people to make sure that they are actually locking in. All right, looks like we're ready to go. Delhi versus Abbasid. And it crashed my game. What? Oops. All right, 1 sec. Restarting game now. What just happened there? So yeah, Delhi versus Abbasid. That's very intriguing. So he keeps the Chinese. That's really crafty, actually. Keeping Chinese, Mongols, even Japanese as well, right? All for Frisian, potentially. Pretty much puts Poppy Paw in kind of like a question mark position. Do you just throw Frisian out there to try and force the response? And if so, like, you know, can you if you're a game behind? Abbasid versus Delhi, though, can be pretty decent for Abbasids. We've actually seen it a few times already. The whole idea is you just camp and wait. You force your opponent to come to you. So the Delhi is kind of on the clock to lock in Sacred Sites to pressure. I wonder if we're going to see a Tower Victory build because you have to be focused on breaking the base. Otherwise, your opponent scales eco too quickly. You could go age 3 in theory. I haven't seen someone really try that recently against Abbasids. Like, what would you do then? Build elephants into camels? If your opponent mirrors into castle, which they fearlessly can do, camel riders, right? Kind of surprisingly effective. So, 1 second and we'll hop into game. Right. Moment of truth. Please don't crash. Always an inspiring sign when you have to ask the game that. I still can't believe Regnants used to be 300 gold. That was back before you could put the relics elsewhere, right? Back in that meta, they had to go in the Regnants to give you the goodies. And what is up, Oren4? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to the Swarm. Appreciate the support. Keep those subs coming, guys. Let's keep the numbers pumping up. Would love to say by the time we've done the finals on Thursday that we've cracked, what should we say, 260 subs? That'd be really cool. Hell yeah. All right. So let's get the predictions up for you guys. You little Gambaholics. Anatan versus Poppy Paw. And we can start in a few seconds. Actually, you only need like 30 seconds to look at the map. Don't need to be too generous. Predictions going live in 3, 2, 1. Did I have painkillers already? I think I did. Crap. I think I forgot to mark when I had my painkillers. That's a big oops. Very good at that, usually. Relic used to be 100 and Redness increased it by 200%. Yeah, we went over it already. Still crazy, though. Like, that was a thing once upon a time, right? That is pretty wild. I think I had painkillers at, like, 8. Didn't realize how late it is already. 7 hours. Guys, we could actually end up live for 10 hours. If they go deep, like real deep. No, I was going to give you 250, 350 gold. Hey, there we go. We trapped him. All the Roost mains just got nerfed. And you'll get it every game because you eat sheep, right? I don't know. I asked for that change, but I really tried to emphasize maybe don't make sheep give it. I can't believe we're already this deep. Week number 2 of the midweek muster. One and all, welcome back to the channel. And welcome back to A4 Action. We have got our semi-finals here. Puppy Paw kicking us off in this best of 5. Single elim with the Delhi Sultanate in the pink. And my Insanity's Anatan. Funnily enough, not on the Delhi this time. No, he will be taking to the Abbasids. And I say funnily enough because Anatan seems to always be targeting those Delhi. The draft was quite crazy though. Opening picks, we had Chinese selected by Anatan. Puppy Paw picking the Delhi. Almost just mirroring what you'd expect the other to do. We also had Anatan getting things like the Mongols, whereas historically Puppy Paw would be leaning to them. So yeah, it almost felt like they were just trying to take some flavor away from each other in this draft. And I think we're going to have a very exciting series here. So, opening map, of course, is going to be our high view, our improved high view, Pigeon's view if you want to find it on the game for yourself. This, generally, please, go make Reddit threads, go make forum threads, tell the devs you want this. This is a better version of high view. I will die on that hill. So much better. Central sacred site, central trade post, win conditions that are achievable, and trade that has to be earned. What more could you ask for? Has been a good map for Delhi, though, but I think that has been a byproduct of not only Delhi being OP in the second half of 2024, but also just the entire map pool feeling good that we've got for week number 2. Yeah, it was, I don't want to say an oversight. I think it was kind of a necessary judgment call. It kind of created an interesting dynamic where maybe people consider letting a Byzantine or HRE pick through. And I can confirm, actually, that up to date in this tournament, there's been 16 picks collectively between HRE and Byzantines, both of them sitting 100% win rate. So although sometimes they did maybe prioritize someone at the Delhi, quite often a player came to regret it. So we're going to get Eco Wing versus Dome of Faith, right? I still think Tower of Victory would be very intriguing for the Delhi, especially on a map where you've got quite center-bound sacred sites. Like, there's distance between them, but it's playable with infantry. Eco Wing just kind of a given here. And looking at the spawn for Anatan, pretty good one, right? He's got the backup gold behind. He's playing forward right now, but he's got the double berry gold. This is a sick spawn, especially if Delhi are going to go aggro, but it's not entirely safe. If you build your TC here, a Delhi player can sneak in on you from the Stealth Forest still. Other resources to the east are also plentiful here, so overall a nice spawn, and also rotation-wise, a decent beginning. We've got 12 sheep to 14, so slight edge for Puppy Paw, and it is going to be the Dome of Faith. Okay, so, you know, usually when we see Dome of Faith, there's a few things here. It gives you an early capture point on the sacred sites, which is really cool, but on top of that, it does give you a backup plan if the game has to go to castle. The interesting thing about that quicker cap point is you get away with it against the Bastards because the Bastard players right now are going Camel Archers a lot. You can't go Camel Archers into Masgazi. It's a nightmare. You have to scale Horsemen first, which means your initial combat phase is a bit weird because, one, you've gone for Eco. 2, your opponent has got superior production because they get their hands on that double production very quickly. So quickly it's already gone. And then 3 is the Ghazi are just superior to Horsemen to begin with, right? So you'll probably see Anatan take a defensive line here, just inherent when you go TC. And the goal for Puppy Paw is going to be to lock in those sacred sites quickly. The question mark is whether he's going to try to wall them. We've had a few players that just haven't bothered walling them recently in similar matchups, like we've had Delhi versus Chinese as well. And they usually ended up regretting it. How do you guys vote in the end? I'm curious, I can't see. Let's have a look. 82% for Anatan. Against a Red Bull Wololo finalist. I mean, the boy's on the rise. He's going to be able to rise up that quick, though. Does he play free TC here? That's like crazily greedy against Delhi. But I'm just seeing deer, and I'm seeing stone, and I'm seeing stars. Nah, I think you just play 2 TC. And scale gradually, right? Because you're going to need an army. Myriad with the 2 TT equal death, surely. May, have you not played enough Abastas on the ladder recently? Is there any situation in which they're not going to go 2 TC? Ah, free. Got you. Yeah. I mean, it's tempting, but you're right. Like, free TC is obnoxiously too far. Like, if there's a civ in the game where you don't want to double TC, usually it's Delhi. There are very few civs that could get away with it. This is the one. But, hold on a second. Hold on. We're going to find out, Myriad. Is free TC death? Because I know isn't stopping. He's going for free TC, full condensed. I think this kind of makes sense in a weird way. He's got the TC on the tree line, and then he'll get another TC here, right? So you're just trying to create a static line of defense that gives you access to the food, the gold, and you shove the deer in, right? So once you've gathered this stone, you're done with it. You don't need to come back. Okay, this is kind of wacky. But once again, it comes back to the choice by Puppy Paw. He didn't go for Tower of Victory, he went Dome of Faith. So Anatan's probably feeling like the pressure is less. Because if this had been Tower of Victory, right, you going Eco Wing can be a death sentence due to the lack of military wing. Logic being is usually when you have the boot camp, you at least mitigate some of the value your opponent's archers have, right? Because you can even them out a bit. So yeah, it's going to shuffle back now. Is there any other place he drops a TC? You could actually secure both sides of the tree line. I just don't think it's worth it here. Anno is just holding the stone right now, right? There's going to be a delay on this. He didn't go for a lumber camp, so you can't get into your extra eco. Also, because he's going for free TC, he hasn't bloated his initial structures. He doesn't have the Golden Age 15% gathering rate yet. In Spanish, ano means anus. Well, that's appropriate, because this strategy is ass. Now, I don't know. I haven't checked that one. We're going to find out if it is actually ass pretty quickly here. Like, it has to be a play here. So, likely, you're going to see the Ghazi shift around. I think Anatan is going to have to go into some protection first. Maybe spears. Oh, did we have... Are we disconnected? Testing. We're still rolling for now. Okay, we're back. Apologies, folks. Twitch decided to take a little bit of a hiccup. A little bit of a heart attack there. We are back live. So yeah, I think the Ghazi, like, they need to block this TC placement. You can't give it to him. So Twitch forcibly stopped my stream so it could give me a new sub goal. Nice. Cool thing about taking this house out, if you can get it, by the way, it stops the Golden Age. He's at 10 right now. So yeah, Anatan is compensating for that. We do have Horsemen coming. Dive's going to come in on the Ghazi. Able to get in there, but not able to extract too much value. Only one worker kill so far. He's going to force the Adestam. Too many workers here, though. Puppy Paw punishing him. And this was a bait. I wondered if he was just waiting for an opportunity. It was either a bait or a forced hand. He solved the stone. So now he's going to play 2 TC to try and counteract this. But I mean, what was this a bait for? You wanted the Delhi player to attack you? He was always going to attack you. This is a classic when you get too big brain, you're actually just outplaying yourself. I'm a little bit confused as to what Anatan's goal was with this play. It might just be that he wanted the third TC and he messed up and then just tried to play out of it, right? Efficiently, just sell. It's just a weird sequence of events to kick off this best of 5. 2 sacred sites now locked in. I mean, to one-up that, never let them know your next move. If I don't know my next move, then you don't know my next move. So Horseman Spam is underway for Anno. His eco is better right now. He's got farms coming in really... This is so obnoxious with this Civ. We're pre-10 minutes, he's adding in farms like it's nothing. Because it feels like nothing. You pay 49 wood while also having 15% better gathering than any other Civ really would at this stage of the game. It's wild how good this is. And remember, he did go for the broad axe, so it is 30% better gathering rate on trees. Doesn't have the horticulture yet. That'll come down the line. Yeah, Papa Paul needs to get the next component in. Anatan needs to read the timing here. He has got the archery range. Is this going to be Camel Archer 1 and then Mass Spear? That's kind of crazy. I love that. Yeah, like, I mean, you're playing defensive. Why are you building Horsemen, right? Horsemen only makes sense when you come out. But because your opponent is flooding, you can't actually just try to sneak out of Horsemen, cut reinforcements efficiently, or take Sacred Sites. So instead, he's going to try to bulk Spears. Really cool. And the one Camel Archer is going to get the debuff, so the Ghazi can't even fight back relatively well. Not going to get siege in here. Puppy Boy just going mass torches into 5 fire armor. A lot of damage reduction here. Only hitting for 8 instead of the 13. They're just not going to be able to shuffle away. We do have the racks up, but it's only 1 rack so far. Well, Camel Archer's getting queued. A little bit of an overburden of resources and not enough wood here. Anatan, the second tree line isn't easily attainable unless he walls this gap. Horsemen are going to start trying to defend this. But it's Horsemen in his spears. No textiles either, so you can't even kind of pseudo-use the villages to protect you. This takes so long. Now, keep in mind, this is almost like old-school herbal medicine. He's using the scholars to keep him sustained here for longer. But this may have been a dive too far. The TC fire from both has added up. First wave getting burnt down a bit. He's got some troops trying to block on the east side in case he sneaks out. Is re-rallying for the second group of spears, but that gap, that break, may give Anatan the room he needs to get some blacksmith decks and also start to get the spear production going. Puppy Paw, is this the point where you just go 1-1-1? Archers can make a lot of sense right now. You just saw the racks. You should have seen the first spearman, I think. I mean, he has the scout here, so he would have seen it either way, right? Scout now dead, though. The bastards are so obnoxious. I mean, you could argue Delhi are also toxic with the ability to do this type of strategy, like all-inning you, right? But if there's a Civ that's going to survive it, this is the one. He's got a mass scholars on the front line to be min-max efficient with this. 9 healer boys right now. But about to be brought to heal, because here's the problem. The Camel Archers are scaling up. A good counter to the Spears. We talked about the possibility of just going Archers. Camel Archers solves for the Spearmen. It gives the debuff steal. It gives the mobility. Gives you the chase. Spears have to dive in fast. Villagers are in a little bit of trouble. Starts to fall back again. The TC has once again been garrisoned, though. And there's just not enough torch power coming through here. But the cool thing about this from Puppy Paw is this is body bagging your way to victory. Full World War II Russian strategies against the Belarusian here. He's throwing bodies on the bonfire to keep Anatan in his base so he can win by Sacred Site. But shivs are out now. Anatan, he has to use the villagers. Fine time for the Camel Archers to contest this, though, and it's practically just scholars left. A lot of them, but admittedly, they're not going to last long with this dive, especially against the villagers. Ghazi count down to just 2. A cute play by Puppy Paw, but has he done enough here? A lot of food gathering, 1,000 food income right now. But his army looks pathetic. What? All right, Puppy Paw, we've been having a lot of time machine moments on the channel recently. You clearly want to go back to 2021 because I'm getting full flashbacks to Delhi Herbal Medicine. This is not it, though. What is up, Lash? That is it. That's the move to make. Guten Tag to all our German friends. Thank you very much for the raid, mate. You just came in to a wild series, and we are only in game 1. Sacred Site timer still has 5 minutes to go. Anatan is almost 20 villages ahead. He's back to gathering. The military gap is really not that big. 11 of the 27 are scholars. And although a lot of them did indeed involve themselves in the battle there, had some impact, you just saw how weak it can be trying to focus heal underneath 2TC. Ghazi are remassing, but the Camel Archer is also looking more healthy. By the way, he did start building some spears, but he never actually got them out of Dark Age. That's now happening. One's if you think Anno's now going to win this. Two's if you think Puppy Paul's got to unlock. It's a long time. 5 minutes is a really long time. And this is the tricky part. Like, against another Civ, you can just kind of get away with spears, Ghazi. The Camel Archers are obnoxious. Anno hasn't got much time, but he's scaling them at a decent pace, rather. More archery ranges should be on the way. He's about to hit 10 Camel Archers in total. If he reaches 15, there's a breakout. What could work for Puppy Paw, though, is this. House of Learning snaked. He's got 13 scholars. On top of that, the other issue for Anno on a map like this is the stealth forest. If you run camels out into Mass Ghazi, you're just dead. Spears as well. Puppy Paw has a grand opportunity here to leverage this stealth forest against Anno alongside the tech up. It does require you somehow sniping these scouts, though. I'll say this about what Anatan is doing. It's ballsy. It's thinly veiled. It's a one punch. He will win with one move or lose with the way that he's layered this. If he can not get the decap on the Sacred Site, this game will be over. If he can, while still maintaining a decent army size, even though Delhi are in castle, it doesn't mean Abbas's are screwed because he's scaling Camel Archers. Camel Archers are actually Abbas's way of fighting from an age behind. Very high base damage, which is super effective against heavily armored units such as Men-at-Arms. March is on the way, and we have another TC. So he mined the stone, sold the stone, bought the stone, mined the stone. It's cyclical. Spears are there to defend against the potential raid attempt, and the decap's coming through. So Puppy Paw, he got the level up. He's looking to go into Elephants on a delay, but he's not going to have the Sacred Site timer. Camel Archer's now also moving in. Punishment for Puppy Paw. Remember, he's only on 1 TC here. Did at least have the foresight to go for textiles, but the Camel Archers are going to keep on raiding. And remember, spears, men-at-arms, these are not the solutions. You need more Ghazi. Scholar's also going to start getting sniped. He's still got 3 relics on the way home. Sacred Site timer. What? No way. He didn't complete the decap. He needs to bring the army now. Anatan. He was a bit greedy about this. He's looking for the counter-offensive. He's moved out into the deer now, but the problem is he never completed the mission here. Camel Archer's moving back across. A few are going to move in with the scouts and the horsemen. So more eco to be sniped here. He is baiting him towards the economy. Can he get the decap? Anno! Oh my god, that's twice now. He was hiding in the stealth forest, not moving. He delayed getting on the Sacred Site here. As long as Puppy Paw doesn't get tunnel visioned, there is going to be time to block the decap. He's going to keep pressuring this, but let's move out. Wait, is Anno's baiting him. The bait! He thought it was just one. He was dead wrong. Decap's going to come in. Anno is not dead yet. Cigar in the mouth and a tip of the hat there from Anatan. That was handled in slick fashion. Puppy Paw knows there's more Camel Archers, just didn't know where they were. That was a smart move. Had he put all the Camel Archers on the site, Puppy Paw would have brought the entire army back. Now Anatan has relieved the pressure, has loosened the noose around the neck here. 30 villager lead. Puppy Paw has at least got relics to try and balance it out a little. Still gathering on pocket resources. Meanwhile, Anatan, who needs to really come out? We're up to 21 farms. Yeah, he's gathering the pocket resources, but he can afford to just burst it at home. Gold is the next target, but he could wall this north side. Looks like Men-at-Arms Lancers are riding up. We'll see the economy. Camel Archers in the meantime, trying to counter raid, but the walls just about timed right here for Puppy Paw. Should be a completion just before the Camel Archers were getting. Villagers now in trouble over here. I know is going to be hemorrhaging, but reminder, folks, this is free TC. So although it hurts, it doesn't kill you. Don't want to say it makes you stronger, but you get used to losing villagers when you play Abbassids. It's almost like, oops, I lost a few. Difference between being a human and being a spider. One has many babies, one has a few. Well. Unless you're a little bit too baby again. Spear's now coming back. So they should be able to buffer him away. Anno has not tech still, guys. I think he's going raw mass pop before he goes tech. Is there a world in which Puppy Paw goes age 4? No. Let's not dream of nightmares. Spears, load and contest the men-at-arms. The Camel Archers are the key here, though. Spears are doing, like, no damage, right? They're 8 base, they never got Bloomery, and they're against 5 melee armor. The Camels gradually win out. This is the absurdity of this unit. Archers are on the way, and in fairness, Puppy Paw has the correct read here. He needs archers in this game. It counters the spears, it counters the camels. Anatan does at least have extra farms coming in, so theoretically a horseman transition, but what's really to stop Puppy Paw from just matching that with archer plus men-at-arms? There is a point at which camel archers cannot trade well anymore, and I think we've reached that point here. Few are still trying to raid. 30 eco lead again for Anno. But the veteran archers are now in. This is the power of Dome of Faith. The research speed. If you're playing Tower of Victory, you used to be clawing your way towards that veterancy. Sacred Sight's now looking to be locked in again. We do have Pakes on the way, so potential to go crossbows, but no rush here. I think actually, has he researched everything? Yeah. It still catches me by surprise how good Dome of Faith is for this. He's already researched everything from the House of Learning. Ironically, the man infamous for winning a game as Delhi 30 minutes in after forgetting to research everything is researching everything before 20 minutes. How does Anno win this now? Because remember, it's not just that he's got to get 1,800 resources, it's that he's then got to buy almost 2 minutes of time. Camel just doesn't scale very well, folks, because the problem he has here is he's not at production speed yet. He's 18 structures away. These camels take an obnoxiously long time to reproduce. His issue is actually more in like production size, right? He's double queuing camel archers in a lot of these archer ranges. We've got desperation for wood as well. Puppy Paw now moving in with an army that looks nigh on unbeatable. Now, the military deceptive, 20 of that is actually going to be in scholars, but still, even with that maths taken into consideration here, as long as he has the men-at-arms here, it should be a winnable fight. Horsemen do get a good start to this, though. They find the vet archers. MAA are starting to hold back the reinforcements, though. Spears are starting to get targeted down. The second wave of men-at-arms and lancers now starting to arrive, and I think we've reached the break point here. Puppy Paw will not be denied. Camels need to be taught how to hump. It's not just pandas suffering from extinction here. He's down to just 6.
Now you're mine.
And that means the men-at-arms, the lancers are less and less counted as time goes on. Another raid coming in. Thank you very much, Jigglypuff. Appreciate the support, buddy. Will we see Jigglypuff in the next edition of KPMM? He has to sign up. That's step 1. Archers now diving in. Farms about to be idled out, and Anatan down to barely 10 military population. This is over. Damn, what a game. What a cool opening game. The bait and switch off of the free TC play, the delayed return to free TC, the clutch decap to extend the game, and then the potential raids that would have turned this around. But Puppy Paw, in panic, crisis mode, is able to claw everything back quickly to recover this game and keep maintaining that control that Delhi are renowned for. And just as it began, it shall end, with the scholars underneath the TCs having a party. But this time, they invited the elephant. I've watched way too many Anatan Delhi games on the ladder recently. There is something cathartic about this. Oh, cool thing though is we have best of 5s now. I kind of wish we could actually format for more BO5s than BO3s in these weekly tournaments. There is something really cool about the robustness of best of 5s compared to 3s. I think 3s obviously have a lot more snowbally stompy potential. So although Anatan does begin this series with a loss, he isn't done yet. I can't believe he just began this with old school Delhi. I mean, we're 3 years into Age of Empires 4, right? There is something cyclical about the nature of balance. I think Puppy Paw is going to end this with a keep drop. He never even caught up with the Sacred Sites. He's like, I mean, I could go for a Sacred Site victory, or I could just actually send a message. The message is your camels. Have you met my elephant? Well, I think the Lancers are now starting to realize where the farms are at. In fact, oh my god, they're already in there. These villagers just became fertilizer. Did you guys know that Poppy Porn Canadian is spanking? So, if Anatan is or Ano rather is anus in Spanish, that means the ass just got spanked. There we go, we figured it out. Keep drop coming in. It's going to force the last stand. Anatan, there's just not enough room to get around. Even if he could, the village is just too tanky. And GG gets called. Crazy game to kick off our first semifinals of the second week. Tell me that this weekly is not delivering piece after piece after piece. Oh, man. I'm in the first as well. That was a really, really cool game. So let's update the thingy. So game 1 is going to be Delhi versus... I mean, dude, you know what the thumbnail for that has to be to do with the... It's to do with the sneaky decap, right? He doesn't know. Sacred Site, and then there's only one way he's getting this decap. Yeah, that's really cool. He had so many scholars that you can go to Imp and research everything just for... Dude, I mean, do you not like math scholaring? Pigeon View is a cool map of God Vision. Not sure how I'd like to play it. I mean, that's the thing, though, right? Like, I think the reason I love Highview so much is it's such a unique map, right? Compared to, like Dry Arabia and Lipany can play alike a lot of the time, especially if you don't have the broken, stupid spawns. I think Pigeon's View has a... Like, Pigeon's View is the showcase of how good Stealth Forest can be, how unique and interesting they can be. That's why I love the map so much. It's why I really wanted to find a way of making it good. And big shout out to Caillou for finding a way. So next up, oh no. Worst matchup for Mongols. You guys know I say it all the time. Well, it might be a best of 5, but it might be over quickly. So, Iabis just kind of takes a crap on Mongols quite often. This is going to be hard. All right, there we go. Sorry, I'm just getting... Oh, I need to do predictions, don't I? Sorry, let me just do that quickly while lagging along the way. So choose outcome. 82% went for Anatan. Too many camels, man. Too many camels in people's pub games. The big payout for those that backed Puppy Paw. Now I was like, well, they're just going to back Puppy Paw now. Guarantee it. Everyone's just going to vote for him. Mind if I criticize on your YouTube? I mean, sure, but if you criticize it, you then have to run it. I am looking for a manager to handle that. Oh, sorry. He baited me. I read the fail error. I was like, oh, we got a scar error? How? All right. This is what's known in the business as a drafted nightmare. One and all, welcome back to the channel and welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. Ishi, ay caramba. I see Mongols, but then I see Iabids, and I weep for the Mongols that were. This is a tough matchup. Puppy Paw, it's almost like he knew. I mean, so here's the thing. Anatan, he drafted Mongols, he drafted Chinese. He still has to go to Frisian, right? He chose Cliffside. Thinking about his draft, like Mongols isn't guaranteed, but it can make a lot of sense here. This is going to be a tricky one. In theory, if he gets a good spawn, there is some things you can do here against Ayu, but I'm not sure if this is going to be the spawn for him. There's a second gold nearby, and also Ayavids are pretty content with the idea of playing Feudal Age guys. The reason is Desert Raiders slap the crap out of Keshiks. So get your points in. I'm already seeing a lofty amount of points going against Anatan, but last time I saw a voting that skewed, someone ended up out of Chimmy Change. So Sphinx saying, the videos are great, but I lose on the video page to find games use not enough info. What you mean for the series? It's tricky because like so that's like a deep challenge when it comes to YouTube of like content creator brain versus being an esports channel. Like the way EGC does it, you'll always be able to track their games, but like you could argue it doesn't work as well as what a Drongo does, right? Like what someone who's just doing YouTube does, because and this is like across the industry. You look at any esports, right? Like, you know, PGLs, ESLs, like the tournament channels, compared to like New From UA and Dota 2, it's very different. Anyway, let's focus on the game because we have got the outpost rush coming. Anatan is going to be moving in, so he's going to be a blocker on the gold. Puppy Paw has already triggered the tech up, and it's coming. Oh, the English ain't the only one with NHS. The camels allow it on the go. The king of the desert is coming out to heal in this one. Yeah, this is really cool. So this is a Puppy Paw Wham special. I've been nerding out about it for a long time. I've been wanting it to happen for a long time. And this was the secret strategy, apparently, for King of the Rockies. They're starting to just whip it out all over the place. So Ibid Feudal Age healing. Pretty cool against Mongols, who now would have to lean archers. They can't do spears. They can't do Keshiks. So anticipating that, Puppy Paw could just use this now to try and feel safe, hunker down, build some outposts, tech up. Or he could even think about trying to outblob his opponent. Because the cool thing about doing this, at the early inception point, you've now got healing when the armies are small. When the armies are big, the dervishes get sniped by mass archers. But when they're small, your opponent's archers can't kill them. So what you do is you just use that to trade out efficiently. It's the same logic of like, if you've heard Marine Lord talk about his 1% advantage thing, right? Where, let's play French and kill one villager. Oh, I'm ahead now, so I just need to play well. Same thing. So 5 spears from Anatan. Not too far behind his own tech timing in terms of starting it, but he's going to be about a whole minute behind Puppy Paw here. The wood's already been gathered. This is archers. Because the cool thing is you build archer, then you build ram. Deal with outpost, move back to gold if you want to, or go all in. Wonder if there's a world in which he just kind of ignores the... No, you wouldn't ignore the outpost, because the thing is you want gold. If you're going to play long feudal, you need gold for blacksmiths, or you want the gold for fast castle. Archer range on the way. Deerstone coming in. This is the correct call for Anatan. You don't want to be trading here. Like, if you trade, your opponent is going to rush Castle Age, and if he rushes Castle Age, it's Camelots everywhere. Right? So, Deerstone is going to give him that all-in timing. He has, at least for the time being, got the Yamor in the front line, but the tricky part now is that Yamor is going to disappear fast. And that... Is that even legal for an Ibid player to do? We have Spearmen coming from the Ibids in Age 2. Yeah, a rare sight, but has at least been growing a little bit in popularity. So he's just going to try to mosh pit it. Because this is cool. If you go on the archers, you don't have a quick way of like denying the buildings around the Uvu. But with spears, you do, while also having the counter Keshiks, right? Because like Keshiks will lose to archer blob with dervish heal at size, but Keshiks will kill archers in small quantities. So your alternative is you go for another archer range or stables, and you either build into horsemen that don't directly counter anything yet, or you build into desert raiders to take a long time. Desert raiders will counter Keshiks, but they take twice the time to produce. So march in on the way. Archer range is coming from Anatan. The units are already in position. The dervishes are here to play. Is he going to stop? I don't think so. I think you just keep sending troops, right? Onward coming in. I mean, realistically, your goal now is to blob. Your opponent can't fight you. And also, if you wrap round now, you can deny their gold, which means you have a delayed play into blacksmith decks. Undermesh in particular would be sick here because Anatan's now getting archers. If you go Undermesh and rush, the dervishes can never be sniped. This is really crafty. Spearman. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's a TC there. We do at least have the other Spearman blocking the back gold, so that's going to be a delay and Anatan trying to play attack. When you're behind an archer count, that's your play out, is typically you just get the quality of your units. Puppy Paw behind this. But the cool thing is you could theoretically build a ram, but you just want to blob archers, right? If you build a ram, that's 3 less archers. 4, actually, if you're just going raw wood. In terms of, like, expenditure is closer to 3, more like 2.5. And every single archer counts and no. What? Alright, this is cool. So now one side has healing, the other has mobility and range. It's a really smart read, actually, because Khan Hunters, they're pretty squishy, sure, but they can stay away. They don't need to attack. You're not building a Khan Hunter to attack your opponent, even though you could. The damage is pathetic. You're building it so the archers can outrange your opponents. This also makes it easier for you at the beginning of the fight to lean in and just snipe the dervishes. The counterplay to the counterplay to the counterplay is so cool to see, man. Like, we've had some series earlier, especially in the bracket, you're expecting it, where someone just falls folly to a play. There's no counter, there's no fall ahead, there's no step out of it. These two are bouncing, weaving, and dodging traps. They're full Matrix Neoing their way through this experience. But Puppy Paw, he's now moving into the Horseman. Gold gathering is going to be there. So outpost coming up against potential raids. He didn't even bother to build a ram here. It's really smart. We talked about this, the theory of like going and dealing with this outpost, but I actually like that he didn't. If he had, Anno would have bulked archers even quicker. Do now have a desert raider getting added in. So the reason Puppy Paw is doing this is he's anticipating Keshiks. Now that he's gone Horseman, the logical play for Anatan is to go into Keshiks. Because then you have a solid, really strong front line that will beat horses. The problem right now is Puppy Paw's misread it. Anatan has not gone Keshiks at all. It is full infantry. Now, because he went Deerstone, because that outpost never got taken out, this is a problem. Movement speed on the defense, one thing. Movement speed next to your opponent's base, horrific for Puppy Paw to have to deal with. Because now, with the extra 0.5 range, you can move in, shoot, move out. And Puppy Paw is going to struggle to react because you have the quick movement in, and then you have the disengage every time. So does it let him have the gold? I mean, Anno's going to be a little bit paranoid that there might be some sort of Castless play on Puppy Paw's mind, but if he keeps blobbing troops, that does just reach a kind of convergence point, right? Where you can attack. Now he's just going to rally the new troops in. Blacksmiths is key. Steel Arrow is on the way. This is why he's waiting. On the other side, Puppy Paw doesn't have a Blacksmiths yet. This delay could cost him dearly. He has extended on the west side, and that's going to be where Anatan's leaning here. Undermesh also now queued up. Only 6 Spearman's not that impressive, but the Steel Arrow is. And the Desert Raider's already gone. Anatan was almost shocked he got that. He could have actually killed a Horseman as well. But he wants to move aggressively here towards the economy. The extra range really kicks in. Keeps on shoving. Khan Hunter does go down, so he gets rid of that key tool. And this is a defensive fight. Puppy Paw having numbers favorable in theory, but also having the outpost to assist, but he's going to dive past. Anatan goes deeper. Spearmen peel off to deal with the villagers, and then he sends the main army to deal with the defense force here. Dervish is being targeted down. That's one dead already. No AoE healing anymore. Anatan strips it away from him. The spears chase away the villagers. More idle time here. The archer count about even, 12 to 14. The spears are back in the fray, but the other big detail is the undermesh just came in. Puppy Paw, an overwhelming disadvantage to defend here. This is sick. Anatan found the perfect timing, the perfect angle, and weaved his way through at the perfect time. Puppy Paw is at least going to get the Horseman out now to start stabilizing, but he's not going to have much of an army left. Behind this, Anatan is now 3 villagers ahead. 2, because there was the gap moving the TC. And now, Now he looks to go to Keshix. Because at this point, he's convinced Puppy Paw is just leaning too hard into Horseman Archers. This is the difference between the two. Puppy Paw went Desert Raiders trying to anticipate the next move. He did not confirm before he moved. Remember, authenticate before you initiate. Anatan, meanwhile, just played the comp they were already going for. And leaned on the idea that even if he was to run into the counter, small group of spears, and Blacksmith decks is a big enough edge. He was right. Puppy Paw now just looking for a backup plan in the next stage. Oh no, I lost 3 villagers. Builds town center. Newly buffed Eco Wing, you now get stone from this. That's actually wild. Because, like, here's the genius of what Puppy Paw's done here. Anatan can walk by, he can see this, and he's going to be like, Growth Wing. Because you think Growth Wing is the most logical play for an Ivo player from this position. Catches them up on economy, gets them ahead. Instead he's playing the long con, but that does mean that Anatan gets an opportunity to aggro more. It's going to need to be fast. Building Keshix is a little bit risky. Your opponent, he has got the stables already, so it could be Camel Lancers coming out. So Anatan needs to go back for those spears. How does Puppy Paw make this work? You could TC drop the back gold. That does protect the berries as well, but in theory, if your opponent's going to Zerg, you could just take the TC down. This is the wild part about Industry to me. It's cool to see. I'm excited about it, but it feels odd. Because you need to go for the TC, so you have to build it, right? But before you get an eco advantage. Or you could just have 7 villages straight away gathering for you to make your economy better. Keshiks are starting to roam around the back, so Puppy Paw just got the bad news. There's also heavy cavalry being pumped. Outpost isn't even going to be garrisoned. He doesn't risk it because remember the Khan Hunter gives the range, so Archer's going to shove this back. Tree line about to be in trouble. Keshiks are finding additional kills. No textiles either. So Anatan, is he microing for it? No, not quite. There's a 1 injured villager here still alive. Raxes are coming though. And wait, what's happening? Oh my god, Puppy Paw! The 4 horsemen from the heroic tales! I looked at the eco, it made no sense! Anatan is behind! Oh my god. He lost it all! Anatan is so busy microing, he didn't even notice! That's a 7, 8, God knows how many eco lead at this stage for Puppy Paw. And now he has all these resources to boot. It's actually for the Tower of the Sultan. Oh, Memology 101. When you meme hard. Anatan in theory can counter this with Keshix, but Keshix requires an economy. What economy? Oh my god. I don't know if like Anatan is just maybe a little bit burnt out from the long series today because he played the 4v4 tournament. A crazy series, in fact. But that's not the Anno I'm used to seeing there. 4 horsemen took out, what was that, 10 villagers. Anatan needs to take him out now. Keshik's diving in. Wait, he hasn't built it yet. Oh my god, he was being greedy. Archers need to finish this off. Can he see them around the backside? They're actually hidden behind it. He's coming in now. He needs to tilt his camera right now. The Tower of the Sultan cannot be allowed to go up here. The Camel Lance is trying to bait him to waste time. He gets it online. The archers get around the back too late. The Tower of Sultan has been built. What just happened? I know most of his army is squishy. He can't deal with this. That's it. The difference size makes. Don't let anyone tell you size doesn't matter. How else do you hide those 4 archers round the back? Incredible! Rotate camera makes all the difference in this second game. Anatan already at risk of elimination in the craziest of ways. Dude, that is incredible. What a game. What a game 2. Still more to come, though. It's not over yet, folks. So, Coastal Cliffs. No, sorry, we went Cliffside, right? Unbelievable. What the fudge am I watching? Rotate camera wins a game of Age of Empires 4. That's crazy, man. Holy crap. Yeah, no, Anno, like, I think Anno became discombobulated at the moment that raid came in, because it's just wild. Unbelievable, man. This series is crazy. And we still have more. So, next game on the way. Where are we going to be going? Oh, we need to pay out, don't we? So, yeah, win for Puppy Paw. Game 3, Gorge. Roos versus English. Now, to the own words from his very own bro, Wham did say, Roos OP, Roos win. And Wham did beat Kiljadi today with this matchup, Roos versus English. So there is hope for Anatan. There is a belief that this can happen. And it wouldn't be the first time I've cast a reverse sweep in the last week. Let's get predictions ready. We're in-game in about 30 seconds. Wham says Roos OP, yep. But then again, you got to remember, he's still playing in these weeklies, so he might be trying to bait us. Yes, the semis are BO5s. They were last time as well, Camin, because Grand Finals is best of 7. The debate was on whether we wanted to make a round of 8 best of 5s as well. Kind of thank God we didn't do that, because some players did not schedule in a punctual fashion in the earliest rounds, which had a staggering effect on the brackets. Ow. Ooh, ah. Sorry, I just tried to turn my foot outwards and I almost... Oh, crap. I need to have my blood thinners. I just totally forgot about that. I used to have my blood thinners around 9:30, so I'm late. Emma, I need to message her. Because, you know, blood clots aren't fun, guys. Update score? Yep. Chill, boo. We're doing like 20 different things here. It's a one-man production. 9:30? No, I mean 9:30. 9:30. Welcome to British. We create the English. We use it how we want. When there's a debate on whether you say 9:30, 9:30, or 9:30, it's perfect that it's an English game, isn't it? One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Age of Empires for Action. We've got the 3rd game of this semi-finals in midweek muster number 2. Puppy Paw in the red on said English. And Anatan, cozy with this. He's picked the Roos. A matchup that we saw earlier in the bracket, actually, between Kiljadi and Wham, where it was actually the Canadian on the Roos. A solid performance there for Wham. Can Anatan replicate? Or does Puppy Paw have something more vicious in mind? So scout rotation is actually a big thing. Anatan's really good at this on Gorge. Hasn't full jackpotted yet, but it will. Look at the scouts. 3 of them. He's going to get the majority here. Let me just follow the scout while I get stabbed by needles, by the way. Are we doing left or right? I can't remember. We're left again, right? As in my left. Yeah, we go through this every time. She gets ready to stab me on the wrong side. For those that don't know, I broke my ankle, so currently I have to have blood thinners. Not fun. Getting stabbed is, I can definitely confirm, not fun. Can I get 5 gifted so I'm busy shouting out the gifted instead of getting focused on the stab? And she just kicked me in my injured foot. Thank you, Emma. Okay, so we have Abbey of Kings. This is fast, Castle. Ah, my God. You got so deep in my muscle. Holy crap, that hurt. My skin's still pulling away. Jesus Christ. Can someone clip that and use that in court to show abuse? All right, we're back on the action. Apologies. Medicare is important. You piece of crap. Someone time Emma out. I can barely move. We've got Golden Gate on the way. People were running Abbey King's. Wait, I got so distracted with Fast Castle. I'm so distracted. So, no, I'm not okay. You're meant to pinch fat and inject fat. I pinched fat and she injected muscle. All right. That's not the way penetration works in a relationship. Golden Gate on the way. I'm going to stop. Anatan, is it going to be the 2TC build? We've seen 2TC versus 2TC. It is going to be 2TC from Puppy Paw. I theory crafted the idea of Fast Castle here for Roos, but I don't think you want to do it. And thank you very much, Lash Llama. Appreciate the Prime sub. It makes it pain slightly less. Yeah, you can tell that I'm the type of gamer that gets in, 20 minutes in, forgets to build a blacksmith, right? No pierce armor at all. Actually, no, I have too much pierce armor. If I didn't have pierce armor, that wouldn't hurt at all. So, with Abbey King's 2TC, Anatan can actually mirror this quite efficiently. I think he's going to do it. He's shoving in the deer first. I know that Anno's a really big fan of Fast Castle. That's what's got me hesitating to say he's definitely doing this this 2TC mirror. He could go for 1TC all in with Golden Gate, Deer Gather. Like, in theory, you can make it work. We've actually seen how, like, French can do that. But even in that type of game, which was Dumi vs. CSO last week, it was still 2TC on both sides. So this is, I mean, this is not TC drop on the tree line. This is just a very difficult shove-in. What was the sheep grab, by the way? 10 to 14, and he went 3 scouts. That's not great, guys. Puppy Paw's fine. King should be on the way soon. His Highness is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. I am sitting at such an awkward angle because of, like, the pain from my belly now. All right. Ones if you think Puppy Paw's going to win this. Twos if you think Anatan is going to begin a comeback. We've got Puppy Paw moving out for a very aggressive second town center. It's greedy but effective. And what is up, Alex? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Welcome, Beastie Cutie fans. Thank you. Hopefully you had a good stream. You hopped into the semi-finals of midweek muster number 2. Puppy Paw versus Anatan. And so far, Puppy Paw has been mind-gaming Anatan in this series. Outdraft. Finally, an opportunity for Anatan to fight back, but we've been querying whether it would be the 2TC. It looks like it's going to be Knights opening into Fast Castle. I like this. I think it makes sense, right? Especially now that second TC. Unfortunately, Anatan was a little bit too stingy with the timing. Had he gone for the Knight really early on, Puppy Paw wouldn't be able to get this TC. This is too late. So instead, what? You just now rush Castle, and essentially you want to be going for Relics? The Relic spawn's pretty damn good for that, actually. We've got 4 relics on one side of the map and 1 on the other, right? And the TC's leading to the one-sider. So yeah, it should be very hard for Puppy Paw to block a grab. I'm kind of surprised Anatan even tried the Knight this late. Like, he's historically kind of renowned in the last month or two for just going Fast Castle Roos. And yeah, reminder to people coming through, by the way, if you are an aspiring player, midweek muster 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all open for sign-up right now. You need to sign up now. Sign-up closes on Wednesdays. Sign up ahead of time, and you can be selected based on either your ELO placement from tournaments or your ELO from ranked. And this is just the second edition, by the way. We still have 28 more weeks of esports circuit hosted officially on this channel after this. And we have been covering them Monday, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays, with grand finals being this Thursday. We're confirming it, but it should be 4 or 5 p.m. CET. Spin from Puppy Paw. Wait, really? Is he worried this is going to be Castle Knights? Because you really could just do Horse Archers now. I don't know if this is kind of baity from Puppy Paw, like he wants him to build Horse Archers so he can delay go into Lombos. Like, Horse Archers can raid quite well here. You're already at a point where you have 12 villagers and 8 garrison spot. And we do have High Trade House coming. Get your numbers in, folks. How much are we getting out of this? Broadaxe on the way. So I think it's either for farms or it's for Lombos. I feel like it has to be for Lombos though, right? When you confirm the tech up, that's your biggest paranoia, not just Knights. So he needs to have that flexibility around it. I'm trying to think where the weak point on Puppy Paw's draft is, life spawn is. He's got gold here. Secondary gold leans left, and he's already moving the TC there. So like, if he gets to a point where he walls this off, he's kosher. He's comping. Anatan can't really afford to go for that cheesy wall-off that Roos like to do on Gorge so often. I say cheesy, but, you know, lazily delaying the game because you're behind. So you have to play with urgency. Tech up begins, though. Veterancy comes through with Knights, and it is going to be the double archer range. So, yeah, Puppy Paw, if he's got archer ranges being prepped, this is the correct call. And there we go. He already has it. He actually has it next to the second TC. So Lombos and Spearmen in position to defend already. Anatan's going to struggle to get in here. This is the obnoxiousness of, like, English in this situation, especially when you go fast castle. I think it's why we saw earlier today Wham chose the 2TC route, is it gives you that scalability point, whereas now there's urgency, right? Your opponent is scaled an eco lead. That will eventually lead to castle anyway. You can play for relics, realistically, but at the same time, you want to try to skim him with some eco. Horse archers can do that when your opponent is playing wide. English don't play wide. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but we live in this teensy tiny island in the middle of the ocean. We're not exactly France size. We don't all get to own a vineyard. Let's see, High Trade House. 136. Bandit, you were actually close. If you didn't bother with decimals and you skipped the 4, you had it perfect. So 136 gold, not too bad, right? It's not crazy, but this is the thing about High Trade House. Even when it's not crazy, it's still almost 2 relics. Puppy Paw, he's now sneaking out. Now, this is a bit dangerous, actually. With Anatan playing Horse Archers, this is exactly what he needs Puppy Paw to do. Oh, Host has said 135? Damn, look at you guys. We can tell it Host in mods. Too much programming brain. Lombo Spears on the way. So this is interesting. Puppy Paw's going to try to constrict him. It's smart because you can counter this comp with Lombo Spears. And now, because Anatan needs relics to catch up, you could Benny Hills and chase him around the map. You could be relic, relic, relic. Or, if you get to his base, it doesn't matter if he picks the relics up. When he comes home, you'll block him. Can I rate this play? I mean, Anno, he could actually counter this just by going to Rax, Men at Arms. But the temptation, man. You fast castle as Roos, you feel like you can't afford many units, so you need to be very speed efficient with your play. Yeah, I've got the first Warrior Monk on the way. Puppy Paw looking to move into block it here. House has to be pulled back. High Trade House not gatherable from. Now, kind of tricky because Anatan doesn't have much food left. Only 4 sheep underneath this TC. 2 of them half gathered from. That goes for the dent in. So does do a little bit of damage, but nothing substantial. He has still got a scout around the back, so this is hidden info, but the problem is the walls are going up. Puppy Paw is treating this correctly. Obviously, we can see there's no raid coming. We have God Vision. Puppy Paw should be walling like this in case there's just 2 Horse Archers on the way. Villagers, what? Anatan again? Well, it's not as bad as game number 2, but once again, some chip damage on the eco. King is at least going to be brought down. Lombos are trying to snipe over, but they do lose vision just before they get another. Horse Archers trying for that counter-offensive, but the problem is the Lombo defense is starting to arrive. Relics are still being blocked as well. So where's Anatan's play here, right? Like, he doesn't have any relics on the way home. He's got some passive gold. He has got Golden Gate to also help him efficiently trade that out. But he hasn't found that big eco hit yet. And the longer he waits, the worse this gets. He has no knights, like 1 is practically none. And Horse Archers will get counted from behind. Not just that. Puppy Paw's doing the filth. The thing that all the English players like to roll around the muck with. We've got Castle and Way, and I Imagine he could even just do King's Palace here. It sounds greedy, but like, what does Anno have? I think he's been frustrated by this. He just goes for the dive. So good hit here. No reaction from Puppy Paw. He's distracted on the front side. Does mean he loses a lot of horse archers with that dive, though. Remember, this is annoying. Double fire from the TC adds up, and then the garrison follow-up. So it's decent eco damage done, but he's not out of the woods yet. Puppy Paw has slowed down the tech, though. Reinvests. Has to get a few more units out. I think the tricky part in this game for Anatan is just this wall, though. This wall with the leaning gold and food, like, sometimes having all your resources in one location kills you. In this game, I think it's killed Anatan. Because Puppy Paw is just content here. Anno doesn't have an efficient way of breaking in. Still, the relics struggle to get. He at least has one home. I don't think there's a world in which he goes back for a second TC. That's kind of forfeiting the game. And this might force his hand anyway. White Tower on the way because he's secured the left side with his palisades. He's just going to anchor in on the east. The one spot where he got hit. This is about to get difficult to dive. No ram potential, no mass melee. Diving difficult from this position. Anatan can at least now play to the relics. But he keeps sending the warrior monks out on their own. Another one gets pinched. Yeah, you need to just pull a few horse archers here. It's difficult to make the call because you're going to let the English boom, but they're booming either way. I think, surely he knows the walls are up by now. He has to feel it. He just got confirmation. He can't make his way in. Horse archers finally coming. So Spearmen are going to get mopped up. Anno does need to queue up more warrior monks, though. They take a very long time to come out. 35 seconds wait. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw is aged up in a situation where there's still 4 relics on the map. Technically, he could get his hands on some. And this is the thing, like, I mean, Wham's kind of hitting in the chat. What Anatan's done in this game is comfort. He likes playing fast castle horse archers. But we did debate it. We talked about it in the Wham series versus Kiljardi. Like, do you fast castle here? What do you do with it? Because you're raid-oriented there, right? You're targeting relics, but you're also relying on the fact your opponent is exposed. Not a bad idea on a map like Gorge, but you know, certain civs like English, Chinese come to mind. They just kind of hunker down. They shrug. They don't come out. This is the problem. Anno's strategy makes sense against, for example, French. It can make sense against maybe Delhi. Civs that are trying to be present themselves. They don't just wall up. They don't just hunker down efficiently. English is one of the kings of hunkering. Trust me. Our entire history can be summarized as, that fight didn't go well, we're going to go back to our island. Now Anno playing to the second TC. This game could still go quite a while, folks, because I theory crafted that English and Imperial isn't too bad now against the Rus. It used to be a really hard counter because of the siege. You couldn't play Mangoes because they had Springholds. You can technically play Mangoes yourself now, and it means you can also play Lombos to counter Streltsy. So I still think it's rough. I think Rus are very strong in him. But this particular matchup, at least the way I've crafted it out on paper, I feel it's a little bit better than it was in Season A. Because in Season A, it was a nightmare for English. Rus Fast Castle is viable against Delhi. No, not really. But the whole concept of like civs that will not camp is what I was going for, right? Think of any civ that like doesn't camp. This, if you can get to it, will do better. The problem against English is even if you get to this point, what do you now do, right? It's their playstyle. It's just obnoxious against it. I think horse archer spam maybe against... Would it work against Japanese? I don't think I've seen that tested. The tough part is theoretically, like, you're dropping your stables in Yuroshiro, so you just go horseman instead of samurai. So I'm not convinced it works against Japan. But once again, it's a civ that just stays in, and you should have stayed home. Oh, he tries to drop the relic. Not going to work out. He does at least have a grab for the other one. He never grabbed this one. And Puppy Paw is blobbed up. Veterancy on the spears. Veterancy on the lombos. He has a timing attack. Nanathan has a hard hold ahead of him. He didn't go for heavy stone. He didn't go for a keep drop. He is going for a counter attack, though. Check this. He says, you have more to lose than me. And wow, Puppy Paw is actually going to forfeit it over. He falls back to defend. Anno needs a big hit here. But you see the walls coming up. Puppy Paw is just going to carve himself a small slab. This one scout has revealed an opening, though. Oh, such a Knight's diving in. White tower protection will be there. More villagers are in trouble on the backside. And the horse archers, they are in. They got through. The villagers are in trouble. Puppy Paw. He thought he could wall. He was wrong. However, the big problem now is Anatan needs to get out. He's got 5 knights, mass horse archers, and he is countered by a wall. A wall that is already up. So you have to, what, spread wide, try to get out, but he's already aware. Puppy Paw has only left 1 exit from his base. If Anno gets mopped up here, it's GG. He cannot afford this many losses. Arguably, Puppy Paw could have just went to the base and killed him. Anno is trying to buy so much time. He's going free TC. So at this stage, yeah, you can already see Puppy Paw splitting the army. You don't want to dive like this. You just want to hide in the corner. Like, if your player's multi-TC, you need more time. And he's going to be forced to hide now. Horse archers are still revealed in the area. It's going to be a gradual mop-up. Anno has done a good job of hiding this TC. The problem is, if Puppy Paw's paying attention, that boar is going to give it away. Such a tricky one as well. He was out here on the deer before, right? Less obvious, but the boar is going to tip it all off. Trying to get whatever he can out. Just a small fragment of troops, maybe. I think that's walkable, but it's too late. Lombos are in. Horse Arch is dead. Behind this, Anno is prepping more knights. But I'm not really seeing a strong defense here unless you've got keeps. And you need a lot of them. Ball just went down. I wonder if Puppy Paw noticed. I think it was aggroed earlier. Wait. I'm wondering, did he aggro the ball really early? Earlier than the TC, so it wasn't showing on the map? Because if so, Puppy Paw might not think much of it. That is something you can do, by the way, guys. It's still a thing where if you attack the ball at any stage in the game, its icon disappears. So, like, you could run by with the scout, click the ball at the very beginning, and then use it later without your opponent knowing. He would know if he looked directly and saw that it was dead now, but that's like a whole different ball game 20 minutes in. Walls are going up, so we've got a roost colony here. Puppy Paw looking for an all-in timing now. Anatan, he has to budget it. He's going into vet archers, but men-at-arms are already being prepped by Puppy Paw. Small horse archer raid coming in. Nothing too substantial, but at least going to idle them out a little. Puppy Paw doesn't know it's free TC, by the way. He doesn't even potentially know it's 2. Just dive in. He really goes for the relics. Oh, I know. I think this is the end of the road for Anatan in week number 2. Puppy Paw is wasting no time at all. I mean, he dropped some games along the way, right? One to Dragavan, for example. But in the best of 5, where you'd expect him to go 5 games, it just feels like Puppy Paw had Anatan's number every single step of the way. Game 1, Game 2, read his draft, countered it. Game 3, understood his playstyle, countered it. And now he's going to play English like I'm watching a Voldemar replay here. We've got a keep drop coming in the base. For the second time in this series, the way it began for Puppy Paw to get a GG is the way he will end it to get a GG. Might not even start constructing before this is over. Anatan trying to switch to men-at-arms. The vet archers are doing their best to hold, but the TC is dead. Gonna try for the repair now. Lombo should be able to target that down. I mean, Puppy Paw did lose a lot to this. But he can afford the reboom, right? He's sitting on 48 farms. Anatan has none. I actually think there's legitimately no farms. Oh, sorry. No, he's got 7. I don't want to scam him with his true count here. Here come the villagers. The villager difference almost exactly. 18 villagers coming in with a keep drop. So pick your poison. Kill the Lombos or kill the villagers. Going to try to deal with the army first. He kind of has to. Archer's doing their best to trade out here. A few knights are starting to arrive, but Puppy Pool refuses to be denied. It's not enough damage. The keep drop is going to be a success here. Puppy Pool loses some economy, but now he has a perfect staging point to push in for the kill. And with 23 men at arms coming behind it, it's become undeniable. I mean, I'm a believer in comebacks. I look for them every day of the week. This will be the truest Cinderella story of midweek muster number 2 to win this game. Man. Kind of a wacky series, actually. Yeah, it was a 3-0, but if you guys haven't seen it, game 1, game 2, worth watching entirely. Like, absolutely incredible games. Just smart, elegant plays. Man, and just imagine how different this would look if you had that 1-1 storyline going in here. I think you maybe have a very competitive series, a 5-game series, but Puppy Pool, I think that game 2 was the critical thread. Anatan's playstyle with Roos just too well known and maybe too one-dimensional. He likes to play this style. He's known for this style. And the English were prepped. TC down. He's taking the gold from his face. Guys, this isn't BMing, it's just efficiency. Okay? It's not rude. It's a sign of respect. He wants to allow Anatan to go sleep tonight. So he's taking his gold away so Anatan can go nap. Dive coming in, and this is the last time for Anatan. After this, it reaches his tree line of 42 villages. Oh, so we potentially are going to have a Canadian showdown in the grand finals for week number 2. We've got Wham waiting in the other semifinals. Either Dumu or B to contest him. And right now, they are looking like the beast to try and slay. 3-0 scoreline for the first semifinals of midweek muster number 2. Don't know if this one's going to be uploaded. Maybe it is. It's kind of educational to remind you the importance of playing Roos more than one way, because Anatan may be comfortable with this style, but Puppy Pool seemed to see it coming a mile off to get the 3-0. All right. So 3-0 it's going to be. We don't have the other semi-finals today. When is grand finals? Thursdays. Every Thursday. Guys, !Discord. Go join my Discord. If you're a player, you should be in there anyway. If you're a viewer, I mean, we're building a community there. It's also a great way to know when I'm going live, when I'm planned to go live. I let you guys know all the time. I'm just going to double check with Chum whether we have a confirmed start date, because it's going to be between 3 p.m. UK time and 5 p.m. UK time. So that would be 4 p.m. CET and 6 p.m. CET. But I think we're leaning for 5 p.m. CET. We done it at 4 p.m. CET last week because we had Louis MT versus Wham. So that would have been very difficult to schedule otherwise in that time zone. But basically, each week, and this should be a habit for you guys, every single Thursday, around, definitely by 5 p.m. UK time, so between 3 p.m. UK time and 5 p.m. UK time, I'm just going to stick to CET. Between 4 p.m. CET and 6 p.m. CET on Thursdays, you should be checking on this channel, because this is where the finals are going to be every single Thursday. Mark it in your calendars for the next 29 weeks, right? Because we start the finals to play on Thursday, and then every Friday, the brackets start anew. We kick 16 players based on their performance. We invite 16 players, half based on the tournament ELO ranking and half based on the pub ladder ranking. And then we duke it out again. Round of 32, round of 16, all the way down to another finals. So I'll be casting these every single Thursday for the finals, and I'll be aiming to be live practically every single Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. So a lot of content coming. Basically, this is your go-to point if you like AoE for esports, and it's not a weekend. Hope that's where the KPMM Grand Final LAN is going to be held. I mean, maybe if we scale heavily. I mean, dude, if we get a few thousand people watching frequently, we could maybe work up towards this. The dream. So, This is, I mean, I've kind of alluded to this. I'm not going to give the full details yet. Like, obviously, things can change. And this is the thing about the Kill the Pigeons midweek muster, is a very adaptive and flexible format. We change 2 maps every single week. We're always looking to adapt things. So, no solid plans, but I am looking at ways of adjusting the drafting format for the second month. So I might try to make that a thing where we test some different drafting formats every month. And then maps is something that changes 2 every week, right? And then halfway through, there might be something else we try to adapt. Like maybe we change to have BO5 brackets if the players get good at playing their series. So I'm always looking for ways to kind of evolve this. This is the beautiful thing about doing a 30-week circuit. Nothing's going to be perfect straight away. It doesn't need to be. You evolve it. And what is up, Avali? Thank you very much, man. He's right. If you guys like esports content, if you like Age of Empires 4 content, we put $9,000 into a tournament circuit, giving you 30 weeks of entertainment. Subbing, especially if we've got those primes, which is free, definitely the least that can be done. It lets you guys not have to worry about ads, which is value, because we're probably on average going to be live 100 hours a month, I'd say, roughly. So, yeah, a lot of ads dodged. But yeah, the goal is going to be to run these. I think the one exception might be we might take a pause week Christmas, because I'm not sure many players are going to want to play over Christmas week. If that happens, I'll roll the prize pool over to the next one, so we'll make it bigger. So like the first one of the 2025 will be bigger. So yeah, loads of cool plans. And the other thing to keep in mind, guys, like the reason you want to be tuning into these is like it leads to bigger and better things. If the channel grows, and I've been very transparent at this beginning, my expectations, what I want to see, what we want to hit. If the channel grows and it keeps that growth, I can then approach sponsors to get involved with the event. Your Logitechs, your SteelSeries, your Lenovo's, whatever it may be, right? And then that allows me to scale to bring in guest casters, up the production, up prize pools, or rather even host additional tournaments. So, you know, beginning of hopefully a lot of growth to come. But the way we get that growth is multifaceted, right? For a start, make sure you guys are tuning in every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Share around. Like, can't emphasize this enough. Word of mouth, sharing around, creating Reddit threads, telling your friends that this is happening. Because a lot of people just don't realize AV4 has an esports. A lot of people don't realize this is where you should be for the midweek esports. Let them know. Share that info around, because, you know, it's nice if I've got some Monopoly man sugar daddies that want to drop 5K a month. But if you're someone who can't afford that, bring a friend along to watch these. That helps immensely, because then when the numbers get big, I can bring sponsors in. And that's how I can A, feed my family, B, feed the esports scene with more money, and C, grow this mother ducker and blow it up. How come KP doesn't have a hair gel sponsor yet? Oof, because I don't use hair gel, mate. Tip is to use wax, or you can use like creams and mousses. Never hair gel, mate. KVayu, you're like 12 years old. Anyone remember having those, like the hair gels when you're in high school that give you plasticky hair? Oh. What time do the games usually start? So, good question there actually from Mojo. I'm usually live by between 12 UK time and about 2 UK time. On average, I think recently we've been going live at 1 p.m. UK time, which is, I believe, 2 p.m. CET. So we get live there, and what we do is we have a mixture of live games happening, because the way that this tournament works is this open format, so players schedule their games for each other, right? And if you are a player signing up, please be punctual doing that. Otherwise, my admin loses hair follicles and everything else, right? So definitely make sure that you are tuning in around that time to see if we're live, because we'll be going live frequently, and it will be a mixture of live series and replays being cast. So, for example, after Thursday, like, we'll have our grand finals, finish the stream. Friday, I'll be live with the bracket being live, and we'll probably go live around midday because we allow players to start scheduling as early as that. And we will blitz through probably 5 or 6 series on that day alone. Then, of course, the weekend I don't touch too often. There are days where I can, but like, for example, this weekend I won't be able to, as I'm hosting Age of Mythology Saturday and Sunday. We'll come back on Monday, and that's usually where you'll see me catch some of the round of 16s live, and we'll cast almost all the other round of 16s that happened. Then usually today's is round of 8s, i.e. quarterfinals and semifinals. This week, I can show you guys the bracket, actually. It's going to need an update now with this Giga Chad Puppy Paw already qualifying through 3-0. we have got WAM waiting the other semifinals. Dumu versus B is going to be happening tomorrow at 11 a.m. CET, I believe the time was. I take Wednesdays off. It's the only day I take off, so apologies. Semi-finals can be played on Thursday, so we'll discuss that with the boys and what they want to do, because what we could potentially do is go live earlier than the grand finals time on Thursday, and we could do, if they're up for it, we could do semi-finals into finals on Thursday, which would be pretty epic, actually. So we'll figure that out, but apologies, guys. It's literally like I'm available to stream, cast, work, everything, every day of the week, but I'm trying to make a little bit of time occasionally for my family. Similar to how Dimu has Mondays off, I try to have Wednesdays off where I can, because it's really the only time I get to go see family like the mum. And it's also, I've been live for 8.5 hours today. So we went live at, I think, 2. And I didn't get much time to spend with my daughter, my son, and my partner, because they had errands to run, right? And like, I am a nuisance to bring along to errands right now, because in case you guys didn't know, while we're running a full esports circuit here, we decided to go climbing and break our ankle. So yeah, it's a good workout like that though. So yeah, everything going kaplow. In terms of like what my goals are, by the way, because I did mention that, I think I said this the other week. I view us as a successful endeavor on the route to success if by the end of week 6 the average for this channel is up to like 450, 500 views. And then if by halfway through the circuit, 15 weeks, we're approaching 800, 850 views. At least for the finals as an average. But like, if we're able to reach that across the week, I'll be doing cartwheels. Because for those that don't know, like I've grinded a lot of content for a long time in AoE4, but we've never reached a point where I can make a living off of it, which is why it's always been a side gig. If we're able to grow to that size, we can start hosting more AoE4 things. We can start doing content for other games, hosting tournaments on new releases and whatever, and really build this into something epic. Like, you know, I always say that I want this to be a place where you guys can come and it's like a community, and not just, you know, you guys feel like you're part of it, like you've helped build something. And shout out to all the people that have been helping that. Did you ever consider going climbing and not breaking an ankle? I know, right? I mean, I just thought it'd be more interesting. I can make like a fancy video out of it. I broke my ankle whilst planning a tournament. Thank you, Elder. I think it's like really hard. So like what? Oh my God, guys. Oh my God, life is so hard. But like, it is really hard for anyone who streams. They'll know where I'm going from. Like, I imagine Beastie can appreciate it. Demi will appreciate it. Like, it's very hard to just take time away, especially from live streaming. Because the way that live streaming exists as a system, you are essentially rewarded for being live as much as possible. One of my influencers that I represent is live 450 hours a month. Just math that quickly. So like, that's the system. That's the crazy system that Twitch has created. And you can try to like strive upon just creating high quality content, but like it's a different angle and not where the meta is. So, you know, it is tough to kind of like choose that line because like, yeah, to answer this question, my main source of income is casting. This year's been kind of terrible. So like actually it's like partially helping influencers get deals as well. But like, yeah, typically it's casting on tournaments and whatnot. Like historically, that's how I do things, right? PGL, whatever. And what is up, Spirina? Thank you very much for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Welcome to Swarm. But like, yeah, I typically make my money through casting. I can be fully, I mean, I don't mind being fully transparent. Like, probably gonna make, I think I'm like $700 in the last 30 days off Twitch, which is actually, I think that might be my record now. Actually, I think that might be the record. But like, keep in mind, I live in England. So the expenses is about £2,000 a month in this country. So like, we're not even break even yet, right? So that's why I'm like really pounding it out. That's why I've been like, let's get active. Let's make our own like esports circuit. Let's grow the channel so that I can then attract sponsors to help me up the production, build other tournaments, but then also make sure that my family are being taken care of. So yeah, you know, I always say I still want to do casting hosting, and I hope that's always going to be a part of it. But especially when I've got all this time, because for those that didn't notice, esports is kind of in a downslope right now. I want to try to grow my own thing, so we have something special here. We have a community. And I appreciate everyone who's been coming along for the ride, man. The support has been incredible for just 2 weeks in. You guys are incredible. Get my age squad support this tourney with views. Hell yeah. Thank you, Ephemius. That's what I mean. Like, so, you know, it helps me when people are able to bring more people to the channel. Like, when you guys make Reddit threads, Discords, you share it around, it helps for sure. And the other cool thing about that as well, the mutually beneficial thing is, like, especially when you bring in new people, it's not just beneficial to me. They're now part of the AoE4 ecosystem. They're cool. They're cool people that are like, wow, this is cool. I want to be here. So, yeah, you know, obviously there's a selfish layer. I'm never going to lie to you guys on that. Obviously, I want to be bigger so I can succeed and make a living. But it also does have a knock-on effect, right? Like, frequently, when we finish, we raid through, just like BC raided us, right? We raid through to other people. We've even raided small streamers who've just started to appear playing the game to encourage them to stay. How's the ad revenue in the UK from Twitch? In Portugal, it's really, really low. It's really, really low in general. I don't know if I'd say it's that good in anywhere. I don't think UK is that great. You can make decent ad revenue, but it's like one of those scaling points, right? Like, if you have a lot of viewers, sure, you're going to make a lot of ad revenue for time live. But, like, if you're at 300 average and you're live for 5 hours, you might make $25 if I had to speculate. Using, like, 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes of ads an hour or whatever it is. Or 3 minutes, actually, I think it is. It's not great. Like, it sounds okay until you remember, like, what is the minimum wage? Like, so you see what I mean. You like bread? Hell yeah, we like earning. Why nobody does it in kicks since they pay so much more? I could list you a plethora of reasons why people don't do kick. So, one thing to consider is that you're harder to touch for sponsors. Some are engaging, but some are hesitant because the platform is basically seen as a place where people can just go and be dodgy, get their tits out, whatever you're going to do. That's the POV people have for kick. On top of that, where's the viewers coming from? Right? Maybe you can make kick work if you're like a Call of Duty streamer or like Apex or Counter-Strike. Seems to just have a lot of people inherently searching for it. How many people are searching for Age of Empires? So like you're now taking a smaller chunk of what's already a small pool. So, you know, those are some of the like lead reasons. There are others that could probably just be shotgunned out. Subs is also terrible in Portugal. For a €5 sub, the streamer gets 140. Wait, why? That doesn't make sense. You're meant to get 50-50 split. Don't know if you sub your tax forms wrong. You might want to double check that in Judgecler because that can be a thing. But also, yeah, like subs are deceptive as well. I'm beneficial. Like I'm lucky in that like within AoE 4, what the sub count is at least kind of indicative of what you'd expect in terms of earning, right? So we've got like 230 subs, so that's probably should end up. I think I can even literally look at it right now. We have 230 subs, so that will equate to $181 in paid subs, $160 in gifted subs, $105 in prime subs. So basically where you'd expect to be on a 60-40 split, which we can get up to a 70-30 split if we have 300 unique subscribers. So like, and unique means, you know, gifted doesn't count, right? So like, the numbers kind of make sense there. It's where like you want it to be in that like you're close to $5 from everyone, which fits with the demographics. For those that don't know, like the Age of Empires demographic for 4 in particular is very heavily weighed towards Europe and America. So NA can make up roughly about 20 to 25% of viewership. Germany can make up about another 20 to 25% of viewership. UK can be like maybe 5 to 8. France like 7 or 8% as well. Spread the rest across Europe. And then the rest is like between Africa, SEA, and maybe a few countries that aren't represented accurately. So that's actually like, for anyone who like does marketing, they're nodding on the head right now going, that's a good demographic. Because those are the regions where like marketing targets they want, right? But the direct value correlation within subs there is a lot of those countries, not all of them, but a lot of those countries are on either the like €5, $5 whatever mark. So you're getting, from a subs perspective, it's accurate. It's also why, like, you know, it's very dodgy sometimes when I see people do like charity streams. They're like, for every sub, I'm going to donate $2.50. It's like, if someone comes through from Turkey and I think their subs there are like 10 cents, you can be very in the negative doing a charity stream, right? How much money would a person need to get all the streaming equipment if they already have one PC, a 38 and 5800X? So it varies. I mean, I always say to people, like, having the absolute top stuff isn't a necessity. You can get a streaming setup going for probably about 200, 300 bucks. In the, like, you can get yourself a reliable XLR microphone for probably about like 60 to 80 bucks. Get yourself a preamp for about another 20, 30. You can save on doing a bypass compressor. Oh, sorry, you want to get mixed. You can save on a preamp if you want, just by playing with software instead. I like the physical. I swear by the physical. I think it's just better in my opinion. But like, yeah, if you want to get that, you can, like, a DBX 2X6S that I have is usually about 100, 120 euros. This is about 150 to 180 euros for this headset, and this is a broadcast headset, and then like the mixer for like another 40, right? But you don't need that. You can go cheaper. You can begin cheaper, especially if you're just streaming. Like I think a lot of people think they need all the best stuff. And also, YouTube has kind of toxified the mind there, where it's like, you see all these people with the fancy studio stuff. If you look at some creators, their entire brand has been cheap. They've made it work. Like, dude, look how much money Asmongold makes, and the guy looks like he like lives on the street. So, don't get wrong, the quality of the streamer stuff is good, but like, you can build into it. You don't have to be there straight away. Do you have any sponsors like BC with SteelSeries? And how much do you get for casting EGC TV per hour? Well, per hour is like not how it works. Typically, you work based on a rate. I don't know if I should say EGCs because it would apply to other people. So, and this rate isn't going to apply to EGCs. I don't think anyone would expect it to. In my day job as a commentator, as a host, I can earn upwards towards 1,200 euros a day. I'm not going to say what I earn from EGC, but I've said about this, but I'm transparent. I can earn 1,200 euros a day. Maybe more. Like, some casters, some hosts get more. But before anyone goes, what do you mean you need the stream to succeed? You make loads of money. I'm freelance, and I'm not guaranteed anything. So before anyone's like, yeah, like, wow, that's great. It's great. It's great if you're booked. Some can charge more. There are some scenes that has been upwards of like 2, 3K. But like, once again, how many work days are you working a year? So like, a perfect example of a scene that I don't touch, so like there's no pollination of me exposing someone else's rates or whatever, is like, how many official days of VCT are there in Valorant? I remember someone like mathed it. It's like there's 20. So even if you earn 2,000 a day, working the major events in like a VCT, 20 days at, let's say, 2,000, that's 40K. $40,000 is pretty cool. But that's presuming you are like the peak talent that works every single day. So you see what I mean? Where I'm like, chill, before anyone's like, oh my god, KP makes bank. I can guarantee you I do not. I probably earn less than a lot of you guys. Because my skills vary in when they're on demand, right? Like this year in particular, I have not had many events. Is this my lightest year yet for direct esports work? So like lands flying out somewhere, there was... I mean, there was literally like... I done some conference hosting stuff that was like a day or two. King of the North, but like obviously that's like grassroots, and then Red Bull, right? That's it. That's literally all the lands I've done. So like before anyone like gets mind melted by the money, nah, it's not how it works. When I started, I was like, I get paid how much? And I'm like, should have got paid more. Because like if you are tier 1, just like, and you know, before anyone gets crazy and thinks that like commentators, hosts earn too much, they don't. It's a very specific skill. It's a very unique skill. And to get to a point where you are tier 1, working all the events to earn enough money for it to feel like you are earning a good living, you have to work your ass off. It's no different than like saying, oh my god, this guy that like built a business from this to like millions of dollars is making how much a year? That's outrageous, right? And also on top of that, you're talking about an industry that right now is over bloated. When COVID hit, way too many people tried to become commentators and hosts. And it made sense at the time. But with the esports bubble popping and the COVID bubble and everything else, there is way too many casters and hosts and not enough work. You can literally see this by looking at Deadlock. Deadlock has a lot of casters who have been waiting for something to follow up with because their gigs in the different scenes are dying. right? Or they can't break through in the different scenes because there's no longer enough events. And I was talking to my partner about this the other day that I think people rushed the deadlock scene and it was wrong. Esports nowadays, the biggest flaw of a lot of esports scenes is they're forcibly grown. We kind of done that way before in the first year. Way too much money. And there isn't justification behind it. So like when you try to throw money on the fire to burn it brighter, like it seems like a good idea and there's a time where that works, but it doesn't work now. If you think about all the big major esports that succeed, they built grassroots over long periods and built from a sustainable point roughly to get where they're at. It's why you haven't had too many big esports games breach in the last several years. Do I cast games beside AoE? Yep. So, I mean, like I said, this year, this year's been bad. I am praying 2025 is better, but I've done commentary and hosting work in Rocket League, Apex Legends, Dota 2, Age of Empires, then on a lower scale, things like Call of Duty as well. So, yeah, I get around a decent amount. Then taxes to cut that even more. Yep, don't forget taxes. Who's Duskwoods? I don't know. What's up? Oh, okay, you're asking him directly. What did Red Bull pay? Dude, I mean, I'm not going to say what Red Bull paid. Like I say, it's like, I don't mind giving my rates roughly, because it's like, I'm not targeting specifically what someone paid me. That's still a good amount of money, to be honest. I thought Twitch numbers are higher and hosting numbers lower. Well, no, because if... so we actually had a discussion about this earlier today. And don't take offense by this, but like, there's probably going to nod the head. On average, esports viewers are a bit cheap. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean, like, esports has been scaled in a way that it's all about free access so people just come view, right? It's not like traditional sports where you pay a license to get a channel to watch, right? So like the broadcast make money there. We kind of like had esports set up in a way where we just want to watch. And we probably, like a lot of people who can spend money, save the money, not for like people who like cast the games, host the esports events, or whatever, but people that feel familiar, like there's a community there. So I was like talking with someone who works across on an esports team the other day about this. He has a friend whose sister streams Animal Crossing to about 100 people. And the words he used is, she is making bank. He didn't give a specific number, but he was alluding to the idea that she was making £3,000 to £4,000 a month, streaming to 100 viewers. Now, my average, before we actually started the tournament circuit, was getting close to 200, right? But as I just said to you guys, $700 is my best month in a very, very long time. Not sure if ever, maybe if ever. And no Smoothie, no, that's kind of improvement, mate. But the reality is like esports scenes, and I noticed this with Dota 2, and I think like it's deceptive because some of the biggest creators will make bank. Like the biggest creators in most esports scenes will be making the bank. But like if you compare people in an esports scene that have 100, 200, 300, 400 viewers to someone in like who plays Sims, right, or just plays casual games or whatever that has that viewership, and you got them to compare their finances, you would see a heavy skew towards the ones playing like the Sims and playing, you know, like the casual games, right? With because the difference is like, you know, if you think about it, I go live and I hope that people turn up because they love being here. They love you, all you guys, and talking to you guys and they'll talk to me. But a lot of people are just going to turn up because they're like, BC's playing, Wildman's playing, Wham's playing, you know, Marino's playing. I want to watch these, right? So it's like, same with esports, like anything attached, it's a bit different, isn't it, right? Listening to a German AOE2 podcast, they always saying things they're just watching AOE4 because of you. Wait, really? Where's this? I've never heard of this. Who's watching me? Like, just watching 4 because of me? Well, they just don't watch 4 otherwise? I've never heard about this. We had a few people after World Law come through and said they like took another look at Age of Empires 4 because of me, which is really nice to hear. Because they liked like the myth casting or the 1 casting, or they heard the 4 casting, right? Which is cool. Thank you, Jack, man. Appreciate that. I think you saw you in some Stormgate event too. That's true, actually. Yeah, we have Stormgate. Like Stormgate pay is gonna like, if I had to weigh up where I've made my most earnings over the years, it's like Dota 2, I mean, Age of Empires 4 has been so much now, it takes that bot role. Apex, Rocket League, you've got Myth, you've got Stormgate, right? And then you've got like a bunch of other things. I've literally cast an esports event where it's just casting balls racing down a hill, almost like an interactive version of Marbles. So, yeah, we've done some different things. Oh, 1 second. I just need to, before we continue the conversation, I just realized we got stabbed at, I said it was about 10, wasn't it? I'm trying to track the blood thinners that I'm having injected. For those that don't know, I broke my ankle, and because it's a very specific bone that has a lot of blood flow, I have to have blood thinners every day. I'm trying to keep track of that. Red Bull paid him Red Bull cans for a year? I mean, no, they actually just send me that because they like me and they like sending it, to be honest. Which is fine. That's nice. So, yeah. I need to bump my guy, actually, because I'm doing another Red Bull package. Did you guys see the new Red Bull cans, by the way, for Arcane? Have you seen these? They've created limited edition Arcane cans that have, like, Arcane on the side. What's that here? I'll show you. They look really cool. I think they have different ones as well. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. It's Vi's on the other side of it. So, yeah. There's really cool little things like this. I'm going to get one of those and put it in my my Red Bull bowl. You guys see my Red Bull bowl? Do I ruin the illusion? I'm going to have to, because there's no way I'm going to lean around here. So this is my Red Bull bowl. So I got this from working... I just realized the yellow is going to blend out. It's from a Dota 2 event, because Dota 2 has the bottle, and when you put runes in the bottle, it changes color. So this is a yellow one. And it's called Red Bull runes. You even have Red Bull River runes there. And this is really cool because it's practical as well. You can keep your special reserve of Red Bull can in there. Man, I do love them for the creativity on their events. It is really cool. One sec. Let me just put the illusion back up. Whoop. I still need to hang my other banner. Things got kind of segued, with breaking ankle. By the way, guys, we will be building that new PC. I'm hoping end of November, early December. I just need to confirm a few more parts. We have another sponsor confirmed that should be supplying parts. But that's the goal with that, by the way, is one of the weeks after we finish the finals, we're going to make the PC. We're going to build a brand new PC live on stream. And funny thing, we're looking to probably use either Emma or my mum. If it's my mum, she's going to have to be aware she's going to have to come around later in the evening. But like, they haven't built PCs before. So it's to show you guys how easy it is. It's going to be fun as well, watching them kind of figure it out. Watching me panic and having to intercept maybe occasionally when they do something wrong. Because I'm going to guide them, but I want them to try and do it themselves. Because I think a lot of it is kind of like building Lego. The only thing I think that's scary for someone who hasn't built PCs before, really, when you think about it, like, it's scary. Everything's scary at first, sure. But the big scary thing is actually thermal paste. Thermal paste makes you crap yourself. Okay, so 5 p.m. CET for finals. Nice. Sorry, let me just catch up. From what I see, esports games have terrible viewer to sub-donor ratios. Yeah, and like that's been showing in sponsorships attitudes, because the last year, like, because for those who don't know, to also try and make a living, I helped some influencers I know source deals. There's been a really negative attitude in marketing towards esports, because because a lot of different brands right now, they don't just want brand placement. They don't just want exposure. Because esports is really good for getting your brand out in front of a huge audience. What they want right now is sales. And sales is like where, like, when you integrate an esports event, it's tougher to do because like people don't necessarily see it as genuine. And the integrations are usually quite basic over the years. So like there's been some that have been very creative and converted well. But like compared to like if you sponsor an influencer directly, like for example, for those that don't know, we work with ProteinWorks. ProteinWorks directly sponsors me. They've sponsored us now for 5 months in a row. And they are sales driven, right? So they renew if it's a good enough integration. If the integration does even better, which by the way, they currently have a sale on, they have sales going on daily through to Black Friday, take advantage of code Killer Pigeon, then I can then go to them and negotiate a higher rate, right? And I've already said that if we crack our goal, I'm basically putting some of that money that they pay in sponsorship into extra show matches and tournaments that we're looking to stockpile for. So yeah, it plays in nicely. You love Protein Works? Hell yeah, Rafi. Make sure you use the code Killer Pigeon. Right now, they've actually got the protein bars are heavily discounted because some of them are like expiring at the start of December. So you can get a bargain right now. They're like 90p each. Yeah, I am a deep pool of knowledge on Protein Works because we have all the different products. So if anyone ever is curious on something to buy, I highly recommend the gummies. I love the gummies. Let me catch up. Super interesting to listen to. Thanks for breaking it down. Hey, no problem. I don't see streamers talk about this much. No, and I don't like that. Like, I've always been that way. Like, I think the West has a very negative notion of not talking about their like salaries, for example. Do you guys ever think about who benefits when you don't talk about your salaries with your colleagues? It's your boss. It's the only person who benefits from it, right? How many stories have you heard in recent years of like someone doing the exact same job and getting paid like 20% less than the other person? It's the only person who benefits, right? So I'm always open about this stuff because I don't fear it. I think a lot of their info is starting to get out there, especially like on caster rates. Some other people talked about it as well. But I found it really refreshing when I've seen some I might start doing it actually. I've seen some streamers break down what they earn per month. And like that's where an example, like the Sims guy I was talking about. There was a Sims guy who, as I was saying, he has like 140 viewer average on stream. His YouTube videos aren't crazy popular either. I think he does okay on TikTok. He posts his earnings. And like basically you have like Twitch, TikTok, YouTube, sponsorships, right? No sponsorship that month. TikTok earned him $3,500. Twitch earned him $5,500, right? And like, you know, you'd think you'd be scared of sharing those numbers when you're at scale. Nah, dude, it's something you should be proud of it. And I don't think people should be like, I don't want to support this guy because he's clearly earning too much money already, right? It's like, that's not how that works. I went through this with Emma the other day because Emma really loves watching Syndicate, Life of Tom, right? He's done a phenomenal job, right? After the shaky past in the early 2000s, he recovered, he built a cool brand, and he has an incredible vlog, really popular vlog, averages about 200,000 views per video. And I broke the numbers down for Emma because I know the numbers roughly. He's in lifestyle, so gaming pays about a CPM of between $5 and $10. Can sometimes get a bit higher depending on how many ads you got per 1,000 views. So he's averaging 200k. Lifestyle is more like the CPM. They sell it to sponsors at more or less close to double what you get. Lifestyle is probably about, let's say, $20. So for like Life of Tom, and the number may vary, but if we put a rough spitball out, like number out there, he's 20 times 200 per video, so that's 4,000. He posts 20 times a month, so he's earning probably 80,000. Let's say 60,000 on the lower end. That's really good money. Do you think he shouldn't earn it? Hell no. He entertains hundreds of thousands of people per month. He's earned it, right? And like, I mean, he probably never said it to his community, but they wouldn't feel bad. They wouldn't feel dirty if he did, right? Same as I think no content creation. No one person should be ashamed. No person should be made to feel ashamed by what they earn, right? I think that's how a lot of female streamers make more money because often they don't do quality content. Like, what? Maybe chill, man. Like, there's no need to go that way. There are actually some women content creators that make phenomenal content, actually, in fairness. And like, I always say, so the way that I've viewed content creation from a women versus men angle, if we really want to go there, I'll keep it very simple. There is, like, you can probably find a track route of like, it's easier to get from being a small streamer to a medium streamer as a woman. It's infinitely harder to get from being a medium streamer to a large streamer as a woman. It's like, maybe you feel like they've got an edge. And do you want to know why they got that edge? It's almost because like the rare breed. There isn't that many women compared to men on Twitch, right? And it's a different element. It's something fresh. Also, you know, the majority of like people watching on Twitch are male. Predominantly, right? Doesn't mean that those women haven't earned the right to be good content creators. Like, I mean, you're really going to try to say, like, Warman, for example, Warman does a lot more than just being a woman to earn her place in the AoE4 scene, right? Like, and even if you feel there's an advantage at one stage, there's a challenge at another. So, like, you know, everyone's journey is different, right? Everyone's challenges are different on, like, their route to success. So, yeah. Interesting detail, by the way. that's one that's funny from YouTube. Well, not funny, but intriguing. Women are proven to be better, like from a psychological studies point, at convincing people to, like, for example, convert to sales or things like that. There's a whole bunch of studies on this. So the point I'm getting to is, like, actually on YouTube, one of the highest earning sectors outside of direct finance is things like beauty care and whatever. And there was some interesting statistics like leaked out that on average women content creators earn more, and it wasn't like even in the same area, because like sponsors see more value, and it's nothing to do with like the boober or whatever like someone's trying to say there. No, it's just I think it's to do with, well, for a start, there's that classic like maybe stereotype that women are seen as like the buyers in houses, right? And they relate to women more. There's a bunch of different like psychological reasons. It's not what you're thinking it is. Once again, like, you know, like I said, someone has more than just their skin, right? Also, that type of attitude, by the way, that type of attitude right there is what keeps more women from coming on the platform to watch. So, like, I don't know, I've met people who are really, like, bitter that a female content creator is doing better than them. And it's almost like if you didn't fuel that hate in that direction, maybe there would be more females watching. So if you think you're an attractive enough male, maybe that spins both ways, right? Like, I know maybe you're joking bang, but like there are people who genuinely think that way. And it's like, think about it this way. Like I've comically said it before. It's like, I mean, if we were less scary to women to come here, if you think that you're like it's just based on attractiveness and you think you're attractive, maybe you'd have more viewers when the women show up. Not guaranteed, but I always use it as a jokey way of pointing out like the atmosphere is what it is. It's why like when I talked around like Rebel Wall and how I want us to try and take a positive note. Like, the reason is, like, the scene is what you make it into, right? And if you take a negative outlook, people aren't going to want to be involved, right? Same from a tournament perspective, same from a viewer perspective. Like, if we decided to just be like, yeah, screw women, blah, 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 every single week, right? Like, Age of Empires is already... I think my YouTube viewership is, like, 99% male. It would be 100% male. Sorry, just catching up with chat again. Lash can also make a living way before because of his community. Oh yeah, absolutely, Jack Leo. So I've talked about this before. Like, so it makes sense. So being an English streamer, on average, you have a wider arc of people to throw your net upon. But they also can be fickle. There's more options. It's not to say Lash is just like people go Lash because they're the option. But I'm saying like, and this is where the follow-up comes in. Because there's less options, people commit the revenue to support the streamers on a smaller funnel, right? But like, for example, if you watch like 10 different streamers in English versus one in German, right? Like the German person watching one, they're going to put like their sub money behind the German. That's where they get the content. It's incredible. Like I've seen just how much money French streamers, German streamers can make. And it like, they can rival people with 5 to 10 times their viewership. It's crazy. It's incredible. Have they got turmeric and ginger gummies? Sherman, no, I don't think so. I'd have to double check, but I think it's only one flavor, but it's a good one. It's the berries. You get the mixed berry ones. Really like the mixed berry. Yeah, like, dude, I've been having these, like, dude, I need to get more of these. These are great. Like, you know, anyone who's got a kid, it's challenging to get them to take their vitamins or whatever. You can just use these. They're soft gummies. I love them. I thought they were going to be, like, chalky, nasty, and, like, chewy because it's multivitamins. They're delicious. I love them. Had to sign basically an NDA in my contract saying that I can't tell people how much I earn. Right? Who does that serve, Ark? Who does that serve? Oh. Which is better to help support you? Live on Twitch, VOD on Twitch, or YouTube? I'd say live on Twitch is where the focus is now. I've got like this challenge of I need to find someone to handle my YouTube side, to grow my YouTube side. Because it's not something like I have time with everything else happening to give the attention it deserves. Right? So, full disclosure, back when Science Ascend came out, there was a plan to partner with Mr. Merlin and revenue share the channel and have him grow it. He was very eager about that. But then real life happened and he's gone to like college and whatever, so it kind of fell apart. So like, I've been in like limbo trying to find a solution to that since. So I think the YouTube really needs TLC because Twitch is hard to grow without YouTube, TikTok, these type of things. So if those don't know, like if you're trying to start streaming on Twitch today, don't. You can, but your goal should be to go live on Twitch to create content for your other platforms. YouTube is terrible for growth unless you can get in on one of the cliques, right? One of the groups of streamers, and they'll help grow you, right? Like I've seen examples where someone with 10 viewers has been grown to be a person with 2,000 viewers because they kept playing and being raided by the person, and they eventually became their community as well. But like in general, for growth, YouTube, TikTok, like I basically need to get a full-time manager for those to handle those, because I've got so many other things I'm doing. I can't dedicate the time it would need to give it its love. But like, yeah, watching live on Twitch helps, I'd say, the most, because the YouTube viewership growth just isn't there right now. Until I get someone to sort that. And like Twitch, I mean, dude, like we're in the top 0.1% or whatever on Twitch by viewership standards, because there's a lot of people who stream with like 1 to 10 viewers. But like we are really solidly up there now. Women come across as more trustworthy and friendly. Yeah, I mean, well, the physical traits element is kind of an idea of like, yeah, men looking more aggressive or being like more, on average, intimidating. Unless you're someone who's never seen a girl before and live in the basement and then you're scared of girls. But like on average, yes. Yeah, it's true. It's also, I think it's like psychological. It's something to do with the motherly element of like the relationships you have in life. It's like you see a woman and it's like, you aren't thinking, that's my mum. But it's like, if you think about the roles of the matriarchy patriarchy system, right, and how people like grew up, on average, most households were mother is cuddly and kind, and the father is the disciplinary figure, right? Now, some people might like not have grown up that great for you, but like on average, most households still fulfill that role, right? Mum was my primary carer, and we've all heard this before. If you keep that up, you're going to be in trouble when your dad gets home, right? Like, I remember that as a kid. YouTube gender stats can be a bit skewed, because I think at least for a long time it auto puts your account down as male. That's a fair point, actually, Indruster. Yeah. There's a lot of interesting, like, deep things on the YouTube side analytically. You're him. Wait, who am I? I'm confused. Just seem nicer from looks. I mean, don't know. That's like selective in people, but like I said, there are all underlying elements. You don't like this topic at all? I mean, you have the power to leave. Don't know why you don't like it. Sorry, is it the part where I was like, your dad's gonna be unhappy when he comes home? Oh no. The flashbacks. I remember that in the childhood. Yeah, nurture and protector, that's it. You do casted videos need to see flags? I mean, maybe. I don't know. There's like, it's divisive. I mean, funnily enough, the weird thing is like trying to appease to everyone doesn't usually work. I love Grubby, but did you not notice how his stream grew exponentially when he became more and more toxic in Dota 2? Creators know this as well. People actually prefer polarizing experiences. But yeah, like so something I learned very early on in my casting career is if you try to appease everyone, you're going to appease no one. That you can't appease everyone. You shouldn't try to appease everyone. It's toxic and it's not healthy to improvement. Some people like you, some people won't. Like, the best way I can describe to you is, like, I've heard the term niche thrown around a lot, and people give it a negative connotation. Find your niche. Your niche can be millions large. Niche just means you don't have everyone, and you never will, right? Even when people look at a Mr. Beast with hundreds of millions of views, there's a lot of people that also probably can't stand him. The goal is to target your niche correctly, and then the minority can't stand you. Not like me, though. I go on an AO4 broadcast, and they all hate me now. Yeah, so... You know, it's fine to be polarizing as long as, like, you're not just doing it in a non-genuine way, right? Choose what you believe in. Long outro? Oh, it's because we've been chilling a bit. It's, like, what are you waiting for? What do you need me for? Again, I guess you want to bring my plate from the microwave. because otherwise I'm going to have to hop from the kitchen to the living room one-handed crutching. I guess I can do that. It's fine. But I thought I'd just chill a bit. I mean, it's actually nice. We've had 8.5 hours of casting, and we're just vibing with the chat a bit before we wind down and raid someone. Like I said, these are the moments I actually really like. I love casting, but it's nice to have this as well, because these are the community building elements I'm talking about. You guys get to know me. I get to know you. We have, I think, meaningful discussions. Instead of you guys just watching me cast, you're able to interact with me, because I'm a big believer that that's what makes Twitch great. Why do people come here instead of YouTube? Why do people come here because of all these different locations? Because you can interact. I always love the example of Doug Doug. Do you guys know Doug Doug? Doug Doug's incredible. Doug Doug's whole thing is deep Twitch interaction. He will create systems so that his community can essentially grief him. He's fantastic. Like, he's had it where he has to, like... He's playing GTA and he has to race around the map, but when he says certain words, things happen. Like cop spawn, 5-star rating, cows in the road, all these type of things. It's based on things people say. Alright? No. Doug Doug. This guy. He's incredible. Yeah, Skyrim, but if I say dragon, then 10 dragons spawn. He done a playthrough of Smash Bros. Where any time he said a character name, he had to restart the run. And I remember his commentary was like, this is where I realized I used the word like way too much. Because he'd say like, and the bot would say, you just said Ike, dumbass. And then reset the run. It's really cool. Oh, whoopsie, there we go. How's the tournament been so far from an organizer POV? I think it's been reasonable 10k, coach. Numbers are trending upwards. That's good. The goal is to keep them trending upwards. Obviously, there's only a certain saturation that exists in AV4, but my goals, my desire is by the end of the year to be 400 to 500 average across 30 days. And then by halfway through the circuit, so 15 weeks in, my target I've set is to try and hit about 800 average viewers. Maybe it's lofty, maybe it's too like out there, but I mean, sometimes you just gotta say, even if it seems lofty or out there, you gotta set yourself goals. You can go for the small goal and take the small victory and the obvious pat on the back, right? It's like letting the sub count automatically like pop up by 5, which is what it does, by the way. We're just one away from cracking another sub goal. But like, you know, I think I said earlier today, someone asked me what would be like your good outlook for November and subs. I was like, we hit 450, I'd be bloody happy, right? It's pretty good. My average sub count was usually like 120. But obviously now we're hosting official tournaments day by day. And like someone's like, that's a lot of subs. I'm like, yeah, but you know, do you set yourself a goal that you really have to work towards? Or do you set yourself the easy back pat? It's nice to have the small wins, but you also want to hit the big goals. And I set those goals because that's where I'm like, I think I'm going to start to really finance shit, you know? Alright, sorry, just figuring out when they're going to play their matches. Chum, are you here, mate? Semi-finals before on Thursday, if everyone potentially. Chum, yes, Chum is our tourney admin. So yeah, once again, like I said, I'm always aiming to get like more people. You know, we basically to get more people involved to make this bigger and better in as many ways as possible. Okay. I think the semi-final is going to be played tomorrow. We'll figure it out. Why not Magical Cow? Cow does observing and whatnot. What's wrong with you? We don't need to turn this into a you didn't pick my waifu. You know, like there are people available. I chose one. Also lined up perfectly because Jim obviously has some admin work, but the balance worked nicely. And then he'd already been helping with some things behind the scenes. So does Cow. Cow helps me with the observer things. Jim was helping me with the admin and Liquipedia things. So, you know. But, yeah, you know, in the future, if we scale it, maybe we have other people involved. So maybe Kai's playing a beautiful life. So yeah, probably what's going to happen is the other quarterfinal. So for the bracket situation, guys, we're waiting on one quarterfinal and then the semifinals. We just had Puppy Paw versus Anatand. Watch the VODs if you didn't see it. But I'm just typing in the background because we're figuring out what's going to happen there. The goal is to definitely quarterfinals have to be played tomorrow, accepting nothing but that happening. And that's like leeway. Realistically, quarterfinals often should be played by today, but the issues in the bracket isn't the players involved faults, it's someone else. But semifinals, I gave them the option of playing on Thursday before the grand finals. I just think it's going to be too much because it's potentially 12 games for them, but it's up to them. Likely, what's going to happen is quarterfinals and semifinals will happen tomorrow. Dumu will likely stream both of them if he's playing in both of them. And then finals will happen at 5 p.m. CET on Thursday. That is now locked in and confirmed. We're going to be launching it at 5 p.m. CET, regardless of who qualifies. If one of the semifinals, in the end, they're like, can we play on Thursday? Don't know if I want to make it a frequent thing, but we try to flex where we can, as long as players aren't taking the mic. In the event of that, if they do want to play the semifinals before the finals on Thursday, then I will go live early than 5 p.m. CET to facilitate that. But recommendation, definitely look here at 5 p.m. CET. If you haven't, guys, !mark Discord, by the way. Go join that Discord. I post when I go live frequently. I post when I'm working other tournaments. So it's another great way to communicate with me and people in the community. On top of that, you should just be following here. Like, following is free on Twitch and turn notifications on. But I think we're getting towards the end of the stream now because Protein Works has kept me sustained the entire day. But I do have a cold plate of meat to eat. So I'm going to food coma myself with a cooked meal. But, man, honestly, like once again, this crap... Sorry, crap. I apologize. This crap works. This stuff works. Protein Works works. We're like almost 10 hours, well, 9.5 hours into broadcast. I only had breakfast before going live. Between the bar and the milkshakes, that's how I'm able to do that. While burning a lot of calories, because casting does actually burn calories. All right. I'm going to end the YouTube side, though. Much love to you, YouTubers. Thank you very much. Mwah. I'll see you all on Thursday.